drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. I'm a never Trump guy. I never.
Good morning, Christian Valeris. Good morning, St. Patty. Good morning, Girl Hottest. It's a good Wednesday. Indeed, it is. Just Carpet 563, Jonah Zilla, St. Patty, Randy Chang. Good morning. Good to see you. And just going over our mottos and prayers. We're accumulating them by the dozen. Eventually, we're going to have to write a Bible. Liberty for Lady Liberty and blood for Uncle Sam. There is no God but Uncle Sam, and General Mattis is his messenger. May your grill stay hot, your beer stay cold, and may you keep all your fingers while blowing things up. Amen. The colonizer prayer. I thank the ancestors for conquering Asia and South America, so I might have this delicious coffee or tea. The motto, you will improve, you will be happy. We will bully you out of love. What would Hank Hill do? Those are our mottos and prayers. And so it's good to have you. Good to be back. Good to be back into the routine. Hi, Deus Halcyon. Thank you for your donations yesterday. Hello, Dan S. And I was just going to say, we got some, I'm not going to lie. I've been trying to cover other things besides Destiny, just to mix it up and make sure that we don't become a Destiny rewatch channel. However, truth be told, there's a reason why he's the most popular streamer in liberal news media. There's a reason why he's constantly the center of attention and drama. And it's because he gets into fights with other people all the time, which is what we'll be talking about today. Grilshallah, indeed. How old was Rose? No idea. 17, 18. Now, I don't care. Let me tell you why I don't care. We already knew that. We've known that for a year, that like Rose was like living with her parents and all that kind of shit. So, well, maybe not a year, maybe November. So we've known that she was living with her parents and it was fucking stupid and all that bullshit. So I don't know. 17 years old, 364 days and 11 hours. No idea. And you know what? I hope that the entire drama of sexting random people on the internet, of sending homemade pornography to various people, of having it leaked, of getting sued over it. I hope that has been and will continue to remain a wake-up call for Stephen to not be so hedonistic and nihilistic. And that's all we can pray for, is that he becomes a better person over time. So anyways, Beef Supreme says, Buenos dias, mi amigos. Vaya con Dios, mi amigo. I'm not trying to say goodbye. I'm just trying to say random Spanish phrases. Stephen drama is always fun. True. Tim Zealot says, can't really get behind prayer 1 as it conflicts with commandment 1, but I can appreciate the sentiment. Well, fair enough. Beef Supreme says, I share nudes on the internet. It's really fun. Stop immediately. Stop posting your penis and or tits and or vagina and or butthole on the internet unless you want other people to see it. And yeah, please stop. Stop posting your private areas on the internet. St. Patty says he'll get there one day, probably. I mean, maybe. Yeah, same. I'm with you. Like, I'm Stephen's friend. I consider myself Stephen's friend. I'm going to continue to hang out with him. But there's a total possibility that just within the next 5 years, we're hanging out at the studio, and then he opens up the freezer, and there's just like severed human heads, and he's like, listen, Connor, like, we've been friends for a while. Realistically, you knew this was a possibility. And I'll be like, yeah, I didn't think it was a probability, but it was a possibility. Randy Chang says not being a lunatic with other streamers and only normies is a start. Sure. But let's thank the content gods that Stephen has been such a trailblazer in reference to content, to the point that now we can watch him argue with Hassan Piker whether or not he can stochastically call for violence against YouTube's biggest podcasting family. At least we have the content. Christian Blair says hopefully those heads are J-Stock and Queeman. Jesus Christ, I disavow. That's a stochastic call for violence against Queeman and J-Stock, and as far as I know, they're only guilty of harboring a toxic community of anti-fan schizophrenics who may or may not be doxing Stephen. So, is that a crime? It's a succulent Chinese meat. What's the charge? What's the charge? Harboring a toxic community of anti-fans? A succulent community of anti-fans? What's the crime? Fast and Bulbous says, $5, thank you. How are you sleepy at the beginning of streams? I thought we all agreed after we turned 30 that we all woke up at 5 a.m. every day. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I am a night owl. My most productive hours are between 10 p.m. and 3 a.m. Now, I went to bed at 1 a.m. last night because I knew I had a busy day today, but still, no, absolutely not. Night owls. Night owls. Christian Blair says, throwing Kelly Jean so I never have to hear her gaslighting again. Jeez. Everyone's complaining about stochastic terrorism. Meanwhile, my chat is fantasizing about the serial killing spree of Stephen Bennell against his anti-fans. Sen Patty says, being mean online is illegal. I mean, that's what I thought. Brandon Zero says, I would leave my comment here, but I need to run back to DGG. We're having too much fun there, Connor. I am watching you on TV. Be a good influence to the kids in the house. Oh, no. Deus Halcyon says, J-Stock is guilty of trying to steal the moon with his gravitic... See, now fat people are catching strays, dude. I'm 10 to 20 pounds overweight. There's, other fat people that are probably in chat. Jesus Christ. Why do fat people have to catch strays? Just because, J-Stock has a little bit more to love. And let's admit, he looks like a little bit of a teddy bear. He looks like he gives great hugs. Okay? So, yeah. That's when you have kids, not necessarily at 30. Sure. Beef Supreme says, hell no, I'm getting up at 5 a.m. I'm usually up by 8 to get kids to school. Gotcha. Well, if you have kids, definitely stop posting your dick to the internet. Jesus Christ. Deus Halcyon says, I'm a fat fuck. See? Now fat people are catching strays just because you want to make fun of J-Stock. That's very rude. Fat people give great hugs. We know this. Scientifically, fat people give great hugs. So I don't even know what J-Stock looks like. He looks like a nice guy. He looks like a chunky real world South Park character that gives great hugs. That's what he looks like. Fast and Bulbous says, ew, imagine having kids, putrid. See, that's the kind of anti-natalist shit I need to fucking grab you by your shoulders and shake out of you. Although you are the first super chatter of the day, so I guess I have to give you some level of grace. Bell says, fat people unite. Indeed. Mr. Universe says, I'm a skinny fuck. I give great hugs. Oh, that's good. Beef Supreme says, I'm very comfortable with my body. Nothing to be shy and ashamed of. Good. Love them big girls, though. That's excellent. I was going to share. So I've been, you guys know that I try to lift routinely. I actually haven't lifted since last week, since the DC trip. So I need to get back in the grind. But no PEDs, just lifting, just doing the dad bod routine. What I added into my routine, though, is my kids go to bed around 8. Now, realistically, that means between 8 and 9, so I don't know when they really go to bed. But we try to get them down around 8. And so what I've been doing is right after the kids go to bed, right before I do my night work, I have the 2 dogs, and I'm trying to walk them almost daily. At nighttime during that perfect window at night where you kind of get like a little nappy, but you're not quite ready to go to bed. I've been walking the dogs then, and it's just a 20-minute walk. It's just around the block. It's block. Probably quarter of a mile, half a mile. It's really not that long, but it gets the heart pumping. It makes those little micro muscles in your hips and your legs work. It does all that kind of stuff. And so strong recommend that if you're kind of flagging in the evening, your cardio is dog shit, add a 20-minute walk to your routine right at night. And I'll say, even just a couple of days of doing it, I do feel substantively better. So lift weights 3 to 4 times a week, do the dad bod workout routine, but also add in 3 to 5 walks per week right before you go to bed. And you'll probably start seeing results, even if you're a fat fuck. Truzel says, saw the J-Stock photo, thought someone was posting Diorio pics. Dang. Subri Keller says, I'm just used to relieving people for mid, so I'm usually around 3:30 in the morning, and it sucks. Yeah. That's a tough schedule. That's obviously a tough schedule. There's nothing like a really good hug from the fluffy people. Yes, true. Big girls are the best. True. J Stock says, went to university. Oh, come on. That's like a micro docs, but I guess he went to Saskatchewan, I guess, and that place sucks. I guess that's what you're saying. Okay, I guess Saskatchewan sucks. Boating hugs are sad. True. True Zealot says, hey, I like Diorio too. Just what I thought when I saw it. Sure. I love Diorio. He's a fat guy, though, for sure. Fast and Bulbous says, I wish I was big and fat and not skinny fat. I'm slim with a beer belly. Well, then you need to add in walks, and you need to add the dad bod fitness routine into your life. To be clear, it's actually very, very simple workout routine. So it's 3 bicep. I only have dumbbells. I'm not using any fancy equipment. I literally have 20-pound dumbbells next to me right now, and that's all I use. So 3 bicep exercises, 3 back exercises. That's one day. Next, and you're doing 10 reps of each exercise 3 times. So 3 sets of 10 for 3 exercises. Actually, the workouts only take like 20 to 30 minutes. It's really not that big of a deal. So back and biceps one day, chest and triceps another day, shoulders and forearms another day, and then legs another day. And the way that I do legs, let me find it. This is called, I think it's like a monkey foot or a monkey claw. And basically what it is, it's a ski boot that has a lock at the bottom, and then this locks over it. And so you put your weights in the bottom of it, and then you do hamstring curls, leg extensions, and that's really it. I also do calf raises, but you don't need the boot for that. And that's what I do for legs. I do three sets of 10 of leg extensions, 3 sets of 10 for for hamstring curls, and then I do 3 sets of 10 for calf raises. And then boom, that's my leg day. And then add in a few walks. And I'm telling you, like, you're not going to be perfect. You're not going to be a Hemsworth Marvel actor, but you'll feel better. You'll look better. You'll get some meat on your arms. You'll find your wife. You'll get married. You'll have 2 or 3 kids. You'll graduate with your master's degree. You'll become wildly successful. You'll be able to super chat $100 at a time like Grassroots Hegemon does. All that stuff. West Coast Girl says, J-Stock and Kelly made pretty atrocious comments about Steven's looks, calling him fat for a year straight. Meanwhile, he's obese and behind that avatar. Sure, but just because somebody I don't know. I don't like the standard that if somebody engages in schizophrenic negative behavior, that we engage in schizophrenic negative behavior back. That still makes you a schizophrenic person. So, yeah, Just Carpet says, good job, dude. Heart health for the win. Yeah. Yep. Fast and Bulba says, I do farm work and ride my bike 28 miles every day. You're fine. You don't need to do anything. You're fine. Sen Patty says, my secret to weight loss is taking ADHD meds and not eating outside of toast in the morning. Jesus Christ. Okay, well, that's good in the short term, not the long term. Beef Supreme says, my wife ran over a stray kitten in our driveway this morning. I was consoling her and she was asking what she should do. I told her she needed to sacrifice some bird eggs to the gods, balance restored. Jesus Christ. That is sad, hitting a stray kitten. But you know what? Go to the shelter, adopt a stray kitten. You'll be fine. It all comes out in the karmic balance. And we all die one day. So, Beef Supreme, Connor, are you going to practice the 3 core ancestral tenets and start a lover-only diet? No. Liver-only diet? No. Lover-only diet was really scary in this community. TL1524 says, got to do those air squats too, Bubba. No Hank Hill asses here on Valor Media. I do have a Hank Hill ass, but, we'll work on it. Randy Chang says, dogs help with the regular walking. True. Patriarch says, I can't recommend tennis enough for weight loss. Lost like 90 pounds just by eating right and playing tennis 4 to 5 times a week. See, just make it fun too. Bud123 says, I do 1-legged squats and calf raises. That's impressive when I don't go to the gym. When I go to the gym, I do squats, sumo deadlifts, and calf raises. That's actually fairly impressive. 1-legged squats are impressive. Turi Guiano says, I did a few 12-ounce curls last night. Does that count? I mean, it counts towards something. I mean, it's not the greatest, but it's something, right? You helped strengthen your liver against infection, and you worked your biceps a little bit. So there you go. Boom. Good day, Connor, and good day, chat. Good to see you, Paul. Jonah Zilla says those Marvel bodies are unhealthy too. They're mad dehydrated and roided to the gills. The thing it takes to maintain that look will make you miserable. That's what I heard from Paul Rudd. Paul Rudd did some interviews about how he absolutely hated getting in Marvel shape. And then the Hemsworth obviously did that too. But I think he was a genetic freak even before he did PEDs. So yeah. Beef Supreme says, I mean, that lever guy really fell off. True. West Coast Girl says, be honest. You tried that JP carnivore diet? Nope. Nope. Red meat. I'm still freaked out. So with JBP and some other people, they swear by the carnivore diet, but effectively what any nutritionist that I think is worth any amount of salt has said is that it's not actually the meat that's offering the health benefits. What they're doing is they're doing a hyper restricted diet. And so meat is not inflammatory to these people's systems, but carbs might be, or certain kinds of vegetables might be. And these people are, people with immune disorders. They're hypersensitive to inflammation. And so when they eat something that activates their inflammatory system, they feel like shit. Now, the good news is I'm American. I've been eating carbs since I was like 4, 3, I've just been eating sugar covered cancerous carbs. So I'm actually inoculated against inflammation because I just have so much inflammation all the time that's my ready state. So I just, feel some level of shit all the time and it just doesn't matter. So steroids are a hell of a drug. True. Liver guy, autocorrect is lame. True. Front squats are good for upper back and core. Good. West Coast Girl says, oh, good. No vegetable at all is pretty crazy. It is. You have to eat vegetables. And vegetables are not known for being inflammatory. There might be some like random thing where I'm trying to think of it. Like you might have an allergic reaction to a vegetable. As an example, like I'm allergic to cashews. Learned that the other day. However, like, in general, you're not allergic to most vegetables, and most vegetables are not going to cause an inflammatory response. Most vegetables are anti-inflammatory. So, yeah. Bud123 says a carnivore diet is bad if you aren't taking supplements for the vitamins you would miss. True. I also think that, like, I don't know how it affects your cardiovascular system, but I don't want to find out either. Beef Supreme says, I just couldn't really imagine a near-only diet. I could never give up all the other stuff. Well, they're doing it for inflammatory reasons. Cashews are a vegetable. Well, they're definitely flora. They're definitely not fauna. I don't know if they're a vegetable because they might be technically a nut or something. I don't know, bro. Ask a biologist. Unknown says, feminism are insane. Literally, young males are a forgotten group in many ways. Like education, females are doing better. Majority of homeless people are male. DEI helps white females more. Yeah, they deserve better. Okay, well, we're not there yet. We're a few hours before that. Beef Supreme says, use more turmeric in your diet to fight inflammation. Sure. Fast and Bulbous says, saute some onions and bell peppers for a brat peak. True. Sauteed onions and peppers are fire as sides on any meal almost. Subri Keller says, be careful. Don't eat too many cashews. They make you, look it up yourself. I don't know what you're referring to, but cashews unironically make me throw up. I'm a trail mix addict, right? Because they help you sustain energy throughout the day. And so I'm not just going to eat like I don't know, like a handful of M&Ms every 20 minutes, right? So I mix my M&Ms in with peanut butter clusters, chocolate clusters, peanuts, almonds, sometimes dried cherries, sometimes other stuff. But anyways, the point is I love trail mix, but if I eat cashews, unironically, my body will reject them after a while. It makes me feel like shit, and then my body rejects it in a gross way. Hedonic Treadmill says, good morning. Woke up late. I'm chugging coffee. Blech. Well, you missed the prayer, but that's okay. Mr. Universe says, there's more dry fruits than vegetables. Apparently only know because my workout is legit, letting them all night long. Interesting. That allergy exists and are kind of common. True. Melody says, Philly D covering the Hasan about calling Gila a valid target is insane, and the Hasan tripling down is hilarious. True. I have Philip DeFranco as my opener for this segment. So great minds think alike, I guess. I don't eat added sugars or candies. Pussy. They make me crash energy-wise. True. Mud Farmer says, good morning, gentlemen, and LB. Good morning, Mud Farmer. So, all right, let's get cracking, I guess. I just got up with chat. I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for flying Counterpoints Airlines. Be sure to like the stream. Share it with your friends if you have a good time. Tell them about us. Tell them that 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. I hang out with the Counterpoints chat, and despite being a filthy liberal or a progressive, it's entertaining and it's fun. Tell people about us. Then watch the VODs, love the VODs, engage with the VODs, like the VODs, comment on the VODs. Then super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Send Patty is right. Like the stream. It's free. It helps us out. Lets other people know that we're live. And truth be told, I don't know where we're going to land, but we started the Counterpoints channel in April at 50 live viewers, and we started Valor Media Network at 10 live viewers. And since that time, we've stabilized between, like, realistically, I would say 130 and 200 live viewers, depending on the topic, which is pretty great. It's pretty great. We had a few days where we hit 300, but I think that was just because Steven put us in the raid category for his channel. But realistically, like, still, what tripling your audience over the course of a few months is pretty dope. So, and or 15x if you want to consider Valor Media Network at like 10 viewers. But of course, that's cross pollination, and I'm cheating a little bit. But who cares? It's good metrics. I'm having a good time. I like my job. All right. Evan says, I'm here early and I already like the stream based. Beef Supreme says, but I'm kind of nervous about it. Lol. True. All right. So anyways, let's get cracking. I'll do a little intro and then we'll get it going. Quite good and still a way to go. Absolutely, Dylan Thomas. Absolutely. All right. Let me swallow so you don't hear those weird mouth sounds. Hi guys, my name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and never Trump Republican, and I like breaking down the alternative media and online political scene. Today I have the popular liberal streamer Destiny Stephen Bennell II fighting Hasan Piker over stochastic terrorism. Interesting thing, though, is that a very large creator who kind of covers normie news topics actually covered this. His name is Phil DeFranco. And I think it's wild that we have a normie covering this drama, but it's funny that he's covering this drama, so let's go ahead and check it out.
This is Hasan Piker, Ethan and Ela Klein, Destiny situation. It was one of the most requested stories over on the text line, and it's crazy. With many saying it's gone past the line of drama, and this is something else. And well, this mix of podcasters and political commentators, there is more history here than what's happening now. This latest controversy appears to start when you had Hasan Piker making a remark that many believe targeted Ela Klein.
Any kind of violence that Israeli settlers or the Israeli military experiences in the West Bank is literally legal, okay? It is legal resistance against an occupying military force. I cannot repeat this enough. Israel is...
We're probably going to watch this again, but I think that if there were settlers who were illegally occupying, you can get into a gunfight with them and you can evict them if you're a part of a sovereign nation. I also think that you could probably, if another country is invading your sovereign territory, you can get into a gunfight with them. However, the implication here is that you can shoot with like unarmed women and children in the face, right? Because that's what happened on October 7, 2023. That's something that Hasan and his ilk have done apologia for over the past 2 or 3 years. That's something that he's neglecting to mention within this clip. So, you know, that's where I think that the real, where it rubs me wrong is not that I disagree in principle. It's that he's not making caveats for the way that you should treat civilians. And we've seen the way that Hasan Piker's, the organizations that he's a fan of, we've seen the way that they treat civilians. And it's not great.
Is actually engaging in an apartheid, which is a crime in and of itself. Israel's doing a genocide in Gaza and an apartheid in the West Bank. 2 crimes in and of itself. And every type of armed resistance against both the settlers and also the Israeli occupying force in the West Bank. Doesn't matter if it's your favorite podcasters like Wife that participate in these.
Our first ban of the day. Unknown says, okay, all I got to say, Israel gets free healthcare and free military aid paid by us. Americans don't even have that. Anyone who is Israel first, not America first, is a valid target traitor. So actually, in the middle of a conversation, we're in the first 2 minutes of it, Unknown, you fucking schizophrenic. Sorry for using the F-bomb so early. This is a family show after all. But you're saying a valid target traitor? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? You're a schizophrenic. What do you mean valid target? You mean you can shoot him? You mean you can stab them? You mean you can legally prosecute them for being traitors to the United States of America? You have schizophrenia. Genocide is worse than October 7th. Rub me wrong. Our tax money being used for Israel. They came here to mess up our local politics. You know what? Go fuck yourself. Go play with Hot Wheels. Go do something else. Politics is not for you. Go find in the doctor's offices, right? In the dentist's office. There's those like wooden toys that have like little metal rings that you can push like wooden objects through in order to make them move around. Generally speaking, they're like made for toddlers and shit. I strongly recommend you go play with those because politics is too complex for you. So goodbye. Jesus. Valid traitor target. What a schizophrenic. That is bananas. All right. Sorry. Not for me. Okay. I'm not keeping terrorists in my chat. Thank you. Back to the content.
These raids, the violence that the Palestinians engage in an act of resistance against this illegal occupying force is literally legal.
Right, so it appears that he's talking in general about current ongoing violence there, but the call out to your favorite podcaster's wife has gotten a lot of attention because Hila previously served in the IDF. And this also has a little extra background here. Hasan and Ethan and Hila have been very publicly at odds over their clashing views with Israel and Gaza, as well as just, a number of other things. But in the here and now, you had Hila seeing Hasan's latest remark and accusing him of calling for violence against her specifically, with Ethan then later echoing that, posting a video yesterday saying,
"Why even include a specific person who hasn't served in the military in 20 years? Why does he mix up past and present tense while he's discussing this? Is this a responsible use of his words and his platform? Don't you
Absolutely not. But this is where I think eye for an eye morality gets everybody in trouble.
think that even if what you're saying is true and you meant only people on that raid would deserve violence, that invoking a specific person is really appropriate and true? And doesn't that have the risk for provoking the craziest people in your audience
Yes, obviously.
to think that maybe it would be a good idea to kill my wife?
with that, then getting a lot of attention online, and even had the likes of Destiny discussing Hasan's comment in a chat, writing, "I honestly think you could perfectly justify attacking/killing Hasan IRL for statements like this." With many then saying that escalated the situation to a whole new level, and you had a number of people calling out Destiny for seemingly condoning violence. With Hasan then also posting /killing Hasan.
Now this is crazy. The reason why it's crazy though, I honestly think you could perfectly justify killing Hasan IRL for statements like this. No, I don't agree. I don't agree that engaging in stochastic terrorism gives you moral license to be killed, especially not in the United States. And what I was going to say too, DGG did not help Destiny out here because there's like 2 or 3 people in chat who are like, "Oh yeah, say no more, King." Like, dude, like I get it, you're fucking around. Like I do understand that you're fucking around, but who's to say that for every 10 or 20 people who fuck around, that there isn't one schizo who's like, "Oh, actually, it is morally justified. He is a terrorist apologist. This is effectively a Luigi Mangione situation. You know what? Steven saying this is the license I need in order to smoke Hasan Piker." That's fucking crazy, right? And so while I get it, like turnabout is fair play, eye for an eye, and all that bullshit, dude, are we trying to do something electoral, or are we trying to do something? Are we trying to do something like on the internet, right? What are we trying to do? And I'll talk to Steven about this. We're supposed to be hanging out soon, so I'll talk to him about it. But it's like, what do you want? I'm not trying to be overly mean, or I'm not trying to be overly critical and optics frog about this, although I guess that's my job now. But are we trying to talk to CNN, NPR, normal politicians, and talk about alternative media, and then get mainstream media and get mainstream political people to talk to alt media and give us money, time, attention, and clout, so we can take that money, time, attention, and clout and turn it into real electoral results? Or are we just trying to be crazy on the internet? And if we're being crazy on the internet, then, pop off, King, keep going in this direction. But if we're actually trying to hybridize the real world politics with alternative media politics, then this is bananas, and I think this is bad. You could say the same thing, by the way, without implying that your audience should stochastically attack Hasan for his own stochastic rhetoric. You could just say, hey, this is super fucked up. Anybody with an IQ over 80 could view this as a stochastic call for violence. And actually, I think this is pushing the edge of what should be terms of service. Fuck Hasan and fuck his ilk. Now, that's not going to get you on the Philip DeFranco show, but that is going to communicate the message without having all the optical L's of it, in my opinion. Alexandru Vizishu says, is this bad taste, though? The fact that this is treated almost like a typical YouTube drama is really bad taste and bad in general. Jirag pointed this out in the stream with Atrioc. Interesting. Bad taste, sure, but it's content, and content's fire, and we love super chats and we love ad revenue. So I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't know the difference between, I don't know. I haven't balanced in my mind what's acceptable to try to get the internet's attention versus how do you turn that attention into something productive. I haven't figured out that balance in my mind yet. Melody says, if this was Hasan's first offense, sure, turn the other cheek, but this is like his 50th offense. It's tit for tat at this point. But what are you saying for tit for tat, Melody? Are you saying that DGG should engage in stochastic rhetoric to scare Hasan's community that there's going to be imminent schizophrenic violence? Because I would never do that. Christian Blair says, it's why I somewhat respect Bad Empanada more than Mike from PA. Why? Because he just says it the way that he feels it. Damn, bro. From the South Side, you're going to hang with a confirmed pedophile? Is he a confirmed pedophile? I thought he was flirting with a 17-year-old, not a 7-year-old. And also, I'm kind of joking. I don't even know if that person's 17. Vedson Neal says, the drama kind of made Destiny lean into debates more rather than organizing. He's still going to do it, but less. Also, Connor, my Discord fucked up. Could you send me the link I messaged on X? Yeah, Vedson Neal, I got you. I got you. I'm sorry. My inbox is a little bit flooded. That's GGG chat. It's not TOS. Do you know what the fuck I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? Or do I have to go through each social media platform and explain every single one of their terms of service? Christian Blair says, the turnabout arc is here to stay, unfortunately. With that said, nobody is attacking, assassinating streamers. This will remain online. You're saying that. What about when somebody actually gets smoked, bro? What about when somebody actually gets smoked? I'll link the Discord momentarily. Anyways, back to it.
On IRL for statements like this, with many then saying that escalated the situation to a whole new level, and you had a number of people calling out.
Hold on, I wanna read whatever Mike from PA said. What did Mike from PA said?
Statements like this, with many then.
What I want to know is now how a direct call for stochastic terrorism is permissible under Team YouTube terms of service. He has previously called for the deaths of an underage boy, former collaborators, and directly called for the harassment of women who accused him of blah blah blah. Mike from PA, number one, you're a pussy. Number two, you're calling that Steven is saying that he's doing stochastic rhetoric in order to get Hasan smoked in context in which Steven is saying Hasan is engaging in stochastic rhetoric. So way to miss the point intentionally, Mike from PA. Once again, why am I not surprised? Why am I not surprised? Somebody say it in chat. Somebody say what Mike from PA is for Hasan Piker. It involves the word sleeve, but this is a family show, and so I'm not going to say it out loud.
Saying that escalated the situation to a whole new level, and you had a number of people call.
Freda says, absolutely insane response to someone telling you how international law works. Every content creator like this is severely mentally unwell. Yeah, sure. Sure, Freda. Yep. Ignore the stochastic rhetoric. Absolutely. God, I hate Hasan Piker people. They're so full of shit.
Calling out Destiny for seemingly condoning violence. With Hasan then also posting, this sociopathic cult leader is actually.
Hold on, don't skip that first sentence. Instead of taking care of his son, who has now turned into a Nazi, now Philip DeFranco go off.
Actively telling his audience that it's moral to kill me in real life because I said Palestinians have a legal right to resist against an illegal occupying force conducting a raid. When anyone joins an occupying force and participates in a raid in a legally occupied territory, the occupied people have a legal right to defend themselves through armed struggle. With them then also addressing the Destiny situation.
What about the baby settlers, Hasan? Just riddle me that real quick. What do you do with the babies? Is it inappropriate to shoot the babies in the face?
Situation on a stream on Sunday.
That's definitely actionable, I'm pretty sure. It's also weird that this guy gets to have a YouTube account. Like, that is a real death threat. What I'm saying is not a death threat at all. What I'm saying,
to be fair, I view this as stochastic rhetoric, but this is also a descriptive claim. I think you could justify attacking, killing Hasan IRL for statements like this. So he's using stochastic rhetoric in response to stochastic rhetoric.
Is what I'm saying is just what the law is right now.
To Hasan arguing that
Can you shoot women and children in the face, Hasan? Can you shoot women and children settlers in the face? Just riddle me that real quick.
he wasn't even trying to give an opinion. He was just discussing international law and acts of resistance. With Hasan then also claiming that many people were taking his initial remark out of context and that he by no means was trying to condone or encourage violence against Ela Klein.
There is no
I don't believe you.
point where I have said violence against someone who is not actively in combat is permissible. I don't believe that. That is illegal. This is not, and also
What about the baby settlers, Hasan?
immoral. It's a big part of the reason why I also advocate against what Israel is doing. I have also specified that IDF veterans are not valid military targets. If someone were to attack Ela Klein right now, of course they should go to jail. What kind of idiocy is this?
So there you even had some who said, hey, I don't think that you were calling for violence against Ela, saying that it's at the very least very weird that you would bring up your former podcast partner
Because it's stochastic rhetoric.
his wife, right? In the context of what's happening in the here and now. Also, something you saw is that when people asked him, why are you addressing this? Asking him, why are you feeding into people dragging you into drama? He said,
So it has led to people issuing active death threats to their communities against me. So I think it's a little bit different than just like immature online gossip slop. At what point does it turn into like a real crime? I think this is the point where it has turned into a real crime. But will you consider it to be something beyond online gossip slop when I either get deplatformed or when I get killed, potentially?
with Hasan saying it's the goal of the people going after him to get him banned and fully deplatformed. And in terms of platforms and deplatforming, in the video that Ethan ended up posting on Monday, he took aim at what content Twitch platforms in general, arguing that the site allows too many calls for political violence, including from Hasan. And then with that, suggesting that since neither Twitch or Amazon are doing anything, the sponsors who advertise there should.
If you use Twitch, if you're watching, when you get an ad, write them and say, hey, I would like to know why you're spending directly your dollars to support violent extremism. Why are you supporting a platform that sanctions, protects, safeguards, encourage, promotes language like what Hasan just deployed against Ela?
But ultimately,
Bruh, we're all going to be on kick, aren't we? We're all going on kick. Everybody's going to get banned.
that's where we are right now. And in the meantime, I'd really love to know your thoughts on this whole situation. One,
This is my beef with Phil DeFranco. Let me finish
just
real
in
quick.
general, no matter who you are, but also two, I know there's at least some crossover of who's watching my show and who's watching these other three. So there's people that are more involved and more invested. What are your thoughts with where things are now? But also, I'll say, as we're talking about creators that are speaking out about platforms, we've got to talk about how creators are continuing to
Okay, so I think that's the end of the segment. And with Phil DeFranco, bro, I'm going to compliment him and then I'm going to criticize him a little bit. Okay, let me find a good angle. This is an okay angle. So Phil DeFranco, God bless you for losing a ton of weight. And God bless you for working out routinely and all that kind of stuff. He posts all that stuff. But I do feel like the Ozempic has sucked all of the fat out of Philip DeFranco. I also feel like the veneers are a little bit crazy. So he just needs to slow down. I'm not saying stop. Keep working out, keep controlling your diet, keep doing whatever you got to do. You already did your veneer thing. So, you're kind of screwed in that regard. But effectively, like, just slow down. Take about 20% off of her because this aesthetic is crazy. Then, in reference to this drama, like, yeah, everybody's fighting for everybody to get banned, which is bad for everybody. Hasan Piker, let's face it, we're going to milk him until the stars burn out. Destiny is going to milk Hasan until the stars burn out. Ethan is going to be in a civil war with Hasan because they're peers in size, I think. And then Ethan and Gila, they're just going to catch shit because they attracted an incredibly progressive audience, and they did not say that Israel, the country, deserves to be wiped off of the face of the map. And so that now they're being cannibalized by hyper progressive people the way Jordan Peterson predicted that they would. So all in all, like, we're all kind of reaping what we're sowing, I suppose. And then with Philip DeFranco, I'm just going to express one last frustration. He always covers stories like this, and then he has like the most like centrist, apolitical, like neutral appeal to the audience, where he's like, "Listen, guys, I'm just explaining the facts. What do you think about it?" How about Phil DeFranco? I want to know what you think about it. How about that? How about instead of just covering the news, which I know is how you do your show, what's your moral judgments? What do you think about these statements? What do you think about the implications of these statements? What do you think about platforming and not platforming? I would love to hear some editorializing from Philip DeFranco. In many ways, he's like the Walter Cronkite of the YouTube space, because he does not take a firm position on either side. He just presents the information and leaves it up to the audience, which is very annoying. But Kate says, what's the Discord, guys? I just linked it. Christian Blair says Rose was not a minor. I have no idea what's going on with Rose. And, you know, frankly, we've kind of known that there was some risky shit there for a while, right? At least since November. This is not happening. Says, meanwhile, the IHIP podcast had Hasan on, so their Giga Chad but normie wine mom crowd and Hasan fans swooned with zero understanding of Hasan being a lunatic. Awesome. Awesome. I'm so ecstatic that Hasan keeps getting platformed on normie platforms so we can grow his schizophrenic, Marxist revolutionary base. That's so cool. Fashion 40 says, I know what the F you're saying, but again, he didn't call for it on stream. Okay. And if I text somebody or tweet someone or Discord someone, but then it gets posted in public, doesn't that have the same effect? You guys are making a legalistic appeal where we're talking about morality. So, wrong. Kiro says, I think that Destiny said was way out of pocket, but if Ethan and Gila had said it, it would have been fair game. This comes after the CPS call and 2 skulls. Sure. I'm not talking about like, okay, turnabout. I've already said this before. Guys. We need to parse out our arguments. I'm appealing to effectiveness. I have said that if the state granted me the power, I would abduct Hasan from his house. I would take him to Cuba. I would load him up in a trebuchet. I would fire him into the Caribbean. And then I would station the Coast Guard off of the coast of Florida and Alabama and Georgia. And if Hasan Piker tried to swim for the American coastline, the Coast Guard would have orders to shoot to kill. Okay? That's what I believe. I genuinely think Hasan is an ideological enemy of the United States who is only here through birthright. Okay? He is actually a bad human being and an objective piece of shit. However, the reason why I'm not going to advocate or stochastically suggest that my audience actually kidnap Hasan Piker and fire him from a trebuchet into the Caribbean is because I know that's psychotic. And I'm going to pay a legal and moral consequence for taking that action the same way that whoever listened to my stochastic suggestions for violence would suffer it. That's why I make it absurd. That's why I make it sound like a joke, is because I want you to know that it's a joke. I don't actually want you to kill Hasan Piker. I really don't. So don't do it. However, when it comes to what Steven said specifically in those Discord chats, that does sound like he could be stoking a schizophrenic within his Discord to either harass, stalk, or be violent with Hasan Piker. And that's what I'm saying. When you open up that door, like, what are we doing, guys? Are we trying to, again, this is the thing that I'm asking you. Are we just going to stay online forever and we're just going to milk you for super chats and we're just going to be a bunch of online schizophrenic drama political freaks and that's the limits of our ambition? Or are we going to try to have real world impacts in reference to electoralism, disaster relief, canvassing events, college events, public debates, etc.? Because if we keep being psychos, nobody's going to listen to us, talk to us, want to work with us, etc. Anyways, speaking of super chats, like the stream, it's free. Share it with your friends. Engage in chat. There's lots of cool, interesting people there. Watch the VODs, love the VODs, comment on the VODs. Super chats if you got it. Memberships if you got it. Parasocially love you for being here, etc., etc., etc. We taking bets, says Christian Lawyers? Nope. West Coast Girl says, I'm all for it, but you're going to try to tell Steven what to do? Well, good luck. Yeah. I'll just try to be a moderately positive influence in Steven's life. And when he ends up in prison, I'll just visit him a few times. Biz D says, what kind of debate F slurry is on today? Well, number one, the stochastic violence drama in reference to Hasan Piker and Gila Klein and Ethan and Steven. And then later on, we'll be watching Erudite. And then maybe tomorrow we'll do that Jubilee Black Radical versus Black Conservative content. Deltron says, Mike from the Reich. Mike from the Reich. That's funny. Threatened both Ethan and Destiny, but okay, good one. Yeah, sure, he's full of shit. Thimecat says, it's funny some people really don't understand how violent we as humans can be online. Threats turn into real-life crimes. Well, not yet, but we're getting there. Vivek Ramazani says things are at a stage where giving people a taste of their own medicine is justified. Take Gavin Newsom, for example. Okay, just keep that energy when somebody gets smoked. That's all I'm saying. Just keep that energy of like, well, turnabout's fair play. Okay, when somebody actually gets shot, just keep that energy. I thought that Destiny's point was with Hasan's logic, Hasan would also be a valid target. Did I misinterpret it? No, I think you I think you interpreted it correctly. Yeah. All right. Anyways, let's go.
Every type of armed resistance against both the settlers and also the Israeli occupying force in the West Bank. Doesn't matter if it's your favorite podcasters like Wife that participate in these raids.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
The violence that the Palestinians engage in an act of resistance against this illegal occupying force is literally legal, definitionally legal.
This is like a unbelievable. This is an unbelievable clip. What the? I asked for the VOD because I didn't want to make an evaluation based off of just.
The wall was built over 2 decades ago to stop Palestinian terror attacks inside Israel after a wave of violence. But there is more than a wall to all of this. The West Bank and its people would make up the lion's share of a Palestinian state if one were to be recognized. Current political leadership in Israel does not want a Palestinian state, and the Israeli parliament just approved a motion.
Wait, what did he say? Hold on.
Which is where it gets a Palestinian state if one were to be recognized. Geographically, it's on the West Bank of the River Jordan, which is where it gets its name from.
This is like a talking point that people use, but it's not actually true. The reason why it's called the West Bank is because we go way back to pre-Roman times when the Kingdom of Israel was there, because Jewish people were so good at, even back then, investing and getting like high rates of return on their interest. They had to create like an entire huge bank that spanned the entirety of across to the west of the River Jordan. And they
What? I can't tell if he's giving us esoteric history or if he's memeing.
called that area the West Bank because Jews would be like, we need to go to the West Bank to make a withdrawal on all of our
Come on, man.
recent events. I'm sorry.
Current
I'm done.
political leadership
Okay, thank God. Dude, I was only half paying attention, so he was like, you know, dude, I'm just gonna move on. But that was crazy. I was like, wait, did I miss some like esoteric history involving the West Bank? Was there actually some financial bullshit? And then of course he's just fucking around. What an asshole.
in Israel does not want a Palestinian state, and the Israeli parliament just approved a motion to annex the West Bank. It doesn't necessarily
Biz D says you could at least acknowledge that Hasan used way more plausible deniability. Yeah, absolutely. I don't think that contradicts anything I said. Hasan Piker said, yeah, I was just saying that if Gila Klein was on a raid 20 years ago, just because you're sympathetic to an Israeli Jew doesn't mean that they wouldn't be potentially a target of violence if they were in Israeli occupation. I say IDF, but they say IOF. If the IOF was illegally raiding the West Bank, then she would be a valid military target. But also, that actually leans me more into the fact that it's stochastic rhetoric, though, because who denies that? Like, is there anybody who says that when the IDF is doing military operations in Gaza and the West Bank, they can't be targeted? Has anybody ever said that ever? Like that feels like a straw man, which kind of lends me to either consciously or subconsciously he wanted to throw Gila in there in order to press the Klein family.
mean it'll happen, but it shows the thinking.
Like any kind of violence that Israeli settlers or the Israeli military experience.
Sorry. Chart says Ozempic hit LA like crack hit the inner city in the 80s. Bruh. That's not even like a motto or anything, but I want to write that down. That is fire. That is fire. Ozempic. Ozempic hit LA. The way crack hit black neighborhoods. Oh, that's bananas. Oh, I love that.
Experiences in the West Bank is literally legal.
Okay, this is a thing that you'll hear pro-Palis say a lot, and it's just not true, okay? there's this niche thing that they're bastardizing from international law. International law? I'm not even sure where this comes from. It might be a writing. I don't know if this is actually enshrined somewhere or like it's considered a customary rule. But the idea, the concept, okay, is that you have a right to fight against an oppressor, right? That if you're being invaded or if you're being actively oppressed by another nation, you have a right to fight against them, okay? But there are two distinct things when we talk about conducted war, all right? For those of us that follow us through our international law arc and everything, right? You have two concepts. One is jus ad bello, and the other is jus in bellum. Let me make sure I have those two different.
APAC Traders is cowardly to mute people. It's not terrorism to be America first. The tide is changing. 92% of Dems no longer support Israel, so I know politics. Thanks. Oh, this is your alt? Bye. Unknown. I'm not banning you because your politics are just like, whoa. It's whoa, you're just so smart. You're just so nuanced. Your takes are too hard for me to handle. Bah! It's because you have schizophrenia. And while that can be entertaining to fight with schizophrenics, I want to do it for my mental health, your mental health, and the mental health of my chat. I feel like we should stop interacting. You should find another chat that is more sympathetic to your schizophrenia, because I'm not. And I don't want to bully you endlessly. So I banned your alt. The mere fact that you even have an alt is already kind of telling me that you have an unhealthy association with Twitch and YouTube politics. So how about just for both of our sakes, we part ways? Unknown. How about that? All right.
Jus ad, no, it's, I mislost it. It's jus ad bellum and then jus in bello, right? Yes. Okay. Jus ad bellum and jus in bello. Okay. The first one just has to do with when can you go to war, right? When is it considered legal and arguably moral to go to war, right? If somebody's oppressing you or invading you, you can conduct warfare, right? That's considered just. Invading somebody for no reason would be considered unjust. That is an entirely separate concept, though, from jus in bello, which is your conduct in war.
God, guys, you're so fucking frustrating. Listen. I like Steven. I consider Steven a friend. And I know a lot of you guys are DGG, so this is going to rub some of y'all the wrong way. I'm not talking about morality, though. It was a TOS mention. DGG chat is tied to his website, so Destiny wouldn't be bad, Connor. Bad is a moral judgment. Good and bad. Legalistically, terms of service, private organizations engaging in contracts, Steven has the right to say, and by the way, I don't give a fuck. Steven has the right to say whatever the fuck he wants to say. So take the legalistic shit, take the terms of service shit, and blow it out your ass. Steven, and I love you, Fashion 40, so not you specifically, but in general, the DGG vibes where you feel like you constantly have to sweep for every single thing that Steven does. Take that vibe and blow it out your ass, okay? What I'm saying is that Steven has friends, including me, and including Z from Unfuck America, and Christopher, who I met in DC. Z and Christopher want to fundraise separate from DGG, but realistically, I think they would happily take a fundraiser stream from DGG, and they want to build a Turning Points USA version for the Democrats. And the Democrats, I hate to tell you, they're asleep at the fucking wheel. So even though this is a brilliant idea, and Z seems like a competent organizer, they're having difficulty securing funding for this idea because it's going to cost a few $1,000,000, right? So if Steven wants to be able to endlessly debate Turning Points USA characters, endlessly debate and foster a community that is national, because through Unfuck America, through National Ground Game, he would have access to endless debates, then he could have a real political effect. The same way that Charlie Kirk is ingratiated with mainstream Republicans, Steven, NGG, and UNF America could be ingratiated with the Democratic establishment. However, if you're, this is a while ago, so I want to be fair. If you have crazy sex stuff going on, if you're being accused of calling for stochastic violence against your streaming rivals, if you're making pedophilia jokes on Twitter, you're making that mission more difficult. You understand me, right? You understand what I'm saying? You're just resisting it because you like Steven. I like Steven too, but I want him to do things that make his life and the people around him's lives easier and better. Okay? Are we on the same page? Parasocially love you. Thank you for being here.
Okay? There is no use ad bellum. There is no cause for war that can excuse bad use in bello, which is your conduct in war. Pro-pallies always miscite this as though your right to resist makes all resistance right. That is not true. Nowhere in international law do you have the right to explicitly target and murder civilians. You cannot do that ever. It does not matter how righteous your cause for war is. You cannot do that. The idea that all people are fair targets or fair game ever, that's just never the case. Now, as part of a proportionality assessment, civilians can die as collateral damage in war, assuming you're not killing civilians for the sake of killing civilians. These are
You guys are dicks. You guys are dicks. Fast and Bulbous says, in reference to the Trebuchet comments, I heard you loud and clear. Orders confirmed. Vivek Ramazani said, make Trebuchets great again. Conservatism says, wait, don't actually do that. Bro, I'm almost done with the Trebuchet. Paul says, okay, we get it. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, you guys, you're fucking with me. But there will be one schizophrenic who will try to kill Hasan. And I don't want to be necessarily responsible for that. Anyways.
things that are permissible in international law. A lot of people don't know this, but they are. But you never, ever, ever have an unrestricted right to just kill civilians, period.
Like any kind of violence that Israeli settlers or...
Also, don't make me defend settlers, okay? But there are different types of settlers, okay? There are two different types of settlers.
I'm interested in this, so I'm going to pay a little bit more attention.
Three if you want to, maybe, okay? What a lot of people don't realize, the vast majority of settlers, it's like 80% or something, as I make numbers up out of nowhere. I don't know if there's a way to find this easily. The vast majority of settlers live near something called the Green Line, okay? So after the 67 war, Israel pushed into and took over the West Bank. Prior to the 67 war, okay, there was a giant war of independence for Israel. And in 1948, there were these armistice lines drawn between all of the neighboring countries. The armistice line drawn around the West Bank, okay, the West Bank of the River Jordan, because Jordan occupied this for about 20 years. All right, this is the Green Line. The vast majority of settlers live along the Green Line. My understanding is, I need to not hedge because I know more about this than all of these pro-Palestinian combined, okay? The wall that was created in the 2000s during the Second Intifada that separates Israel from the West Bank, I think it goes even into the West Bank a little bit.
Severin says, my German Shepherd is dying soon, but I watched Lolita this morning, which made me less wistful. Bruh. So, number one, I'm sorry that your dog's dying, especially when they're family members. It can be like a huge emotional hit. I don't know what Lolita has to do with that, though. Are you talking about like the movie where like a 14-year-old girl is seduced by her tutor and her tutor like either psychologically commits or kills the mom? Because let's stop watching that. I don't know if we're talking about the same thing.
So a lot of people might be living, well, not a lot, but there are people that live in the West Bank and might not even realize it. Or there are a ton of settlements that are just right along this Green Line. Okay, now I'm not saying that necessarily makes them good or bad, but the people that live in a settlement like right along this Green Line, these people are significantly different in nature than people who live in these deep settlements. Say like in Yitzhar or whatever the fuck it is. It's the one that I was familiar with. This guy here, right? These people out here are degenerate, subhuman, insane motherfuckers. They're out here because they're on a mission from God. They want to live out here. There's armed gates and guards everywhere. These people are the ones who are committed to the mission of New Israel, and they wanted to come into the Judea and Samaria and own the historic lands. Okay, the people that live over here near the Green Line just got offered some really cheap housing. Okay, these people over here in settlements like Yitzhar, these are the inbred who will take like goats and shit and tents and try to create new little villages inside of or around these little Palestinian towns that live in the valleys in order to build an outpost, get IDF support eventually, and then argue that they should be able to expand their currently existing settlement out here. People that live near the Green Line, they're just like, they got cheap housing, they live here, they just sometimes they don't really think as much about this generally, okay? Not to
I'm okay with differentiating the people who are on the eastern border of Israel versus the people who are actually in the West Bank. I understand that. But David brings up a point that I think is relevant, saying Hasan thinks that all Israelis are settlers, and from them, therefore they're all valid military targets by his logic. That's actually crazy. No, I'm actually with you, David. Like, so I think that the argument goes with popular sentiment. So if Hasan starts with, well, settlers are valid military targets, and you're like, okay, well, are you talking about people in Israel proper, or are you talking about in the West Bank? Well, if you're talking to like a crazy far lefty Marxist-Leninist revolutionary who doesn't believe in states, they want to abolish states, then I think Hasan would say, oh, well, realistically, like from the river to the sea, I think that, Palestine should be free. So that will involve the dissolution and rejection of an Israeli Jewish supremacist state. And so he gets to be a revolutionary when he's hanging out with revolutionaries. But if he was talking to like a sock dem, or if he was talking to like a normie liberal, then he'll be like, oh, well, I'm really just, I'm specifying about the West Bank settlers right now because they're being so aggressive and they're part of ethnic displacement of Palestinians. And so I really think we need to focus on that first, because I don't think it's pragmatic to evaporate the state of Israel, even if that should be our end goal. And so he kind of gets to have his cake and eat it too, where depending on who he's talking to, he's either communicating a level of extremeness or a level of sanity so that he's palatable to whoever he's talking to. So I actually agree with you, David, that that's probably the rhetorical game that Hasan is playing. Solar Coaster says Destiny was trolling hate, then Tate ignored him, had his criminal cases banned from platforms down in Florida, beating up his own fans in cage fights, but Destiny never fought him. Shit. Even I know fucking Andrew Tate is a fucking rapist who's on PEDs, but that dude can fucking scrap. What's his height? Andrew Tate, height, weight. He's 6'3", bro. He's 6'3", 200 pounds. So actually, I weigh a little bit more than him. I weigh like 30 or 40 pounds more than him. But this dude can throw some fucking bombs. So you kind of got to be careful. Like, I typically like to chat shit about how I can beat up most people. However, I've seen this dude throw some fucking bombs. Like, his punches and his fucking kicks are not for the faint-hearted. So I would joke about training Steven to fight Andrew Tate, but realistically, I just wouldn't do that. Andrew Tate's a bad guy. He's a sex trafficker. He's a credibly accused rapist. He's beaten up many people. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to say he's a fucking rapist. He raped one of my friends. He raped Lauren Southern. So, fuck him. So I hope he gets incarcerated for life, and I hope he dies in prison. But yeah, I think you would be crazy to deny whether or not this dude can scrap. This dude can scrap.
say that some settlement is okay, or that some occupation or whatever is okay. I'm just saying that there are qualitative differences between the types of people that are considered settlers, right? Not only that, but in prior negotiations that have never come to fruition, mainly because the Palestinians never give a concrete offer of what they actually want, but in prior negotiations, and I think it's generally true today, any deal that involves a two-state solution, I believe most Palestinians would be okay swapping land that would leave the majority of these big settlements intact, okay? Your big debate and argument is going to come over like Jerusalem.
True.
Where East Jerusalem is sectioned off, well, I believe at this point, I think East Jerusalem has been formally annexed by Israel, actually, which is why one of the reasons why moving the embassy down there and recognizing it from the U.S. perspective was so retarded because we basically give them a giant thumbs up. But East Jerusalem is the one with
I caught up with Fashion 40. I understand what you're saying, but to be honest, Connor, he's not changing unless they make a Vyvanse 220 milligrams. Steven can't control himself unless they make fucking Nazi chocolate levels of amphetamines. I'm not saying that. Fashion 40 is saying that. That's fucking funny. I'll keep pushing him gently. I'll be gentle, but I'm going to push him gently because truth be told. Okay, so tell me this wouldn't be cool. All right? Tell me this wouldn't be cool real quick. Look me in the eyeballs. I'm going to look you in the eyeballs. And while I'm looking you in the eyeballs, I would remind you, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage in chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Let's have a good stream. Now, that being said, tell me this wouldn't be fucking fire. Steven gets 10,000, 20,000 live viewers. I'm, like I said, getting between 130 and 200, and we're a few months into the job. So realistically, there's no reason why we can't grow, become bigger. Let's say that I, Steven, and other creators like Erudite, Hutch, the Live and Learn crew, Josiah, et cetera, let's say that we partner up with Unfuck America. We do some fundraisers. We get them some cash. They deploy to colleges across the nation, and they actually build the democratic version of Turning Points USA to the point that you effectively have college alumni, politically passionate college alumni, and 18 to 22-year-olds in perpetuity, creating social events and debate events. And not just that, we could do disaster relief. We could do volunteer efforts. We could do canvassing events. We could do all that kind of shit. And so effectively what you have is not just a passionate online community, but you have an IRL community where you can jump from state to state to state to state, centered around colleges and universities, where Steven has endless content, endless debate content, both from TPUSA characters, but also from National Ground Game people. And then also we take the Twitch and YouTube politics community and we make it real, and we have real world electoral and disaster relief efforts. That would be the dream. That would be ideal for everyone. It would be ideal for Steven. It would be ideal for me. It would be ideal for NGG, National Ground Game. It would be ideal for the Live and Learn crew. It would be ideal for the entire center and center left. However, if you're joking about being a pedophile on Twitter, if you're being accused of calling for stochastic violence against Hasan Piker, if your sex dramas are distracting from the mission, that's going to make that job infinitely more difficult. So, I get it. Steven is successful because of his abrasive personality. I understand this. Can we take about 10% off of her? That way we can get some IRL shit going too. That's what I'm saying. So I hope you understand that.
Al-Aqsa Mosque. I think where the stupid cum wall is that Jews go and pray at.
LB gave up on us. Did she formally give up on us? She was in here almost every day fighting us for a while, but I think I stopped fighting her as much in chat, and then she stopped coming back.
Basically, this whole Temple Mount thing, this is a holy monument that you'd have to work out. How are you going to actually figure out who's allowed to visit, who's allowed to do what, and all this bullshit. Not to ride that Israeli dick too hard, but I will say the only time in history when all peoples have been allowed to visit their respective holy places has been when Israel has been in control of the territory, because I believe Israel brings in, I wish I could remember the name for it, someone shall say it, Israel brings in another entity, I believe it's Jordan, to have their security forces to kind of ensure and keep the peace in Al-Aqsa, around Al-Aqsa Mosque. Somebody can tell me what the name of this is. There's a name for this. It's like I want to say the Queef. It's not the Queef. It's not Al-Queef. There's no way that it's Al-Queef. Somebody tell me what it is. That's what's coming to my mind though. But it's something like this.
Al-Queef. Lol.
Name of Jordan Peacekeepers Temple Mount. What is it called? Is it Jordan? Am I making this up? Israel handed its administration back to the Waqf. Oh, it's Waqf. It might be Waqf, maybe. Waqf. Under the Jordanian Hashemite custodianship while maintaining Israeli security control. The Israeli government enforced a ban on prayer by non-Muslims as part of the arrangement, usually referred to as the status quo. This is a major focal point of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Okay, there you go. The Waqf, I think, maybe. Okay. All this to say that anybody that says that, like, and I make this, no, stop hedging. I don't make this mistake sometimes. Sometimes I'll just say settlers because I'm referring broadly to different groups of people. But I think my audience hopefully knows better at this point that I don't want all Jews to be killed. This type of rhetoric, though, is insane. Sorry.
It doesn't necessarily mean it'll happen, but it shows the thinking.
Like any kind of violence that Israeli settlers or the Israel.
Okay, listen. I'm gonna, Severin, I'm gonna remove your name real quick so people don't individually attack you, but I'm gonna bring this up. Okay, Lolita movie. This movie is about this dude becoming a tutor of a 13 or 14-year-old girl and effectively ingratiating himself in the family so he can eventually bang her once he has his mom committed to a fucking an insane asylum. Okay? So I get it. There's this weird age where girls are obviously moving from being girls to being adults. And this guy is fucking perving on it, basically. And that's the fucking movie. It's perving on 13 or 14-year-old girls. Okay? That's the entire fucking movie. I don't care if it's well shot. I don't care if the director was a great director. I don't care if the acting was good. I don't care about any of this kind of stuff. What it's doing is it's reinforcing the part of your brain that is playing with the ideas of 13 to 14-year-old girls being sexually attractive. Kill that part of your brain, okay? Just eliminate it. There is, once you're past if you are 13 or 14 and you think a 13 or 14-year-old girl is cute, nobody gives a fuck. If you're 17 and you're dating a girl who's 3 years your junior, that's a little weird, but like nobody's going to come after you legally. They might give you like a weird look or something like that where they're like, is she mature enough for you to be dating? Like, what the fuck? But they're not going to like come after you legally, right? The second you turn 18, there are so many men and so many women who are beautiful, attractive, mature, ambitious, and worthy of your time, money, and attention, that whatever your fucking pervy instinct is to like women who are at the transition between adolescence and adulthood, just fucking stop, dude. Just fucking stop. Okay? There's plenty, and the reason why, it's not whether or not this girl is pretty, right? She's obviously like pretty. The reason why is because she's not mature. She's not mature emotionally. She's not fully mature physically. She's not mature intellectually. She hasn't achieved anything. And effectively, you're, if you continue to entertain this part of your brain, you're an ephebophile pervert. And this is the kind of shit that Alan Dershowitz specifically loved this movie. Jeffrey Epstein specifically loved this movie. Alan Dershowitz has argued for a reduction in the age of consent, likely so he could reenact this movie in real life. This entire line of thinking is what justified Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking ring. So whatever part of like the liberal progressive, oh, we're just playing with these crazy ideas and we're not going to deny our base deny your base impulses. Deny them. Okay? There are plenty of attractive women who are intellectually, physically, emotionally mature enough that it is perfectly fine for you to be attracted to them. I'm not even going to give you examples, but this should be so fucking obvious that whatever part of your personality is compelling you to continue to engage with this content as an adult, kill it. Kill that part of your personality. Find something else. Jesus Christ. I don't feel like I should have to emphasize that. Whatever. All right. Off of the ephebophilia, back to the terrorism.
Israeli military experiences in the West Bank is literally legal, okay? It is legal resistance against an occupying military force.
When Hasan says settlers, isn't he talking about the settlement of Tel Aviv? It's hard to know. Well, here he's specifying the West Bank, but like they've played this game in the past over and over again that every single person in Israel is considered an occupier or is considered a settler. When they say,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Lauren Southern's book says that Andrew Tate raped her. No, allegedly is not important. You guys don't... Okay. Libel and slander is for when you are knowingly lying or being so negligent with the way that you're discussing things that you defame someone. There are video interviews of women who have repeatedly accused Andrew Tate of physically abusing them and raping them. One of my internet friends, Lauren Southern, wrote a book saying that she was fucking raped by Andrew Tate. To the best of my training and knowledge, based off of all available information, Andrew Tate is a fucking sex trafficker and a rapist. If he wants to sue me, then he can fucking sue me. And you know what's going to be so funny about that? I'm going to pull up the BBC interviews. I'm going to pull up Lauren Southern's book. I'm going to pull up his own videos of him talking about sex trafficking women using the Loverboy method. And I'm just going to play it for a court. And by the way, there's hours of that content of Andrew Tate admitting to being a sex trafficker. There's fucking videos of him sexually abusing a 14-year-old girl. You're worried about defaming a fucking rapist? You're worried about defaming a fucking guy who is sexually abusing a 14-year-old girl on videotape, confirmed? You guys are being pussies. Like, what are you doing? Don't give these people any latitude. Enough with the ephebophilia. Back to the terrorism.
F for Israeli occupation force, they're referring to the entirety of Israel. They're not just referring to the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. You can ask them, and they'll be honest with you about that. When you say occupying or the occupation, are you referring to only the West Bank and Gaza? Then most of them at this point, I think, will be honest. The ones that are the ideological ones will say, well, technically all of Israel is kind of an occupation. They'll say that. And they might just say, it's a little bit worse in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. But it really all is. When they say things like apartheid, so you'd say, would you say it's only apartheid in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip? No, they won't say that. They'll say the entirety of Israel is an apartheid state. I think, is it Amnesty International, like even has that position? No, it's not. It's the blue site. What am I thinking of?
Fast and Bulbous for $5. Israel-Palestine is so boring. Can we get U.S. versus Mexico round 2? Deep down, it's what we yearn for. Agreed.
I feel like it's blue. It's not this one. This is the yellow. These guys have the yellow. Amnesty International.
Larry Hutchinson says, not asking for all the details, but I never heard that Tate did that. When did this happen? Is she pressing charges? I hope they lock him up. So, okay. Lauren told me in 2022, this would have been the Baltimore shoot. She said, oh, yeah, I've hung out with Tate before, and he roofied me, and blah, 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 blah. And, I was lucky that I had good friends there who were able to get me out of the situation. That's what she told me. She didn't tell me that she got raped, but guess what? A lot of women don't like to talk about their rapes, okay? So when it came out in her book that because she always hung out with all the schizo, dissident, right-wing people. So when it came out in her book, like, oh, well, Andrew Tate's a credibly accused rapist, and we hung out, and he drugged me, and you can guess what happened next. I don't want to talk about it. The implication to me is that Andrew Tate fucking raped Lauren Southern. Now, whether or not that happened, I don't fucking know. I'm not Lauren Southern. I'm not there. But I have the BBC interviews. I have Lauren Southern saying that. I have the most recent video where he was dating a girl in LA and beat the shit out of her. Dude, fuck this guy. Like, seriously, like, this guy deserves to be at minimum incarcerated, if not euthanized by the state. So no, I'm not playing this fucking don't sue me optics game. Please sue me. Please bring a frivolous lawsuit. I won't even hire a lawyer. I'll just show up with endless tapes of you admitting that you're a fucking sex trafficking piece of shit. Randy says, I don't think she's pressing charges. I don't think she's pressing charges either, but she did make a police report in the jurisdiction like within a week. So that would be a matter of public record, whether or not she made a report that she was drugged and or assaulted. Wowman542 says, hold a charity auction so whoever bids the highest gets 5 undisturbed minutes with bad empanada in a boxing cage will solve world hunger. Bruh, I would do that charity all day. Anyways, quick shill before we move on. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage in chat, comment for the comment gods, watch the VODs, love the VODs, enjoy the VODs. Super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Parasocially love you for being here. Thank you for flying Counterpoints Airlines.
It might be Human Rights Watch. Human Rights Watch.
Ooh, Numinax became a member. Thank you, King.
Apartheid Israel. Yeah, these guys. So, and Amnesty International probably says it's apartheid as well. But so the entire state is an apartheid state.
I cannot repeat this enough. Just like any kind of violence that the Israeli occupying force experiences in the Gaza Strip is actually, once again, totally legal and totally moral resistance.
That is insane to say when parts of the violence for October 7th related to the mass slaughter of civilians. And I mean, he'll deny any rapes happened, I guess, but I mean, and also the rape and sexual assault, but also just in definition, what he's saying, all violence is acceptable. That's not true. That is not true. You can't do that. That's not true. That's not justified under any international law anywhere. It's just not true.
By the
Numinax says, what the fuck? I just subbed and I want to unsub. Too late now, brother.
Palestinians. Doesn't matter if they're the Al-Aqsa Brigade. Doesn't matter if they're a part of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Doesn't matter if they're...
Like, Al-Aqsa Brigades is the name. I don't know why he's not just saying...
The 1961 by Kubrick? Bruh. Is it any different? 1962, Lolita. Look how it pops up. 1962, Lolita. Well, at least she almost looks like an adult. That's nice. Nope. Still got the 13 to 14-year-old vibes. Still got the vibes. Also, Numinax, you want to unsub because I did an anti-pedophilic rant? That's interesting. Is it a French movie? Because that would explain it. Middle-aged literature professor who develops an infatuation with an adolescent. It stars James Mason as Humbert, Shelley Winters as Mrs. Hayes, Pete Sellers as Quilty, and Sue Lyon in her film debut as Dolores Lolita Hayes. The novel was considered unfilmable when Kubrick acquired the rights around the time of U.S. publication, owing the restrictions impossible by Hays Code 34-68. Kubrick and producer James B. Harris were compelled to tone down the pedophilic elements that were central to the novel's narrative. Sue Lyon was 14 years old at the time of filming and played a 13-year-old girl at the time of Humbert's seduction. So no, it's still a fucking movie about ephebophilia / pedophilia. What the fuck, man? Just stop. Just stop. Why? What? Why am I? What is it? Neverax. Why are you? Because you said like, oh, or Numinax. Excuse me, Numinax. Why did you say that you didn't? You were like, oh, I just subbed. I want to unsub. Is it because we're talking about spicy content, or is it because I went on an anti-pedophile rant? I must know. I must know.
Saying Hamas, that Al-Aqsa Brigades is the military faction of Hamas. Palestinian Islamic Jihad was the other like governing entity there, I think, or party, I guess. The second largest from the no wait, hold on, wait, I just made that up. No wait, is Palestinian Islamic Jihad is Al-Qassam Brigades? No, Al-Aqsa Brigades is Hamas and Al-Qassam. no, Al-Qassam Brigades.
Yeah. I'll watch the Steven Seagal version. Absolutely. Absolutely, we'll watch the Steven Seagal version.
Is Hamas and Al-Quds Brigade? Is Palestinian Islamic Jihad, I think? Wait, let me check. Al-Quds Brigade is, hold on, this should be, I think, Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Sometimes people abbreviate this as PIJ. And then Al-Qassam Brigades is, wait, Al-Aqsa Brigades. Is this a new thing created to describe the people that did October 7th? Because they call October 7th, don't they call that Al-Aqsa flood? Isn't that the name?
Yes, Al-Aqsa is the mosque that's in Jerusalem. They called it the Al-Aqsa flood. Yes.
That they gave it?
DFL legal and total violence, any kind of violence that the Israeli occupying force experiences in the Gaza Strip is actually, once again, totally legal and totally moral resistance by the Palestinians. Doesn't matter if they're the Al-Aqsa Brigade, doesn't matter if they're a part of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad.
Okay, yeah. So he's just explicitly referring to the October
Terrorist organizations. Amazing.
7th attacks. He's just justifying. He's just saying that those attacks were moral, not just legal, which they weren't. He's also saying they were moral, which they weren't.
Doesn't matter if they're DFLP, PFLP, or even former Fatah militants.
DFLP and PFLP, these are considered terrorists by everyone. You remember when Bad Bunny got banned from Twitch? Where's the picture of her? It's because she was wearing, it was either PFLP or DFLP bandana. What am I typing? Maybe it was a PFLP one? I don't remember what she was wearing. Does anybody have the picture of her when she got banned? Oh, Kira Chats. Maybe I do that. Maybe Kira Chats banned Twitch. She got perma-banned for this, for supporting terrorism. I believe it's been a while, but for things like, I think it's called, was it Black September? When Palestinians were
Noonan Star. You don't say crazy shit enough for me to ban, but you do say crazy shit all the time. This idiot is opining on something he does not understand. Read the book, then maybe you can condemn it. Dude, reading Mein Kampf, but shaking my head the entire time so people know that I think it's bad. That's you. You're reading Lolita, but you're shaking your head the entire time so people know that you think it's bad. Dude, that's so funny. That's so funny to me. You think 99% of people who are reading that book are like, oh, wow, this isn't titillating at all. Like, yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah. You go ahead and read Lolita, but shake your head just so everybody knows that you think it's bad. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
no, it wasn't just this. I believe it was the PFLP that was hijacking planes.
Yep, Lisa Lopez. Epstein's plane was literally called the Lolita Express. Exactly. Thank you. Thank you.
I think, like the following summer here or whatever. Let me see if I got this. Palestinian plane hijackings. I want to say this in the 70s. Been too long for this. Black September to the Olympic attacks. Yeah, I think that was just done by the PLO though. But we just kind of forget that, okay? It is what it is. It's history, okay? But yeah, I think that was the PLO proper, right? It was the PFLP, okay. Did this plane hijacking. There was a while where Palestinians were just hijacking planes to fuck up. I mean, yeah, but this is just a terrorist group, okay? Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, PFLP, and the DFLP, which I think is the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine. These are like super commie socialist groups. I don't mean that just derisive.
The reason why I'm engaging more with chat instead of engaging with the content is because so far all I've seen is Hasan did apologia for terrorism. Destiny is running down that he's specifically calling out terrorist organizations who would be justified in resisting IOF and settlers. And then he's just proving that not only are these terrorist orgs, but all the language flows together in order to justify murdering Israeli civilians. Specifically settlers, because that's what happened on October 7, 2023. They didn't just shoot the military-aged males, which would be a step in the right direction, but still horrific. They didn't just shoot, armed IDF or armed settlers. They shot men, women, and children, right? So this is Hasan Piker very easily making excuses for terrorist organizations, and then Hasan Piker's chat has the balls to try to defend him, right? Like, seriously, fuck Hasan, fuck his audience.
Well, I do mean that insultingly, but also this is, I believe, how they identified everything. But like, Bad Bunny got banned, I think, just for wearing one of these bandanas. And so it's crazy to hear Hasan just openly support the groups. That's wild to me.
Okay, by the Palestinians, the occupying force experiences in the Gaza Strip is actually, once again, just like any kind of violence,
Numenac says, "Oh, okay, he's gonna think I'm anti-pedo." Yeah, I did think you were a pedo for a second, but that's okay. That's okay. You know, we have some Lolita enjoyers in chat apparently.
that the Israeli occupying force experiences in the Gaza Strip is actually, once again, totally legal and totally moral resistance by the Palestinians. Doesn't matter if they're the Al-Aqsa Brigade, doesn't matter if they're a part of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, doesn't matter if they're DFLP, PFLP, or even former Fatah militants. Okay? It is
Look at Newman X, bro. Oh, Newman X just got a trial by fire. What is it? What is it? Walt yelling in car. This is Newman X. He's watching me. It's 10:58. It's 11:05. I'm 7 minutes behind. And he's like, no, Connor, I'm not a Lolita fan. Oh, shit. Newman X fucking catching strays. Okay. So for those of you who are new, thank you for being here. The way that it works is I do watch the content, obviously, and sometimes I'll get in like a crazy rant hole. But unfortunately, I just agree with Steve in a substantive degree that Hasan is a terrorist apologizing piece of shit. So I don't have much to add. And so what I do while I'm listening to content is I actually scroll through my chat and I read as much of chat as possible. And so I'm typically 5 to 20 minutes behind. And so as a result, I'm reading your chat in chronological order, but it actually does cause these like weirdly funny moments where Numenac says, damn, don't know, I just subbed, I want to unsub. And I was like, wait, because I'm criticizing Lolita. And then effectively like, he has to wait 20 minutes for me to catch up with him being like, no, I just don't like this discourse. You know what? I'm going to show you one other thing too. This is you. You got visited by the discourse. So not only are you screaming in the back of the van, but this is you. You have been visited by the horse disc, the discourse of discourse. Poor guy. Poor Numenax. What a trial by fire he's gone through. My apologies.
It's perfectly legal, perfectly valid, and perfectly moral.
Like none of those three things are true. Valid, I guess, maybe whatever the valid means, but
okay, 100%. This is not like this is not a gray area. This is black and white. Okay, it doesn't get more black and white than this. Israel is in the wrong. Israel is actually engaging in an apartheid.
Israel is in the wrong. Israel is engaging in apartheid,
which is a crime in and of itself.
Which is a crime. They believe that apartheid exists everywhere, right? Human Rights Watch, probably Amnesty International, everybody else says it's an apartheid all over Israel.
Doing a genocide in Gaza and an apartheid in the West Bank. Two crimes in and of itself.
He says a genocide in Gaza and he says an apartheid in the West Bank. But if you ask them, they will say, well, no, all of Israel is an apartheid state. They will say that every time, guaranteed, bet my life on it.
And every type of armed resistance against both the settlers and also the Israeli occupying force in
both the settlers and the Israeli occupying force. Okay. So every single.
Oh my God, guys, stop defending it. McDevin says, Cotter, you're not supposed to sympathize with the main character, Hubert. His selfishness causes him not to see Dolores as an object, not a person. You're doing the thing. You're doing the, I'm reading Lolita, but I'm shaking my head the whole time. So they know that I think Hubert is a bad guy. How about just stop reading pedo fanfic? How about that? McDevin says you're unironically acting like someone who won't watch American History X because the main character is a neo-Nazi. Dude, but that's the point. How is American History X used nowadays? Okay, listen. I love American History X. I think it's an excellent film. And in the same way that you think Lolita is an excellent film or think Lolita is an excellent book. However, how do people use American History X nowadays? They use it as Nazi propaganda. They cut out the parts where he goes to prison and makes a black friend. And then he's like, hey guys, I can't be a Nazi anymore because I never thought that black people, like one black guy might be nice. My entire Nazi ideology has been undone by the fact that a black guy was nice to me in prison, which is like also the dumbest way. Like obviously, like de-radicalization can come from exposure, but at the same time, like, what do people actually post? They post videos of the kid being a fucking asshole and harassing black kids and being a Nazi in school. And then they also post videos of this guy. What is the movie most famous for? It's most famous for Edward Norton being fucking jacked and curb stomping two black guys and fucking killing them by breaking their teeth and necks on the curb. That's what this video is, or this movie is most famous for. So yeah, you can say, hey bro, like I really like American History X. I think its de-radicalization mission is actually dope. Like you could totally say that. But I'm going to say 80%, 90% of people who watch American History X now, they're people who just cut out the Nazi parts so they have pro-Nazi propaganda. So yeah, the same way that you can say, well, you know, I watched Lolita and I actually got the message that ephebophilia is bad. Well, number one, you should probably already know that ephebophilia is bad. Number two, probably 80% to 90% of people who watch Lolita on repeat, they have something fucking psychologically wrong with them where they want to play with the idea of being in love with a 14-year-old girl. They're not watching it constantly because they think ephebophilia is bad. They're watching it constantly because they want to play with the idea of ephebophilia in their mind. So, yeah, stop. Stop. Okay? Okay? It could be an excellent piece of art. Still pedophile shit.
Single citizen in Israel besides Arabs and there, I think some sect of Judaism, some religious sect used to be exempted from military service. I think that might have gotten overturned.
No, I don't have to read it. I can hate it from afar.
Kind of recently.
In the West Bank, doesn't matter if it's your favorite.
Wowman542 says, let's get JBP to talk about the literary value of Lolita, and we'll see if that changes Connor's tune. Yeah, I'll start calling my dad a fucking pedophile. My digital dad. If he's like, man, Lolita's just the best book ever written, then I'll be like, okay, Dad, you're a fucking pedophile. Shut the fuck up.
Podcast.
He says in the West Bank, they do extend this, right? We had the baby settlers thing. All of Israel is an occupying entity.
There's like a wife that participated in these raids, and also the Israeli occupying force in the West Bank. Doesn't matter if it's your favorite podcast. There's like a wife that participated in.
Speaking of Ryle Kittenhouse, we're actually talking about how Lolita is bad, Ryle Kittenhouse. But he's like, counterpoint sweeping for minor abuse, counterpoint sweeping for minor abuse, counterpoint sweeping for minor abuse. Hey, Ryle Kittenhouse, didn't you beat the shit out of one of your former partners? Didn't you get arrested for domestic battery? You know, riddle me that real quick before I ban you. Yeah. West Coast girl. Hey, try not to catch a fourth felony. Yeah, aren't you like a multi-time felon? Aren't you somebody who got fucking arrested for domestic battery? And you're in here fucking throwing elbows? All right, I'll see if the wrenches get to you before I do.
In these raids, the violence that the Palestinians.
So I have no idea why you're calling out a U.S. citizen. Well, I do know why.
Because it's stochastic terrorism.
There's this myth that's passed around that Hila was involved in like violent night terror raids against Palestinians in the West Bank because of a story that she told going on. I think it was some night raid or whatever, or some
fable. Damn. DGG ephebophiles catching strays, bro. Fable says, I'm anti the people who moralize about pedos. I think if y'all yell pedos at your hard drive, your hard drive needs to be checked first. Okay, cool. If you jerk off to kids, you're a fucking pedo. I love how this is like supposed to be like an anti-terrorism video, and effectively we just have DGG ephebophiles fucking outing themselves. Look, so desktop, no porn. Downloads, no porn. Okay, documents, no porn. Pictures, no porn. Thumbnails, gun designs, more thumbnails for Warhammer shit. Music, no porn. Videos, no porn. This is all the shit that I do for my work. These are all video files that are for videos that I'm creating. And look, none of them involve weird titles involving horses or children. These are all exclusively fucking things related to work. So no, wrong. And by the way, you could do the same thing on my cell phone right now. You could literally go through every single folder and I wouldn't give a shit. You know why? Because I don't make excuses for fucking ephebophiles and pedophiles. And I don't engage in ephebophilic or pedophilic behavior, you fucking freaks. So if I lose 2 or 3 DGG members today because you guys are fucking pedo and ephebophile and lolicon apologists, no offense, but go fuck yourselves. Okay? Grow up. If you're over the age of 18, stop jerking off to teenagers. This is actually like, it's no longer an anti-terrorism segment. It's an anti-pedophile segment. If you're fucking jerking off to kids or jerking off to teenagers and you're over the age of 18, grow the fuck up. The only way that a 14-year-old or the only way that a 14-year-old should be the object of a sexual desire is if it's from another 14-year-old. Okay? Because they're growing up and they're figuring out their hormones and all that kind of shit. If you're over the age of 18, stop sexually objectifying people under the age of 18. It's actually that fucking easy. Okay? There's plenty of 18-year-olds. There's plenty of 19-year-olds. There's plenty of 20-year-olds who are physically adults, but mentally quite immature. And there's plenty of 20-year-olds, people between the age of 20 and the age of 25 who are both mentally, emotionally, and physically mature who should be the objects of your sexual desire. And if you are over the age of 18 and you continue to make teenagers the object of your sexual desire, you are sexually and socially stunted and you need to fucking stop. Okay? Get help. Stop. Get help. Okay? This community isn't for you. I don't know what part of like American patriotism, neoconservatism, and never Trump republicanism you thought was going to be ephebophilic. That's more the MAGA. That's more the MAGA wing of the Republican Party. That's more the dissident right wing part of the party. They're the ones who like to fuck teenagers. This is the normal. This is the normal part of the center. This is the normal part of liberals. This is the normal part of neoconservatives and moderate Republicans. We don't enjoy encouraging people to engage in the most degenerate behavior possible. So if you thought this was going to be a safe community for you, you were wrong. And you're welcome here if you change. But if you don't change, I'm going to be actively hostile to you. Okay? Stop being a fucking pedophile. It's actually super easy.
Visiting some Palestinian thing in the West Bank or whatever, and the mythos that gets shot around in these weird pro-Pally communities is that she was like basically part of this like torture group, or they were just running around the West Bank and capturing people and killing them. And there's no evidence of any of that. Nobody's ever posited anything there that seems even remotely credible. This is just like the memes that they tell about Hila, kind of like the child killing cartoons or whatever. Is this unhinged tirade some sort of damage control because hardcore lefties got butthurt and now he's cranking up crazies to placate them? No, it is not. People keep spreading that rumor around because I don't know who it is. I don't know if Dan or somebody else that digs up like old clips of Hasan to post or whatever. It's annoying because people don't know the timeline on this.
Solar Coaster says, I'm watching your mental breakdown amuses me. Cool. What part am I wrong on?
But Hasan said this all on his own. This was 4 days ago. Now, I don't know why this is just getting posted now on LSF, but this came up 4 days ago, which I believe was before he gave that interview. I don't know why it's just getting posted now, but
engaging in an act of resistance against this illegal occupying force is literally legal, definitionally legal.
That is not true. No part of that statement is true. No part of that statement is true. Okay. Destiny, about the Hasan clip, would you concede that you could emotionally justify? You can emotionally justify anything, bro. What are you talking about? What a strange phrase. Targeting civilians if you grant that it's a genocide and apartheid. For example, most people would be fine if the Jews killed Nazi civilians during World War II. Since you're the one who keeps insisting that international law is meaningless in that region, the emotional argument is more relevant. No. You can't use the international law argument on me. That's your argument. Because Israel already accepts that it's not going to be treated fairly by any of the neighboring people that fight against them. So you can't go.
Hey, Noonan Star, you're getting really close to a fucking ban. You think it's unintelligent? Like, if you want to read fan fiction about sexually abusing 14-year-old girls, so you can realize that sexually abusing 14-year-old girls is bad, you do you, whatever. But you're getting pretty close to a fucking ban. It's not stupid to realize that people use art for its inverted purpose. So yeah.
Oh, well, if you're saying that it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. International law is not applied to the enemies of Israel. Period. It is never applied to their enemies. If it was, all of them.
Good grief, Griff is nailing it. Your chat is watching Lolita the way that other people read Playboy magazines. Yeah.
Would be considered rule breakers. The ICC, well, the ICC did issue arrest warrants on the head of the Politburo for Hamas was, I'm trying to remember the names. Was it Ismail Hania or whatever? He's dead. Rip Bozo. It was Sinwar who got freed, I believe, in 2014 in that Gilad Shaad, whatever that Jew's name, prisoner exchange, who was the leader of the Gaza Strip. He's dead. Rip Bozo, Sinwar.
Okay,
And
Noonan, this community isn't for you. It's not for you. Fuck off. Listen. Fuck off.
then Mohammed Deif, I believe, was the leader of Al-Qassam brigades for the Hamas people, and he's dead, I believe. Rip Bozo, right? Those three. So all three. I think they issued arrest warrants for all three of those guys, right? They're all dead now. Rip. Wait, I missed the rest of that. But also, I don't think people would be okay with Jews killing German civilians. I'm not sure if they would be. I mean, like, maybe they would be because like the Holocaust was so horrible, but I don't think that I'm not aware of that ever happening. Did it? I'm not aware of that ever happening if it did.
AKA Batasoy says you can't brag about a work PC. Bro, I can do the same thing on my phone. I can do the same thing on my laptop. I can do the same thing. I don't have a dedicated goon computer because I'm not a fucking freak. So, no, sorry. That you're not going to... This isn't like a Jungian shadow thing. This isn't like a... this isn't like where... you know, somebody is obsessed with a topic so much that there ends up being like a dark part of their personality that they indulge in. Nope. You know what I do with the dark parts of my personality? I starve them. Okay? I starve them. Okay. Hold on. I'll be right back. You guys are calling me out for having a second computer. Let's do it.
Okay? It's just the truth. Straight up. It doesn't matter that they look to be in garb that makes you think that they're in the right. Okay?
And right now, life is...
Like, I don't understand how people, it's just so cucked that, like, we're at a time point now where the ground is so fertile for anti-Semitism in the United States because the left, the far left, and the far right are both totally on board with it. Now, you have your stalwart defense and the old boomer right, because they all love Israel. You kind of have this mid-left boomer defense of Israel, although the Palestinian stuff is weighing greatly on Jewish sympathy.
Let's do it. You guys think that I'm Vosh. I'm not Vosh. Okay? Don't know if you can see it. Here's an Adobe Acrobat thing. Here's the Finder folder. Look at all my recent files. Okay? Screen recording of a TV show. Marine reacts to something. Screen recording of a TV show. 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 Screen cap. Screen cap. Screen cap. Screen cap. Applications. No dark web. Deep web explorer so I can look at weird goon shit. Desktop. Video recordings of marine shit for a breakdown. Documents. Nothing goony in here. Literally crazy schizo fucking drawings for 3D printing projects. Downloads. Thumbnails and videos for video project. This is my second computer. I don't have any crazy goon stuff on here too. And I don't have another computer. You guys don't get it. You guys don't get it. You're so used to everybody being a fucking freak that you think that you have to be a freak to be on the internet. No. You can just, guys, I hate to say this to you, but you can just enjoy sexual attraction to adults. You can be sexually attracted to adults. I don't know if you guys knew that. You could try that instead of various fairy tale creatures or various animals or post-adolescent children. You could try just being sexually attracted to adults. It's actually this cool thing that people over the age of 30 did. you know, then you can also just not be an antisocial pro-terrorist freak. This has effectively become like an anti-terrorism, anti-gooner segment now. It's more like Destiny is giving you the anti-terrorism propaganda. I'm giving you the anti-gooning propaganda. Stop being a terrorist. Stop making excuses for terrorist organizations. Stop gooning to weird shit. Stop it. Just stop it. Be normal. Like, be normal. Be normal. Be normal. It's actually not hard. It's not very hard at all. If you have a dark impulse, and by the way, here's something that I'll admit to. I have dark impulses. I have homicidal impulses. I have dark thoughts. And you know what I do to those thoughts? I say, wow, that's bad. I shouldn't indulge in that. Instead of being like Max Carson and diving into the worst impulses of my fucked up caveman brain, I go, wow, that's a bad part of me. That's not pro-social. That's not good for me. It's not good for my family. It's not good for humanity. It's not good for life. So I'm going to take that thought. I'm going to say, wow, that's fucked up. And I'm going to push that thought to the side. And I'm going to try to think about more positive things. Jesus Christ. It's not hard, guys. It's not hard. Stop gooning. The only reason why I'm unironically... Oh, sorry. I need to add Stephen back to the thing. The only reason why I wasn't showing my taxes folder, I could Google it, but I think that I might actually have taxes on this computer, and they might be actual tax documents. These are actual tax returns. So 2020 tax return, 2021 tax return, benefit summary, invoice, VAPL work. So the only reason why I'm not showing you these files is because they're unironically tax information with my personal information on it. Fashion 40 says, why they got to be DGG? I don't know, because half of my audience is DGG. I also don't really cross-pollinate with like Vosh or anybody else.
In the United States, right? We've already had assassinations of Jewish people in the U.S. for being Jewish. I don't understand why this type of is allowed to proliferate on this platform, just completely and totally unobstructed and fearlessly too. The thing that always irritates me, these people, it's like every time I was on Twitch, when I would say anything, I'm like, am I about to get banned? I got to be careful on this. These guys are fearless. It's actually fearless that he could just like outwardly praise terrorist groups, outwardly praise terrorist actions, and then outwardly say that terrorism is justified for whatever XYZ reason on all Israeli citizens. That's just wild to me. Destiny, you have records of the leaders of the Warsaw Ghetto resistance directly speaking of how they don't want to attack Polish citizens in their rage.
Obama says, what if Kristi Noem is the object of my desire? Well, at least she's an adult, right?
Out of the ghetto for weapons and supplies. Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, you also had Nelson Mandela and the ANC talking about how explicitly they didn't want to just start murdering civilians because it would make their movement look horrible. And you have MLK, you know, saying that like we have to do active like nonviolent protests. And we have to have a commitment to nonviolence because it makes us look bad if you get violent. Like, yeah, every successful group in history has done this. One thing that's not talked about enough, and if we're going to bring race to this all the time, then I think maybe we need to take a good look at this. Hasan is from Turkey. Turkey is an ethno-state. Turkey was explicitly created in an ethno-state. The fall of the Ottoman Empire after 1917, when they began to genocide all of the Armenians and when they ethnically cleansed all the Greeks away, they did that with the explicit goal of creating their new ethno-state after the fall of the Ottoman Empire because they wanted their own country with their own ethnic group. And today they continue to engage in that sort of genocidal ethnic cleansing in intent against the Kurdish people in the southeast of the country. So I think the fact that you have a guy that comes from Turkey, which is a genocidal colonial state, they are currently engaged in that type of action. In the island of Cyprus to the south of Turkey, they're currently engaged in genocidal actions against the Kurds. Remember how they said, oh, when we abandon the Kurds,
sorry, I'm actually listening to Stephen right now instead of getting one guide about a phobophilic bullshit. So I'm just letting Stephen make a point so I can respond to it, so we can actually engage with some of the anti-terrorism rhetoric as well.
Under Trump, we didn't abandon the Kurds to Assad. We didn't abandon the Kurds to ISIS. We abandoned the Kurds to Turkey to kill. Okay, and then there was it was like 1 million or more Greek citizens where ethnic cleanses were moved from Turkey because they don't want to deal with any of them. So I don't know, a guy that's coming from Turkey, whose uncle founded a network called the Young Turks, which was the name of the group that was largely responsible for the Armenian genocide, is really weird to me. I don't know what kind of ethnic ground he can stand on to attack all Israelis or all Jewish people, mentioning the Ela Klein.
Okay, so I think we can say both are bad, right? We can say that the Gazan operations are bad. We can also say that like Turkish ethno-supremacy is bad. We can also say that Hasan is a hypocrite for not calling out Arab, Turkic, Hazara, Iranian, Persian, Afghan, Pashtun, Tuareg, Bedouin, Arabian ethno-religious supremacist issues. I think I can get behind that. So effectively, if there's anything that you guys are getting out of the content today, it's don't be a terrorist and don't be a pedophile. That's what I'm hoping to enforce in my community. Boog says, do you make a distinction between the pedos who act on it and the ones who don't? Yeah, of course. But at the same time, pedophiles who don't act on it should still resist their compulsions. They should realize that it's something fucked up with their childhood where they got abused, or it's something fucked up with their genetics where their hormonal attractive shit just got like crossfired wrong. And so as a result, they should try to be as normal as possible, and they shouldn't abuse anyone. And neuroplasticity, guys, like seriously, this is something that you guys, Chud Logic, we had a fight about this in reference to food shops. This is something that legitimately pisses me off about all the fucking, like, Fable's probably going to catch a ban in a minute because they keep making like lolicon apologia in my chat. Neuroplasticity, also known as neuroplasticity or simply plasticity, is the brain's ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections throughout life. This ability allows the brain to adapt to new situations, learn new skills, and recover from injuries. It's the brain's capacity to change and adapt in response to experience, whether through functional or structural changes, and it's not limited to childhood, but continues throughout life. What you think is what you are. What you think is what you become. And so if you guys, not you guys, I guarantee you out of 165 people here, 160 of you guys, I'm not talking about. But if you continue to reinforce the lolicon, pedophile, ephebophile connections in your brain, you are going to become more of a pedophile and more of an ephebophile. Whereas if you just say, hey, this is not a healthy pro-social sexual thing for me to be engaged in, and just because I'm free to do it within a free society that hasn't legally prohibited it, it's still antisocial and it's still bad for me, so I'm going to stop. You're going to starve that part of your brain, and you're going to refocus your brain on different things. Like, I don't know, being sexually attracted to adults or not being a fucking terrorist, right? So how about all the fucking Lolita, pedophile, ephebophile fucking apologists in my chat? How about you guys just fucking stop and start focusing on adults and adult shit and stop being pedophiles and don't be a terrorist supporter, right? Should be easy. Should be relatively easy. Just stop.
Who is an American citizen living in the United States of America, and then not have to address or reconcile with the genocidal history of his bloodline and his the country that his parents come from, which when I believe his dad is like a founding.
Solar Coaster says, Valor, you're talking about yourself staring into a camera and your mind is going crazy. No, there's 160 people here and we're having an ongoing conversation, Solar Coaster. So if you want to, I don't know, either engage in the conversation or explain an actual objection or criticism that you have, or if you don't and you just keep saying like, haha, bro is going off, lol, I'm just going to ban you too. I don't need you. Yeah, Warhammer. Unironically, what's in the Dark Eldar folder? That's true. That's a good point, actually.
Member of some far-right political party. I think. I don't know as much about it. But like, that's crazy to me. And maybe it does need to be addressed more, that if we're going to bring up like the ethno-bend or the ethno-religious or the
Dami says, just as DGG, we're getting painted with a broad brush. Sure. I think 99% of DGG is not pedophiles or ephebophiles or Lolita apologists. Okay. However, you have to understand the Mr. Girl arc happened. There are lolicon apologists and pedophile and ephebophile apologists within that community, and that not all of them were purged. Fable says, Connor, the fact that you have to constantly keep saying this is weird if you're an adult being anti-pedo is like saying I'm anti-bad things happened, obviously. Who are you preaching to exactly? You, Fable. anime PFP making lolicon arguments, I'm preaching to you and all the people around you. When you start making pro lolicon arguments, you should be called out and forced to grow the fuck up. Bella says, I don't think he's paying attention to the video. You're right. Terrorism is bad. What do you want me to say?
No nationalist tendencies of Israel, maybe more attention needs to be paid from where people like Hasan come from and what his ideology is. Because I've never heard him say shit about what Turkey has done in the past or what Turkey is currently doing right now. So I don't know. Maybe that's worth paying attention to, but Jesus Christ, these statements are unhinged. Anyway, did Hasan support Israeli embassy workers in the U.S. being murdered too? My recollection of that, I could be wrong. Maybe I'm referring to a different event. Is I thought that Hasan said that when that happened, that it was a false flag. His chat was spamming hearts as he read the shooter's statement. Wait, really? More than 200,000 Israelis, according to the organizers, protested tonight in Tel Aviv, calling for a deal for the release of the hostages and ending the war in Gaza. It's just so, like, God, I can't wait until you guys all nuke each other. I can't wait until this stupid region just sinks into the ocean. There will be no hostage deal, okay? Because the thing that I said before is that both sides are always incentivized to fight forever with each other, okay? Netanyahu will not accept, from my understanding, will not accept a hostage deal that doesn't have the unilateral, complete and total disarmament and abandonment of Hamas from the Gaza Strip, right? So Netanyahu's priority is the eradication of Hamas so that he can exert another civil administrator's control over the Gaza Strip. Okay, period.
Jet X says you're getting massively one-guyed. It happens. It happens. Listen, dude, let's be real here. You know, it's 11:23. It's currently 11:36. I'm 13 minutes behind on chat. The reason why I haven't been reacting to Steven throughout this segment, which has become a mildly anti-terrorist, majority anti-pedophile, ephebophile thing, is because I do feel bad. I think it was Severin. Severin said, my dog's dying. I watched Lolita, you know, cheered me up a little bit, whatever. I don't even know if they even said that. Sorry, I knocked out my monitors. 1 second. 1 second. Just waiting for my monitors to come back. I always kick the cables and then it fucks up. Really? Don't go into standby mode. Come back, you fucking piece of shit. What are you doing? What? I clicked a button with my toe and it shut off my monitors. So anyways, let's break this down. So Severin, I've seen Severin in the chat before. I try to create a welcoming community as maximally as possible. I want as many people in CGG or COG, the COG, if you will. I want as many people in here as possible. However, what I'm not going to accept is DGG and the Twitch and YouTube political space is filled with people with Peter Pan syndrome, people who never want to grow up, underemployed, overeducated people who use the internet as a social space. Okay. And I'm happy to be your social space. I want to be your social space. I want you to hang out here. I want you to like the stream. I want you to super chat. I want you to dono. I want you to be a member. I want you to be an active part of the community. I want you to participate in chat, et cetera, et cetera. But what I'm not willing to do, to the point that I'm willing to lose some community members, is I'm not going to indulge you in your Peter Pan syndrome. I'm not going to tell you that you're a liberal, so you have the right opinions on politics. And Steven is the best creator since sliced bread, so you're a part of one of the strongest and largest online communities on the planet. Good for fucking you. Okay? That doesn't mean that you can remain an emotionally, mentally, sexually stunted ephebophile. Cartoon ephebophile. Okay? It's not going to happen. So if you want somebody to reinforce your proclivities, maybe go to a fucking progressive space. They'll applaud you for being an ephebophile. If you want somebody who is neutral on your ephebophilia or lolicon consumption, go to a liberal. They'll say, oh, we're all free. Maybe even Erudite. I'm talking a little bit of shit here, but even Erudite will indulge in antisocial. She won't indulge in antisocial sexual behaviors. She will tolerate antisocial sexual behaviors from people around her. So go to a liberal. Okay. They'll say, oh, honey, it's not your fault that you're a fucking freak. It's totally okay. We all have weird impulses. We all have dark impulses. But believe it or not, I'm mildly socially conservative. I think jerking off to kids is weird. I think jerking off to teenagers shows that you're socially or sexually stunted and you need to grow the fuck up. And if that's a problem for you, then this is where our relationship ends. You know? I like Severin. I hope Severin does great. I'm sorry that their dog is passing. I hope that they find some solace and some peace and some respite in this traumatic time in their life. But if they go to Lolita as a comfort movie, that's a red flag for me. If there's people in my community saying, oh, it's not that big of a deal, that's a red flag for me. And I'm not going to change. So y'all change or don't. But if you're making lolicon excuses in my chat, you're not going to stick around for long. I'll tell you that.
All right. That is a greater priority than the hostages. Hamas will not give up the Gaza Strip. And that is a greater priority for them than not having more dead Palestinians. Everybody in the West talks about this retarded. They think that both sides are whatever. I don't care. Jews are retarded on this. No offense. And or the crazy Zio ones, and then the Palestinians are pro-Pali. People are they don't even know what.
Okay, everybody's like, why is it this? What isn't this supposed to be EHD? Number one, we keep getting more viewers, not less. Number two, let's summarize EHD real quick for the people who are like, Connor, you're not engaging with the content. Terrorism's bad. What do you want me to say? Okay, Hasan is doing stochastic terrorism against Ethan Klein and Gila Klein. Destiny called that out, arguably by making a stochastic terrorism point himself. Destiny is getting into the weeds, God bless him, for researching the organizations that Hasan is actually talking about to show you how much of a stochastic terrorist propagandist piece of shit Hasan Piker actually is. Okay? So, anyways.
Any of these countries are. So them. But yeah, everybody's incentivized to keep this going for as long as they can. Either side.
Ben Sunil says, bro, I'm sorry. Dude, okay, sorry. Sorry to the Israeli-Palestinian people. I'm going to fight who I fight.
Side could the other side, in my opinion, pretty hard if they were to step forward and make a deal. Like if Hamas were to tomorrow just release all the hostages and say, all the hostages are back to Israel, please stop attacking us, I think the international pressure, and I think domestic pressure on Israel would be huge. But Netanyahu doesn't want to give that, or Hamas doesn't want to do that because they have a bigger fight in mind. And if Netanyahu, I think, were to say, we're going to do a ceasefire and we're going to, fine, we're going to stop doing this, Hamas needs to release the hostages, it would put a lot of pressure on Hamas. Netanyahu doesn't want to do that. So come the hostages, I guess. They're either dead anyway or no one gives about them. So here's a statement on the Armenian genocide. Brings a tear to my eyes.
The Armenian genocide happened.
Okay, shut the fuck up.
Under the rubble for months now, despite the continual making of more rubble and repeated.
This mic is so compressed. This is a compressed upload. Whatever YouTube channel this is doing another layer of compression.
Bombing of rubble again and again, and the bombings of tents amid the rubble, like the Yemen death toll.
This is insane. Wait, so this is the manifesto of the shooter, and they're just spamming hearts in chat? To be honest, I don't know if Gaza can be rebuilt if Hamas remains in power. Bro, that can be rebuilt in 2 months, okay? It's a small area. You can pour a ton of supplies into there. You can rebuild very quickly if you want.
Starox for $2 says, Connor, the second computer comment was a bit chill. You understand that it was a bit on my end as well, right? You understand that I don't actually think that you're accusing me of having a gooning computer. I'm just going out of my way to show you that I don't have a gooning computer because I don't have a gooning computer. And people who have bad habits, they like to do this projecting thing where they're like, well, the reason why you're criticizing for me for my bad habit is because you secretly have the bad habit. And it's like, no, I don't. I actively avoid the bad habit.
The desire is there for it.
Which had been frozen at some few thousand for few years under the Saudi, US, UK bombardment before being belatedly revealed to stand at 500,000 dead. All of these figures are almost surely a criminal undercount. I have no trouble.
JetX says, we believe you. People are joking. I'm half joking.
Believing the estimates that put the toll at 100,000 or more. More have been murdered since March of this year than in the Protective Edge and Kasled put together. These are two previous sieges that Israel implemented on Gaza in the past.
That was it also. Just sometimes when Israel gets bored, They're just like, let's just siege Gaza for literally no reason.
What more at this point can one say about the proportion of mangled and burned and exploded human beings whom were children?
Also, you should always force this question on the pro-Pallies. Who has killed more Arabs, Israel or Hezbollah? Israel or Ansar Allah? Israel or insert any other Arab terrorist group that you want?
We who let this happen will never deserve the Palestinians.
Alexandra Vizishu makes a comment related to the content. I hate Hasan, but what Destiny says here about ahistorical or partially incorrect, the modern history of Turkey is far more complicated than what Destiny states. That's one of the bad things about it. Well, yeah. So one of the things that he said is like, oh, Turkey's like a modern ethno-state. But how many fucking ethnicities are in Turkey? How many ethnicities are in Turkey? Because I don't think the Turks are going to be the only ones, right? The largest ethno group is the Turks, who make up the majority. Other significant ethnic groups include Kurds, Arabs, Circassians, Armenians, Greeks, and Jews, among others. And so, yeah, like, what is it? Turks are 75% of it. Kurds are 12 to 20%. Arabs are also present. Circassians are Caucasians, people from the Caucasus Mountains, Armenians and Greeks, and other groups. And so the whole point of this is just to say that, like, I don't think Turkey is like a pure ethno state. And I'm pretty sure there's Kurds who live in the Kurdish regions who are rebellious against the central Turkish government. I'm also pretty sure that there's Kurds who live in other regions and they're not rebellious at all. And so they're tolerated and treated as like normal Turkic citizens. So yeah, so saying like it's a purely ethno-religious conflict is probably not accurate and doesn't extend enough nuance to the situation. I agree.
Forgiveness. They've let us know as much.
But Israel, at the end of the day, is a democracy for now. Elections could put someone more pragmatic, even if right-wing, instead of Netanyahu. The Pallies have nothing. I don't know what side you're trying to defend there, but Israel is being pushed further and further to the right every single time like this happens, and the international community's only response is to hindering the Israelis, right? One of your last big pushes to the right, one that Israel arguably still hasn't recovered from, was the Second Intifada, where Arafat sat back in his mansion in Ramallah or whatever, right? And he never put out a call to end the violence. He just sat back and watched it exploded across all of Israel because this guy couldn't do anything beyond lead a military campaign. That was all Arafat had the mind to do, right? Like, imagine playing Civ 6 and the diplomacy button is broken or whatever. All he could do is war. I don't even know if there's diplomacy button in Civ 6, but that's all he could do. And after that, I think the Second Intifada was like that was like the turning point of Israeli society being like, okay, these hate us, like, this is retarded. Like, nothing is ever going to change. Nothing is ever going to. The international community clearly doesn't give and they don't. And Israel is correct to think that. The international community does not give a and I mean, all of this, the October 7th, the past 2 years, I think have proven it is much the same, right? If you're an Israeli and you feel justified in hating Palestinians and that the international community is never going to come to your aid for literally anything ever and doesn't give a about anything that happens to you, then why would you give about the international community? That's the message that's sent. The message is heard loud and clear in Israel from Israelis, so it is what it is.
Action is not necessarily a military action. It usually is not. Usually it is theater and a spectacle, a quality it shares with many unarmed actions. Nonviolent protests in the opening weeks of the genocide seem to signal some sort of turning point.
Israel allowing Arafat to die an old man was one of their biggest mistakes. Well, if you're Palestinian, you think that Arafat was murdered because Israel infected him somehow with AIDS, or because a killer dolphin flew through the air and exploded a bomb on top of him. So
many unarmed actions. Nonviolent protests in the opening weeks of the genocide seem to signal some sort of turning point. Never before had so many tens of thousands joined the sides of Palestinians in the streets across the West. Never before had so many American politicians been forced to concede that, rhetorically at least, the Palestinians were human beings too. But thus far, the rhetoric has not amounted to much. The Israelis themselves boast about their own shock at the free hand the Americans have given them to exterminate the Palestinians.
That's an okay analysis. I think most people are surprised that the Trump admin has effectively handed the Israelis carte blanche to do what they want to do in Gaza. Excuse me, I'm sorry for yawning in your earballs. I'm slowing down now because I'm fighting less pedos because we banned 2 or 3 people.
Public opinion has shifted against the genocidal apartheid state, and the American government has simply shrugged. They'll do without public opinion then, criminalize it where they can.
Wait, what is this picture? Wait, do you think Arafat kind of looks like the oh God, what were they called? What were the names of the in Halo 2, the people that led the Covenant? What were they called? The prophets. Not really, maybe.
Suffocate it with bland reassurances that they're doing all they can to restrain Israel where it cannot criminalize protests outright. Aaron Bushnell and others sacrificed themselves in the hopes of stopping the massacre, and the state works to make us feel their sacrifice was made in vain, that there is no hope in escalating for Gaza, and no point in bringing the war home. We can't let them succeed. Their sacrifices were not made in vain. The impunity that representatives of our government feel at abetting the slaughter should be revealed as an illusion then. The impunity we see is the...
I like how he puts his chat in emote-only mode. He has to do it because his whole chat will be terrorist supporters.
True.
But it's still just unhinged.
worst for those of us in immediate proximity to the genocidaires. A surgeon who treated victims of the Mayan genocide by the Guatemalan state recounts an instant in which he was operating on a patient who'd been critically injured during a massacre when, suddenly, armed gunmen entered the room and shot the patient to death on his operating table, laughing as they killed him.
This was his statements about the Jews killed outside the museum in the United States.
Adventurist.
Ubada Krames says, Connor, what do you think should be the penalty for people who sex with minors? They should be trebucheted into the Caribbean.
Adventurist who...
So the guy that killed these people, this was the manifesto that he was just reading, this guy's manifesto that his chat was all spamming hearts towards.
Either this is an adventurist who thought that he would get like Luigi Mangione level prominence off of this or something, or just a dude who thought that this was the best possible thing to do. But like I'm not Mr. False Flag at all, but like every single thing that he did in the aftermath of the shooting is so crazy that it's like you could not have designed a incident like this. You could not have designed a better false flag incident like this. I'm not saying it is a false flag incident at all. I'm not saying that. I think this is...
I caught you sons of bitches. So I caught up. Anyways, like the stream. If you like based anti-terrorism, anti-pedo content, then go ahead and share it. I'm going to go ahead and thank Larry Hutchinson for banning Fable, because realistically, if you did ban Fable, I was probably going to ban Fable, and that killed 70% of the Apologia. I still think we got a furry in chat who's doing furry Apologia and bestiality Apologia, but that's okay. They only said like one thing so far. Just in case you guys were really curious about my insights. In reference to the content we were actually watching instead of the anti-ephebiphilic pedophile arc. Terrorism's bad. Okay, guys? I don't know if you knew that. So like, war is bad. So killing people is bad in general. But we can oftentimes kind of like morally, parse apart people engaging in armed conflict and there being asymmetric warfare guerrillas and an armed military force, and they engage with each other with explosives and machine guns and all that kind of stuff, and then sometimes civilians get caught in the middle. That's what warfare should be. However, with terrorism typically involves the intentional targeting of civilians in order to spread propagandistic aims. And what Hasan Piker has done is he's sanitized jihadist organizations in the West Bank and in Gaza by saying that if they attack IDF forces or settlers within the West Bank or within Gaza, then that's perfectly legal, morally justifiable, et cetera, et cetera. And so we can understand that, but that was never in contention. Nobody ever said you couldn't attack IDF forces or militia settlers who have guns. Nobody ever said that. In the context of October 7, 2023, though, what we obviously saw is we saw Hamas and jihadist militias slaughtering men, women, and children. And so as a result, the question is Hasan sanitizing that narrative? And is he stochastically attempting to terrorize Gila Klein and the Klein family? My answer is yes. He's a piece of shit. I'm happy that Destiny is calling him out. I am happy that Franco called him out, Mr. Philip DeFranco. Although I guess all he really did was he set up all he really did was bring people's attention to it, but I hope it brings people's attention to the fact that Hasan's a piece of shit. And then what else am I thankful for? I'm thankful for the fact that we probably had a slight gooner purge today. Okay. Ved Sunil says, can we please stop with the bullshit? Can we just ban them, please? Yeah, sure, Ved Sunil. But at the same time, I want to say this to you because, you know, you were like, hey, let me get the Discord. Hey, my Discord fucked up. And also, hey, I sent you a DM on Twitter and you're hanging out with my chat. I love you. I want you to be here every day. But if not every piece of content is going to be for everybody. So if you want a perfect counterpoints segment where all I do is I just talk about the content and break it down, then I'll just ignore chat in general. But obviously that's not the vibe here, okay? We actually hang out, we actually talk, we actually engage with members of the community, et cetera, et cetera. That involves engaging with segments of the community that we don't like. So if there's part of the community that we need to address and we need to pull over some stones in order to find the degenerates amongst us, and either they can voluntarily leave or they can fucking get banned if they say something too gross, that's something that I'm going to participate in. I'm not just going to ignore degenerates. Okay? So I love you. I'm a disembowel. I don't know what that means. You're going to disembowel yourself? Please don't. Please don't. But anyways. Among Us? Yes, exactly. Hi, Lethal Lance. I recognize your Twitter PFP. Larry says, I have to get to work. I'll be falling back and just listening. Well, thank you, Larry. Thank you for your proactive wrench throwing. So, yes. Anyways, back to the content.
Just a one dude who is genuine in his actions and maybe, you know, a little bit brain broken, okay? But it is crazy. This was legit the worst thing that could happen to the movement? No, it's not. And you guys need to stop doing that. That's another thing that I don't like either. Stop. Have some conviction. Have conviction. Assume that your fellow man is not like a brain broken child. Okay, I ask you, does this change what Israel is doing on the ground in Gaza? Does this change the dynamic of what Israel is doing on the ground, which is an ethnic cleansing campaign? If the answer to that is no, then stop leaning into a nihilistic attitude. Stop leaning into a pessimistic attitude. Either this is an adventure.
Why not?
So, Ved Sunil says, I'm going to shut my bitch ass up. You don't need to. You're infinitely less annoying than the Phoebophiles. Hedonic Treadmill says, Larry, me too. Unfortunately, got to go feed 80 lovely senior citizens. Well, good luck. I'm happy that you're doing that, Hedonic Treadmill, either for employment or volunteering. That's great. Anonymous Chatter says, Connor, how do you feel about anime horse girl racing? It takes the internet by storm. I think I'm going to kill myself rather than engage with that chat. Ghoul says, Hasan isn't that bad, frankly. He says a lot of stupid shit, but so far he hasn't been wrapped up in any major sex scandals like sexting a 17-year-old, sending her nudes of your friend you just had sex with. Wow. Interesting observation, Ghoul. Good one. Good one. Instead, Hasan Piker, you guys just made this a sex segment. Yeah, instead Hasan Piker went to a Diddy party. He went to Club Artemis. He paid members of the proletariat for their sexual services, and that Club Artemis was raided later for tax evasion, sex trafficking, and being involved with an American biker gang. But good thing Hasan Piker didn't sext anybody. Good thing he didn't make homemade porn videos. Good thing he just banged sex trafficked prostitutes. You know, good for him. Good for him for going to a Diddy party. Sex trafficked women, you know. At least he didn't sext. At least he didn't sext anybody or make homemade pornography. Damn, bro. Anyways, I'm just gonna engage with chat for a second. Then we'll give him one more point, and then we'll wrap the segment and move into the next one. Alexander, stop it! I swear to God, my dog keeps bumping into the monitor cables, so my monitor keeps going out. Give me a second. Give me a second. Waiting for the monitor to pop back up. Just play Candy Crush on your phones. Ignore me. Waiting for the monitor. Come on, baby. I believe in you. I'm just going to yap while I'm waiting for my monitors to pop back up. Yeah, so I don't agree with this at all. This characterization. We can both understand that Stephen has done bad things and that Hasan has done bad things, and I do think it's interesting that whenever Stephen is brought up, all of his sins are held against him, which is what's going to happen when you have a long history of controversies. But this is kind of my point with Stephen needing to chill out. He needs to chill out so these ghosts stop haunting him, and they're not going to stop haunting him until he engages in better behavior. And that could just be edgy rhetoric. Damn, bro, I thought it would be popping up by now. What's going on? Give me a second. For real? I gotta fuck with my shit. I don't know why it's not popping back up. All my monitors are right here, and they're all black. Not that there's anything wrong with being black. What's the problem? Sorry, guys. I'm gonna check out the stream and just make sure I'm still live. Yeah, I'm still live. What the fuck? Guys, I'm staring at two black monitors. What's going on? One of them just popped back up. There we go. Two of them just popped back up. Three of them pop back up. We're back in business. All right. So let me see if anybody responded to my sexual comments, and then we'll go ahead and wrap the segment and move into the next one. Terrorism is bad, guys. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead and wrap before I respond to the sex stuff in chat. Terrorism is bad. Do an apologia for terrorism is bad. Do not call for stochastic violence against your political rivals and enemies. All it does is it normalizes it within the space. If you're a gooner, please stop gooning. If you're an ephebophile or a pedophile, stop gooning to ephebophilic or pedophilic material, and also don't make apologia for it, especially if you're going to be in my community. Then I would say that's pretty much it. Terrorism's bad. Pedophilia is bad. Sneed Gartha says, that ghoul guy makes a good point, I think. Interesting. Wesley Curry says, hi, I am the man with the dove of Jesus. You are not going to listen to me. Interesting. Rita says, that sounded really awful, that Destiny thing. Did he really do that? No idea. Wesley Curry says, I am not going to get on your rail. You are all deceivers. Geez, we are just attracting schizophrenics today, huh? Wow Man says, I missed the rant for the Nintendo adult fans and pedophilia. Was that the TLDR? I'm just saying, yeah, Peter Pan syndrome. Exactly, yes. I was saying that there's a correlation between Nintendo people and weird sex shit. Okay, Wesley Curry actually has schizophrenia, so I'm going to go ahead and ban them. Alexander Vazushu says, don't forget that he went to the German brothel with suspicions about how it procured their employees. True. Hedonic Treadmill says, I run a kitchen, been at it for almost 20 years, started as a dishwasher. Based, bro, based. Miles Otwell says, I'm all for chasing the bag, but I think the long-term damage from being close to Destiny outweighs the gains, dude. Well, we'll all find out, won't we? Marcia says, none of these sex pest things are as bad as being a tanky. True. Death Lily says, Gwal is from Spicy Chat. Pretty sure. Interesting. Destiny received nudes from somebody. Don't know. Rip Schizo. True. Melody, are there going to be any videos about your trip last week? Kind of. We did that as a part of an intro for another segment, but maybe I'll do it again. I don't know. Lamafis says, I see what's happening. DGG Snark has decided to try and push this message to every platform they can. They're publicly posting about spreading for it. Not surprised. Time for Connor to make an upgrade. True. Veds Neil says, I wonder what PR firm Hasan has hired. They're truly doing miracles. Why aren't mainstream news outlets picking up on Dan's movement or genuine pushback? Because they want the viewership. Eric Dom says, you said some people use art for its inverted purpose. What is art's purpose in your view? Sorry if you answered and I missed it. Well, I mean, art is to be considered, right? That's like the whole point of art is to create something beautiful or horrible for people to be considered. And so as an example, there is probably something that's critical of the military industrial complex. Like Avatar, for instance. Avatar is actually a criticism of industrialization, the military industrial complex, the marriage of military power and corporations, and how, if we do not check the unfettered interest of capitalism and colonialism and imperialism, we are going to destroy beautiful things. That is the inferential message of the movie Avatar. However, I like guns. I like young men with violence. I think the helicopters that they have are fucking sick. And I think the Native Americans, the space Native Americans, are portrayed in such a childish understanding of the noble savage that it's actually more fun to root for the bad guys. And so, yeah, of course, like I kind of believe in Death of the Author, where art is ultimately what you make of it. However, I do think that I am perverting the purpose of the movie Avatar by being ironic about it. Miles Otwell says that I'm saying that because you're publicly being called out alongside Destiny. For what? Ryle Kittenhouse, the guy who beats his girlfriend? Ryle Kittenhouse said something bad about me? Ooh, I'm scared. Well, QC John says, that's a hell of a statement. I'm going to address terrorism before I talk about sex stuff. Laugh my ass off. Well, it was an interesting stream, that's for sure. Anonymous Chatter for $20 says, can we agree that if you can't see why someone supports the other side of the Israel-Palestine debate, then you don't understand the debate as well as you think you do, and you're probably ideologically or media captured? Sure, I understand pro-Palestinians. I just think that they needlessly, you can support Palestinians without supporting terrorism. That is 100% possible. Wowman542 says, I understand both. I just think the Holy Land truly belongs to the Roman Empire. I mean, I'm with you there. John X says, I understand both sides. I don't understand Hasan's POS perspective, or are you calling him a piece of shit? Don't know. No Nope says, I'm way too late for this, but I'm pretty sure the people sweeping for Lolita are all libertarians, probably not GGG fans. I've never seen the sentiment in Destiny's chat before. You did see it from Mr. Girl fans. Don't lie to me. I know the deep lore, witch. I was there when it was written. Death Lily says Hasan PR company is Night Media. They handle tons of top streamers. Asmongold is also managed by them. Interesting. Larry Hutchinson says, was DC crazy? Did you see a ton of crime? I've asked for a friend to get real life, but it was kind of bleak with how people feel about the federal agencies roaming the streets of DC. It wasn't that bad. Fast and Bulbous says, I banned pedophilia. You're welcome. Thank you. If you guys want a quick DC summary, Bill Kristol, who's one of the fathers of neoconservatism, his dad is actually the father of neoconservatism. Actually, let me give you the whole treatment. I'll try to be brief. Frank Fukuyama is the guy who wrote End of History. He's the king of the liberals philosophically. And he was talking about how fascism, and I went to a salon where he was talking to an audience of 100 people at a library, and there was a Q&A section. So Frank Fukuyama talked about how communism and fascism both have strong gods, meaning that they have these cults of personality around Mao and Stalin, and how also at their core, they have like a really strong moral message. However, with liberalism, it's not necessarily about like a pseudo-religious message. It's more about a system that allows you to live with people with whom you disagree. And so Frank Fukuyama observed that liberalism doesn't have a strong God at its core. And so what I brought up during the question is I said, well, liberalism was ultimately victorious over communism, fascism, and arguably it fought jihadism in the early 21st century. And the symbol we used most when associating with American militarism was Uncle Sam. So do we need to revivify Uncle Sam as the war god of liberalism? Frank Fukuyama said, it depends on what Uncle Sam does. If he comes back and builds infrastructure that creates a new American century of wealth and prosperity, I'm all for it. If Uncle Sam comes back and invades the Middle East and North Africa, then I don't want to revivify him, which I thought was an okay answer. I went to the meeting. Realistically, it was a bunch of hobnobbing and elbow rubbing with not a lot of productivity. I can tell you about the cool things about Unfuck America. I can tell you the cool things about a pack called Abundance America. However, the main thing was I did talk to Bill Kristol, who, like I said, he's one of the fathers of neoconservatism, who helped convince George Bush to invade Iraq. And I walked up and I told him, hey, I want to be the Tucker Carlson of never Trump republicanism and neoconservatism. And he said, hey, bro, the Republican Party is dead. Just be a Democrat. And then he cried into his drink. Speaking of art, do you know Berserk? If so, what are your opinions? I don't know Berserk. I like young men, says Connor. True. I do like young men. Not in a sexual way, though. Scrolling. Melody says, was there something new about Destiny would explain the schizos today? No, just that the schizos are saying that Rose was underage, the girl that he sexted, but I don't know what evidence supports or doesn't support that position. Benson Neal says, flock from a lot as the Yeagerists were probably another case of the intent of the artist can be ignored for the audience's interpretation. Yeah, sure. And if your interpretation is more fun than the original art, then people can still say that, like, well, that wasn't the author's intent. But you can say, yeah, I know it's not the author's intent. I don't care. Thomas Martinson says, if any country engages in apartheid in the Middle East, it's Turkey, who suppresses multiple ethnic minorities. Cool. Big in Gaming says, you can support the Palestinians without celebrating the people that want their people to die like Hassan and company want. True. Hedonic Treadmill says, holy shit, I have the same take on Avatar I've argued with people about. I feel so heard. Based. The Destiny argument is old at this point. True. Wowman says, I forgot to ask about Washington. Did you meet Obama? No, the two biggest people that I met were Frank Fukuyama and Bill Kristol. No Nope says, oh yeah, I wasn't around for the Mr. Girl stuff. Destiny's drama arc was insipid, and I am really happy he found Vyvanse. Me too. Hedonic says, Bill is great. Love his droopy eyes. Glad he's just owning it and not getting a lift. Lol. Funny. Susan Sontag described communism best. Fascism with a human face. I don't agree at all. Based Iraq war enjoyers. True. Do we need a god to be successful? Yeah, probably. Ved Sunil says, Abundance America. Is it pro-YIMBY, capital, and nuclear? Yes, it is, Ved Sunil. They're fantastic. Eric Dobbs says, yeah, Rousseau seems incredibly deep and interesting when I was 14 and became progressively more annoying as I got older. True and based. Melody says, so are you going to be Tucker Carlson of Democrats now? I would rather kill myself at the airport, but I don't know. We'll try. Gen X says, I'll be back in a minute. Sounds great. Grassroots says, Avatar is piss. Well, not if you watch it exclusively for Marines shooting space Native Americans. Someone call for a god. Here I am. No, we're looking for the revivification of Uncle Sam as the war god of liberalism. That's what we're looking for. So anyways, we still got 150 people. I parasocially love you for being here. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage in chat, comment for the comment gods, watch the VODs. I'm going to go ahead and thank Anonymous Chatter, Gen X, Starhawks, Numinax, Fast and Bulbous for your super chats and memberships. Thank you kindly for financially supporting the stream, as well as supporting the stream with your eyeballs. Well, QC John says, can everyone please go outside and be normal? I effectively feel like I went into a schizo rampage and yelled that for about an hour. Rob says, was that Bill Kristol, the same guy who is the bulwark all the time? Yes. Fatsimo says, can we watch a Miles Korich edit? Why don't you agree? Fatsimo says, can we watch a Miles Korich edit? In general, yes, not right now. Why don't I agree? What? Would just become a Democrat? Because the Democrats suck too. So, yeah. Abaddon says, dude, what the fuck? I couldn't get my name to show correctly as Abaddon Quad 6 last night, and now suddenly it's showing correctly. Fuck YouTube. Well, it might take the time. Skip Avatar, watch Fern Gully. True. Uncle Sam is so yesterday. We need Liberty Prime. Liberty Prime's a great symbol, too. It's just not as widespread and known as Uncle Sam. All right, I'm going to catch up with you guys one more time, and then we're going to keep going. Alex O'Connor is on Flagrant today. That would be very interesting. I don't know what Flagrant is, and I don't know who Alex O'Connor is, but I'll definitely add it to my consideration. Grassroots did 5 memberships. Thank you, King. I appreciate you. Grassroots had to weed out the pedos before I could donate. Well, I'm happy we finally did. Patty says, wow, base. The fascism with the human face thing. Sure. I mean, in practice, state capitalism under the CCP is more akin to fascism described by Giovanni Gentile, but that's a whole 20-minute rant, so I'm not going to do that. Fast and Bulbous says, I'm in the middle of the desert in summer. There's no grass to touch. Damn, that sucks. Melody for $5 says, tip for monitor upgrade, and please do read Berserk manga. Would love to see your take on it and your thoughts. Oh, thanks, buddy. Anonymous Chatter for $10 says, establishing dominance over grassroots. I want to be daddy today. Thank you. Do appreciate that. All right. We should be done with ephebophilia and pedophilia for the next segment. Is there something hotter than the Erudite conversation? Okay. The reason why I'm asking is because I love covering Destiny content. However, as we've seen, it can get sidetracked with personal beefs and ephebophilic comments. We can do Erudite on feminism because I do like Erudite. I do like that she's actually a relatively socially conservative person in some regards. and she's fighting red pillars on Tim Pool. I think that could be fun to comment on, and I would actually probably be paying attention to the content and commenting on the content. Alternatively, we do have the Black Radical from Jubilee, who had an interesting show last week that some people have covered, some people have missed it. And then somebody mentioned Alex O'Connor on some show I've never heard of, and I'm unfamiliar with this content, so I don't know what the topics are. So what is the hottest content? What is the best content? So and we'll do a vote momentarily. Wowman says there's a debate about whether AI could be a better romantic partner than humans between academics and a comedy seller. Might be React content worthy. I think that's going to hurt my soul. Big in Gaming says finally saw Superman. You have to IP brain to try to tie that conflict into the movie. All right, so Short says Erudite. Football is back. Sam says Alex O'Connor. Another 4 people say Erudite. A Marine can't be defeated. Oh, you can kill us, but we'll just regroup in hell. True. I'm excited for both Erudite and Alex, so I'm happy either way. Let's add Alex O'Connor to tomorrow. React to 3 guys, 1 hammer. If it's 3 guys hitting themselves in the nads with a hammer, I might. Okay, so let's put Alex O'Connor for tomorrow. Let's put Erudite for now, because she was already in the title, so that feels only fair. So I'm going to put Alex O'Connor at the top for a content list, so we don't forget that he exists. Alex O'Connor. And what was the name of the show? The Vault? What was it? Deus Vault? What was it? Ouch My Balls from Idiocracy? That's what I imagined. Can somebody tell me the show for Alex O'Connor just so I can take a note of it? I shouldn't have cussed. We should all try to stop cussing. Flagrant. Okay. Nothing to do with Vault. Flagrant. All right. That's on the docket for tomorrow. Let's do Erudite. Content. You perverts. All right. Erudite. What was it? Is Tim Pool. And it's a culture war. That one was from 2 months ago. That's not what we're doing. We need to do the most recent one. Isn't it the culture war IRL? Should be popping. Yeah, here we go. Here we go.
What is the bigger threat, feminism or misogyny?
All right, let's do it. You know what's crazy is Alex Stein has consistently been like the most normal person on these panels, which is so frustrating because he hasn't been completely schizophrenic. All right. That last segment was a bust, but at least we purged some pedophiles, so that's good. All right. Hi, guys. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, a never Trump Republican, and an anti-lolicon, anti-pedophile creator. I have a debate about feminism between not-so-erudite and Tim Pool, and it should be fun. So let's go ahead and bring these people up. We're going to watch the content together. I'll be interrupting every few minutes or so in order to engage with my chat and chat smack about the content. Let's go.
What is the bigger threat, feminism or misogyny?
If men are so much better than women, then why are they failing so much at things like education and achieving like
Bro, she's dunking already.
high status jobs?
Women are stupid. Let's be honest about this. And the reason why...
Women make sandwiches. You're stupid. Blah, blah, blah. It's like, I'm bored already.
It's crazy to me that half the population can vote and the other half to die.
I have an issue with you taking away my rights.
I think only landowners should vote. Try to vote now, Myron.
Now they have automatic pickle jar openers. You don't need men anymore.
Don't you think women are equally valuable to society, though? You don't think so?
Dude, if you remove sex and reproduction, they provide almost nothing.
You could never handle me, Myron. That's obvious.
I wouldn't
That's
want to.
obvious. Oh,
Thank God.
and I would never either. I would never.
Women, why buy the cow when you get the milk for free? We got an important question for everybody. Has feminism destroyed the West? Oh, everybody's saying yes. This is the question that must be answered today. We have this amazing panel. Why don't we start from the right? Introduce yourself, good sir.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, Myron Gaines.
Are you
I
not
didn't
a
know
good
someone
sir?
else was coming, but yeah, Myron Gaines, chilling.
Who are you? What do you do?
Yeah, one half of the Fresh Fit podcast. Also do my own show called The Debrief, where we make fun of women, Jews, and Black people. So it's great.
I told you.
Yeah.
I asked Kyla before the show started, how long until we heard the word Jews?
Right away.
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
And Myron and I will both be going to Israel to touch the wall after this podcast. So,
Well, they're gonna kill me.
yeah, so
before I
thank
get
you
there.
guys. I'm Primetime Alex Stein, Pimp on a Blimp, and I believe in amnesty for all big booty Latinas. Who agrees? Yes.
Tell you.
Me.
Yeah.
Hi, guys. My name's Not So Erudite. I'm the dirty liberal on the panel today, so you guys will love me.
Ooh, I like that.
My name is Kat Timpf, and I am the co-host of Gutfeld. Yes, I have a job, and I'm also a mother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man, so of course, I'm your host, Tim Pool, along with co-host Alex Stein.
Let's go.
Let's ask this question right off the bat. It's a heavy question. Has feminism destroyed the West? I mean,
Yeah, we got to say this very early on. Jonazilla brings up Myron's girl left him for an immigrant construction worker recently. Yeah, dude. That's one of the things. So Myron Gaines, you have to understand, is a character. And I know that everybody here has like 3,000 IQ. Therefore, they already understand this shit immediately. However, he's playing a character. He talked about how he was in a one-way monogamous relationship. He didn't have to be monogamous, but his girlfriend had to be monogamous, and she never partied, and she didn't post anything slutty to Instagram, this, that, the other. Well, she's actually an e-girl. She's like an Instagram girl. She does post provocative pictures to Instagram. She started dating someone else. Like, they broke up. He doesn't talk about it. Whenever somebody brings it up in front of him, he gets like weirdly sensitive and quiet about it, which is kind of funny because he's like one of the top 5 red pill podcasters. So to just take such like a massive public L, he should get endlessly dunked on until the end of history. Neither Lance says, Myron Gay, got him. Well, listen, I didn't use gay as a pejorative, but my chat did, okay?
could argue if they're holding the opinion it is destroying, but really destroyed, past tense. What do you think, Myron?
Well, it depends on in which way you want to go. If you want to talk about destroying the family, the dating marketplace, the way women view men in general, there's so many different problems that have come from feminism, and it's a multi-pronged issue depending on whichever section you want to
name
go.
one.
I mean, we could start with dating, right? So these bitches are too entitled. I'm going to be honest. You know, their expectations are far too high for what they bring to the table. They're fairly delusional thanks to, you know, social media, dating apps, etc., where, you know, simps are blowing smoke up their ass all the time. And what's happened is women have a very unrealistic standard on what they think they deserve versus what's out there. And if they do find that guy, they think that that guy should kind of bend to their women. The reality is it doesn't work that way.
Wait, actually, I just want.
Can I say, there's a Steelman version of this that isn't so incelly, which is effectively that, like, have you guys ever do you guys know Bo Burnham? Mr. Burnham? So Bo Burnham reduce your expectations, lower your expectations. This is an excellent song, and it's effectively about, I'll pause it, or actually I'll leave it on mute. But this song is actually genuinely about how men have these kind of like expectations of like a girl who's like sweet, smart, ambitious, hot. Like they're all these different things, but they're like simultaneously like a sexual lioness, but they're also like a demure, moderate, maternal figure, right? And then it also sings about how women have like expectations of like rich finance bro, Prince Charming, who is asexual with every other woman on the planet, but is simultaneously like, you know, maybe not a sex god, but basically like a romance god for women, right? And so the whole lyrics or the chorus is reduce your expectations a lot. And I think that's something that's actually like we could all take to heart, is that we have this like idealized one in our mind of who's going to be our wife, who's going to be our partner or whatever. But ultimately the person that ends up being our partner, typically they're just like very human. Like they can be very hot, they can be very attractive, but also they're going to have days where, like my wife, she's busy being a mom. And so she's not going to be like able to flip a switch simultaneously between wife and mother. Those are different roles, different jobs. And so you have to allow time and vibe and energy to allow a human to be a human. And so yeah, so I actually think this song, if you haven't heard it before, I would actually just like type it into like a note or something and listen to it. We could all benefit from reducing our expectations about what we can pull off
One thing I want to give a little pushback though, Myron, and you do
as humans.
talk about this a lot. We talk about the 304s, the hoes.
Yes.
So if these girls are being extra picky, kind of like you're saying, then why are they also hoes at the same time?
Ah, good
You see
question.
what I'm saying? You know,
Yeah,
'cause
yeah,
a lot of
yeah.
them are hoes.
So when I say that they're hoes, what I mean is they have promiscuous type behavior. I mean, they're still, having sex with a smaller portion of the men, but they're still getting a high body count because there's a lot of these guys. So what ends up happening is a lot of girls end up being Eskimo sisters with a lot of other women because they're all smashing the same, minority of men. And this gets, especially like in major cities, like in Miami, for example, right? Like the girls that are going out and doing things and whatever, they're hooking up with the same small percentage of guys all the time.
I never
That's what I
thought
mean.
about that.
Right? I mean, obviously that's a hyper, analyzed portion of it, but in general,
Well, let's ask the women. Do women have too high of expectations for men, and are they hoes?
If they are, who cares? I would say. Say no. I would say I enjoy being a member of society. I like being able to vote. I like being able to have a bank account. And it's so crazy that I'm also a mother at the same time with a husband who loves me and is able to handle the fact that I'm my own person.
Well, I think Kat makes actually a good point though, Myron. Like, is it that bad if a girl has a job and a college education? Like, a driven woman, let's say she's driven to do more
Sure.
than just be a mom. Like, why is that demonized?
Okay, sorry. The first 10% of her comment was cringe, but the remainder of it was fine. Like, I don't have a problem with, women are human beings, I think. Okay? I think women are human beings, weirdly enough. And so if they're human beings, they should be. I have been given a lot of privileges in my life, and I've also been given autonomy over my own life. And so as a result, I value my autonomy. I value my ability to pursue my ambitions in the world. And so if I have those things and I enjoy those things, why wouldn't a woman enjoy those things as well? Yeah, we got fact checkers in chat just taking a look if women are human beings. And so I agree with that. But if a young man was to ask me like, hey, Connor, I actually had this conversation the other day. I actually had it with Corbin Sales. Corbin is recently atheistic, recently kind of nihilist. I hope he doesn't mind me saying this. And he's kind of playing the field. He's like hooking up with a bunch of girls. And I told him like, listen, have fun, enjoy being young, like all that kind of stuff. However, you might find that after you participate in hookup culture for a while, you might kind of figure out like, oh shit, like I'm leaving a chunk of my love, my soul, my personality with all these random women with whom I'm not having a particularly deep relationship. And so as a result, once you get bored of that, once you get sick of that, you're probably going to want to settle down, and you shouldn't be so opposed to relationships in general that you miss your opportunity to be a husband or a father or just like a good partner to somebody who is interesting and cool and smart and sexy, right? So that is my advice. So when she says like, oh, well, if girls are being hoes, then that's not that big of a deal. And I don't give a shit because I have a good life and I'm an autonomous individual. It's like, yeah, you're an autonomous individual, but don't encourage women to be hoes. Right? So sorry, one second. I think people are kind of responding to that. The memes of my groan of whether or not women are human beings. Yeah, I think women are human beings. They're confusing human beings, but they're human beings, right? Yeah, at Gork. At Gork, are women human beings? True. Cacode says, depends on your personality. It ain't all just about being immature. Sure, there's some people who are built to be whores or sluts, but, I don't condone that lifestyle for a majority of people. Ved Sunil says, I do not have a good opinion of promiscuity, but that doesn't mean I want to take away voting rights or abortion rights. Sure, I'm talking about cultural pressure. So what I would say is, I'm not going to ask law enforcement to hunt Corbin down and be like, get married now. No more dating apps for you. You know, like I'm not going to do that. However, as a friend and an internet peer, am I going to say hookup culture can be fun, but it's not everything that it's cracked up to be? And you should look for the warning signs of when it's time to get out and get more serious about your partners. I feel like that's like a subtle cultural push to be ready to actually have deeper relationships. Lethal Lance says you should be participating in hookup culture long term, and it's okay to shame those who do. Shouldn't. Okay. Yeah. Like, it's a young person's game, right? State mandated marriage. I would probably say 28, right? If you're not like between the ages of 15 and 28, do what you got to do in order to feel like you've lived a full life. But at 28, maybe law enforcement should show up to your house and force you to get married. So,
I guess in your opinion.
Well, look, I don't have a problem with women, you know, aspiring to go to school and everything else like that. My thing is, I think we just need to be honest with them. If you're going to go ahead and pursue a career and higher education, your chances of finding a man are going to drop off precipitously because your standards go up as you increase your income, your status. Because women are hypergamous, they're not like us. When we get status and money, you know, our standards stay fairly the same, or we just want a hotter girl. But when women increase their status, they want a guy on their level, financially, mentally, etc. So we just need to be honest with women: is the more successful you become, the likelihood of you finding a guy,
You know,
drop off.
There's a really
That was
funny-
not the case for me. I'm actually more successful than you are, Myron.
Oh, wow.
Chort says why 28? Because I feel like you should be able to figure out all your hookup stuff by 28, right? So let's say that you start between 15 and 18 in order to be sexually mature enough to actually engage in sex responsibly. Between 15 and 18, you can figure that out. And then I would say, given you a decade to decide, like to figure out what you like, what you don't like, what kind of person you want as a long-term partner, you know, what people do you think are long-term partners, but there ends up being something weird in the relationship that just kind of implodes the relationship. I feel like a decade is about right. And somebody made the point. Death Lily says 28 is probably when your body starts deteriorating too. Yeah, I would say that's when you're still at your peak, but you're not like, you're not a spring chicken anymore, right? You're about to sour. I say this as a 37-year-old man. Mega Zero says, how do you feel about people who start hooking up and it develops into a relationship? I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that at all. When I went on a voluntary celibate spree where I was actually intentionally celibate for several months before I met my wife, and I had the goals of meeting my wife. She had just gotten out of a long-term relationship, and we thought that, well, I was looking for my wife, and we thought that we were super compatible. But there was some anxiety in the beginning where I didn't want to overcommit too early because I didn't know if my wife was my wife. And she didn't want to overcommit because she just got out of a long-term relationship. But what ended up happening was we were so compatible in so many different ways that we were eventually just like, oh shit, I think you're my wife. And she was like, oh shit, I think you're my husband. And then we kind of took it from there.
Shots fired. Well, to be fair,
And I have a baby. Do you have a baby?
Damn, call him out.
You know what's funny to me? I looked around, I didn't see a stove, so I don't know why this woman's here and not talking.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, except for she actually just owned you because so far you're a genetic dead end.
I thought we were.
I don't make dinner. I make money.
This is not a kitchen. This is not a kitchen somehow. Some woman is talking. I don't know. This isn't a kitchen, but she's talking.
I got an important point for you, Myron.
Yeah.
All that matters in the end is in 20, 30 years, she's already got a genetic leg up with having a kid.
Mhm.
If you don't have a kid, your line ends. Where's your kid at?
Oh, well, I'll have one eventually. I'm just going to try. I'm trying to pick out my 4 wives first. You know what I mean? So I'm picking them
There's
out.
another woman here, though. You know, I don't know, Kat. Do you consider yourself conservative or liberal or?
I mean, I consider myself my own person. I'm independent.
All right. Well, the self-avowed liberal. What say you?
What say I?
Anonymous chatter says, what if people didn't engage in hookup culture in their 20s, but can they still partake in their 30s? Yeah, I mean, like, I think you could bank it. You know, you could probably bank it. I also think that like recently divorced people in their 30s or 40s, they typically have a slutty phase when they get back onto the scene. However, I still think you should be looking for a long-term partner, right? I'm not gonna lie, I'm a serial monogamist. I never really enjoyed the idea of sharing my partner or sharing myself. I like it when women are jealous in relationships and they want to be with their partner and only their partner. I think that's like almost like a healthy thing. And so my wife and I are actually jealous of each other, but I think in a healthy way where we're like, best not fuck around, but we're saying it in like a playful banter way. And the reason why is because my wife is very pretty. I love my wife. I want her for me. I don't want anybody else to have her. So she's mine. Back off, you fucking pigs. And she feels the same way, where she can be a little bit protective of me, but I like that because it means that she loves me and thinks I'm valuable and wants to share a life with me for the long term. So I think that's the ideal. Even though we often fail in our ideals, that's the ideal.
I say, the two questions, are women's standards increasing? Yeah, I would say by and large, women's standards are increasing as they get access to work and education. The issue is
Kind of
that
quiet
they're
for
not
me, but
really
I also
staying
have yard
single.
work going on
Most of the
outside.
Pew research shows that women are dating and dating successfully. The real question that I think is actually at the heart of all of this is are people happy? Are people finding meaningful relationships? And in what ways is society hampering and harming them or benefiting them? I think those are the important questions.
Yeah, I feel
They're
like
not in relationships.
Yeah,
It's
isn't loneliness
fucked.
up? Isn't loneliness up, Tim? And
Oh, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Dating
it's
is
up.
down, loneliness is up. There was that graph that went viral that people are basically becoming neats, men and women. They're less conscientious, they're more neurotic, they're less agreeable, they're isolating themselves. I don't know if that's a product of feminism, but what I can say is right now the current system is not conducive to happy relationships between either men and women.
I actually agree. I think that the way that our society has oriented itself, where it's obsession over money and working and the betrayal of family and connection relationship is harming everyone. I don't think that this is a unique woman problem or man problem. When we're talking about the loneliness epidemic, it's mostly a male skewed issue, right? Men in the Pew research, men between the ages of 18 to 25, 61% of them, I think, hadn't even dated before. Whereas I think it was only 30% of young women.
Doesn't that prove Myra's point?
Sort of. I mean,
these women are dating, but
Hey, CPAZ, who's your favorite streamer? Just out of curiosity, do you watch Ryle Kittenhouse VODs? Do you watch Queeman? Do you watch Chud Logic? And by the way, I like Chud Logic. I watch Queeman's content. So CPAZ, this is my first time seeing you. Who's your favorite streamer? Just out of curiosity.
the men are not. That means the women are dating all the same guys.
well, no, they're not. Most of these women are in monogamous relationships, right? The issue is the 20-year-olds are dating men that are typically 4 to 5 years older than them. That's actually more so what we're seeing.
So let's just.
I actually say I have a 5-year age gap between my wife and I. I think we got together when I was 24, 25. She was 20, 19, turning 20. So that's pretty normal, I think. I used to watch Destiny, Queeman, Chud, you, Erudite. Okay. Well, I don't think if you're actually engaging with the content of the ideas, I think you'll find you watch a lot of Twitch Bull in general. Okay, that's cool. I think that it'll be rare for you to find me ever saying that Steven, being a 30-year-old man, sexting homemade pornography to a very young woman. I doubt you'll find any clips of me saying that's good or neutral. I would say it's bad, but I'm also just not gonna, throw them under the bus for Puranic, cannibalistic Twitch poll people. So have fun though.
Break it down for me, my misunderstanding then, because it sounds like I might be misunderstanding.
CPAZ says, so I disavow him? Nope. Disavow involves an extra level of disassociation, right? Disavow definition. We're getting one guide again, but truth be told, could be fun. Deny any responsibility or support for. I don't have any responsibility for Steven being a sexual degenerate. As a matter of fact, I've criticized him and strongly encouraged him against the behavior. I support Steven insofar as I consider him a friend, and I support him trying to take alt media and have real world impact. That's what I support Steven in. As far as supporting specifically his sexual degeneracy, not really. And I hope he grows up. So no, I don't disavow him. I'm not going to disassociate from him. However, I will be critical of the behavior, and I hope he grows up and stops doing it. Stop sexting people. Stop making homemade pornography. Stop being sex degenerates. Find your wife, get married, have kids.
What was the number most women have found relationships?
30% of women have dated between the ages of 18 and 25, whereas
And then-
61% of men have not dated.
Right. Okay. So that's the same number, isn't it?
Sorry, I'm not understanding.
That means 30% of men have dated and 30% of women have dated.
No, 61% of men between the ages of 18 to 25 have not had a relationship.
So that means 30 of
That's a fucking problem if that's true. If 60% of men between the ages of 18 and 24 have not had a relationship, that's a problem.
61% of men between the ages of 18 to 25 have not had a relationship.
So that means 30 of
That is super bad. I'll say even a generation ago, I would say it was probably like 80% of men had some kind of relationship. Like you held hands and you went to the movies and you French kissed and all that kind of stuff. If you've had no relationships between 15 and 24 and 2/3 of the population is that way, that's a fucking problem. That is a super big problem. CPAS says, I can understand you wanting to support your friend, I guess, but working with someone sexing a 17-year-old seems crazy politically, but you do you, I guess. Well, thanks for that. Does anybody have evidence that she was 17? The Rose girl? I don't. Is there something new? Because you're not the first person. There's like half a dozen people who are like, Destiny's bad, disavow him now. So I'm curious.
have dated.
So that means 30% of men have had a relationship.
Sorry, did I mess up?
Yes on KF. Well, I mean, that's our first problem. But realistically, what's the evidence on KF?
Did I misspeak?
You're saying both. 30% of women
Have not dated.
Have not dated.
Okay, have not
60%
dated.
Sorry,
have
yeah.
not
Okay,
dated.
so
Yeah,
that,
we get it. Sorry.
so if it's 2-to-1 men not dating, but women are dating, then the women would have to be dating.
Well,
the
between
same
that
guys.
age, well, no,
Right.
no, that's the age bracket. 18 to 25 is one of the key things.
Right,
that's
okay,
going
so
on.
but the
So
point
women
is,
are dating older men.
Oh, I see.
That's what's making up the
Yes.
gap.
I think Myron agrees with that, right?
Yeah. I mean, the reality is, average women don't want average men. They date up. And now with, the way we have society, hypergamy is not only reinforced, but it's encouraged. Women are told to not settle. They're told to get the best man that they can get. So a lot of girls think that they qualify for something a lot of times, which they actually don't. And sometimes I have to be the reality and let them know, like, look, you're average. You got to be, a little bit more realistic about where you stand.
This isn't really
But average
hypergamy,
women
though.
don't want average men.
This isn't really hypergamy, though, right? Like, what are men typically selecting for in a relationship? Youthfulness, beauty, right? Some level of like making him feel good. What are women selecting for? Stability factors. And so in this way, women are dating the pool of men that give them the stability factors, because it usually takes men a couple of years to get education and a career and like something built underneath them. And men are selecting for the things that they want.
It's
which
not
is-
just.
Sorry, we're getting a little bit one-guide, but it's hot drama, so whatever. Brandon Zero says, pay attention to the source of the information. That's like me believing you hurt your dog's kids because I read it from a thread that dedicates on hating on you. For sure. But I think that the narrative was Stephen knew that she was young. How young? No idea. But realistically, like, yeah, it's bad behavior, right? I don't think Steven's going to jail, right? So if it's bad behavior and it's from 2022, then we can throw that in the same quote unquote disavowal pile as the rest of the sex drama. We can just say, yeah, it's bad. So yeah, it's bad. If you're over the age of 18, don't sext people under the age of 18. Boom, easy. Don't do it. Stop gooning. Get married. Have kids. Sure. No, I mean, this is my first time seeing CPAS too. I'm not saying I'm not skeptical. I'm just saying we can be yes or no. Yes or no. Do you disavow? No. Anyways, dealing with the content though, because I do think this is interesting. So if we have this problem of 18 to 24-year-old women where 2/3 of them have been in a relationship, but 1/3 of them haven't, that's already scary by itself. Because I think pretty much every human being on the planet should be capable of going to the movie theater with a girlfriend or boyfriend, holding hands, dating for 3 months, making out a couple of times, and then breaking up. I think that most people should be capable of doing that. CPAS, I'm not dismissing you. I'm just wondering if this changes anything, right? Then, when it comes to men, 2/3 of them not having a relationship. So if that means that 1/3 of men have been in a long-term relationship and 1/3 of men have hooked up, but they've never been in a committed relationship, I would be less alarmed. Because nowadays, a lot of people are really trying to be in casual sexual relationships or trying to be casual even when they're being friends, even if they like do things together. They don't believe that they're in a relationship. The relationship dynamics, in my opinions, have changed substantively between millennials and Zoomers and probably Alpha. I don't know if Alpha is old enough to date yet, but I'm assuming that the sexual mores have changed a lot in the past decade to 2 decades. So, but I would still find that extremely alarming if 1/3 of men have been in a committed relationship, 1/3 of men have hooked up with somebody but have never been in a committed relationship, and 1/3 of men haven't hooked up at all. That would still be very, 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 very scary. Mineral Waterboarding says, I diss my wife in our vows. Hey, I think that's a play on words.
The stability anymore is what I'm trying to say. It's not just stability. It's also, is the guy handsome? Is he tall? Is he charming? Is he charismatic? Like, since women make their own money, they're able to
ugly dudes smash all the time.
Be a bit more selective because they don't just need the provisioning anymore. They want other things as well. Is he handsome? How does he look, etc. So women do have a staked interest now in how a man looks and how he conveys himself as well, since they handle the provisioning part themselves. So it's made women more selective, but that's kind of come at their dismay because now it's harder to find that guy. There's a total package with everything.
Sure. The issue is that like the actual problem here is that we're leaving men behind. The issue isn't that we're like raising women up. It's that men are disproportionately being like undereducated.
True. I agree with Erudite, but Big and Gaming says I had a relationship wreck me in college when she broke up with me. I'm going to share a story real quick. So when I was in middle school, 7th grade, okay, there was a girl named Heather, and she was one of the top 10 prettiest girls in the school. And somebody said that she had a crush on me, and my heart jumped into my throat. I had like a total hormonal dopamine dump. I felt the experience of love, and I couldn't even picture her face accurately. And even as like a 14-year-old, 15-year-old, I was like, there's something wrong here. I don't even know how old I was in 7th grade, but effectively I was like, there's something wrong here, where like the hormone dump and emotions of love didn't even match what was actually going on. But I was basically like high off of the fact that a good-looking girl thought that I was cute, right? And then what happened was I held her hand for 3 days, and she broke up with me, and I was embarrassed and depressed. But because I was so young, and because the emotional roller coaster up had been so extreme, I was like, there's something biological going on here. Like, it's not rational. It's not sane. It's not based off of memories we built together or a relationship that we built together. It's just my hormonal teenage body responding to the input that somebody within my grade who I thought was attractive found me attractive, right? And so the whole thing is like, especially with your first relationship, your first like sexual relationship ever, it's going to be a doozy, right? You're going to, number one, probably have really high highs and really low lows. And all I would say to a young person, like, even if your college relationship was your first relationship, or even if you had some like really weird relationships in middle school and high school and they all imploded and you've kind of given up on it, I would just tell you, like, practice, meaning that like getting back out there and willing to take hits is a huge part about finding your partner, finding the people you want to date, finding the people that eventually you'll love. Is rejection, is depression, is anxiety, is dating people who are ultimately going to break your heart. And so as a result, what I would say is, I don't know if this story is actually akin to what you went through, but effectively, like, I wouldn't take a breakup that personally, because ultimately it's kind of like a rite of passage. it's a rite of passage to love someone and have them break up with you and have your mental, emotional, like psyche just utterly shattered. It's just a part of growing up, in my opinion. Yeah. I think some people in chat are vibing with that. Anonymous says, Connor, isn't this basically the natural progression of things? Don't the older generations always think the younger generations are more promiscuous and less enlightened than we are? Yeah, unfortunately, though, I think there's stats to back it up. I'm a big chubby guy. I've never had any problems. Yeah, dude, just be funny. Be funny, be charming, be charismatic, make some money, be ambitious, have ambitions outside of sex. Don't make sex the only thing that you care about. You know, there's tons of things that young men can do to basically up their sexual marketplace value, so to speak. True Zealot says, I have lots of younger male family members. From what I've been told, the dating market is crazy, brutal for men, crazy standards mixed with women refusing anyone who isn't 100% politically aligned. Yeah. So in that kind of environment, you just have to accept that rejection is going to be a huge part of the game. Well, QC John says, can any Gen Zers in chat explain the differences of situationship or friends with benefits? Holding hands before marriage. Oh, yeah. Anyways, I had gone and talked to parents about marrying her with her permission, lol. Ooh, damn. Biggin. I had gone and talked to the parents about marrying her with her permission, lol. Yeah, that's going to hurt. That's going to hurt a lot. I'm sorry, bro. Go to Vegas. Go to Vegas. I'll hook you up with a friend. He'll take you partying in Vegas. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. All right. Anyways, I'm going to come right back. I'm going to grab a water refill. I desperately need some hydration.
In school, primary school is horrible for young boys. We're not giving them social scripts on how to exist, and we're still telling young men that their only value is the amount that they can contribute to the GDP, when in the reality is that like what women are looking for is men that like make them feel valuable and that they can emotionally connect to. And so like the real issue here isn't that we're raising women up, it's that we're leaving men behind, which I'm actually very interested in.
Well, I want to make this one point though. You know, I think men are victim of what their surroundings, because you know the amount of men that have microplastics in their testicles now, seriously, you know, now the amount of estrogen
you're getting some right now.
Exactly. So I'm saying, don't we think men now have higher estrogen levels than ever in recorded history? So I feel like that is kind of why the men are, I guess, you know, coming in second place if we talk about
well, it's a problem for everyone. I'm only 36 and I've already had cancer.
Yeah. It's a serious thing. I know, it's serious.
Some environmental shit going on.
And who's in good shape, Kat? Like, you've never been fat or gross?
No, not to brag, but I've never been fat. Yeah.
I mean, that does have, you know, like they say the fatter you are, the more likely you are to get cancer. So I'm just saying there's a lot of toxins in our water, in our food, that are making men, you know, less masculine and less aggressive.
I want to, maybe I'm just jumping the gun, but I was just thinking about, if we want to go into dating stuff, I think maybe we'll come back to it. But, and the question of feminism, the one thing that I really pisses me off, women won the right to vote without civic responsibility. And so
they shouldn't have the right to vote.
You can make the argument.
Repeal the 19.
This is so dumb already. I'm just going to jump ahead. Civic responsibility. Do you know what men's civic responsibility is? It's to be industrious and to serve in a time of military need, right? Those are our civic responsibilities, as well as participating in politics, as well as being community members. Women already have a civic responsibility baked into their biology, which is reproduction, okay? And I'm just going to tell you, having kids is one of the most biologically intense things that a woman can ever do. So I am physically fucked up from my military service. I have neck issues. I got soft tissue injuries. I got a hip issue. I got all sorts of, I got like heartburn. I got all sorts of fucked up shit from the military. I think that is equivalent. And pregnancy might even be more hardcore to growing a human being inside of your body and expelling it from your body. And that human being is 8 pounds by the time that you expel it from your body. Your hips reorient. Your hips change shape in order to accommodate birth. You're pushing them out of the vaginal canal, which is kind of small compared to the creature that you're pushing out of it. And then not only that, but the hormonal roller coaster of pregnancy, I would say, is as physiologically intense, if not more physiologically intense than military service. And so this whole like male resentment of females for not having civic responsibilities, I think is cap. I think it's stupid as fuck.
I think it's fine to say women should have the right to vote. However, we got to look at the context in the United States, and that's women do not have an obligation to die in war that men do, but women can vote overwhelmingly for Democrats promoting these
Shut up, Tim.
wars, and then men are left on the hook for a war they tend not to vote for. That's fucked up.
So, sure. The
I'm
issue
glad
is-
we're on this topic. Repeal the 19th. I was
Yeah.
going to say that earlier when she was yapping, but that's fine. Yeah, repeal the 19th.
I think only landowners should vote.
CPAS, is there a line with friends? Not with Steven. Steven can be a fucking serial killer. I'll visit him in prison. I'll probably stop doing collaborative content with him if he's a serial killer. But yeah. He needs to wake up and not engage in this kind of behavior, right? You agree? You agree that Steven should wake up and stop engaging in this kind of behavior? And that this alleged behavior took place in 2022?
Let's go back. Let's go back to pre-Civil War. Try to vote now, Myron.
Based. See, dude, I'm telling you, Alex Stein is surprisingly funny and insightful during these conversations. Normally, he's like a total attention-seeking schizophrenic, but he actually does have these like little moments of like insight and comedic humor that are actually playful and fun.
Women shouldn't be able to vote.
I think we have two issues here, right? Number one, the vote has never actually been tied to military service. It's typically citizenship and age, are usually kind of the two main things that we've always used for voting. I would be totally fine with us having an amendment where we add women to selective service. I have no issue with that.
You know what True Zealot says? Connor about to move into the Andrew Wilson rights, absent duties logic tree. If you go watch on Valor Media Network, we actually put it in the VOD section. There was what duties do women have to society and community? And I actually believe, I believe that. I believe that. I think number one, we all have community and civic-based rights and responsibilities. And women do have a role and responsibility to birth the next generation, raise the next generation, nurture the next generation, educate the next generation. That is, of course, incumbent upon males as well, but disproportionately, the labor related to that effort is going to fall on females. So you can say like, oh, well, I'm a free person in a free society. I don't accept this civic responsibility. But if you don't accept, like if all women don't accept that civic responsibility, we actually just stop perpetuating as a species. So you're not denying that the responsibility exists. You're denying your individual need to fulfill that responsibility. Do you lose voting rights if you opt out of selective service? You sure do. Andre says, I've had a couple of long-term relationships and a friends with benefits and a couple of hookups. I'm 27 and I still find dating very stressful. I get too invested too fast and get disappointed. Pace yourself, bro. Pace yourself. What you need to do, at least in my opinion, okay, this is my opinion, is I feel like, especially in my early 20s, in my late teenage years, I was so single-mindedly focused on having a partner and engaging in the physical aspects of a relationship that I effectively just never slowed down and became like a human being. It was almost like I was like crazy. Like I was crazy. Like I need to be in a relationship. I need to be engaged in physical intimacy in order to prove how much of a man I am, and in order to prove that I'm capable of attracting attractive women. Like it was totally like this ego thing. I'll say it's partially biological, but it was definitely there was definitely an ego component that I fed way too much. And I think that if I had just shut up, calmed down, and just enjoyed being a person next to other people, number one, I would have been way less of a fucking psychopath. Number two, I think I would have genuinely had better relationships. I think the ego stuff, I think wrapping your sexual value to whether or not you can attract and seduce other people, I think that can be a mind fuck. And then I think like tying your worth as a man to that concept can also be a mind fuck. And I think the more you detach your ego from it, probably the better. And actually, weirdly enough, probably you'll attract more people. because people can smell that desperation. People can smell that ego. Mineral Waterboarding says, forcing your shared child into your partner's vagina sounds kind of incautious. We better refrain from that sort of behavior. Yeah. Yeah. Mega Zero says, my girlfriend has issues when she was in boot camp, messed her right leg up bad. It grinds a lot. That hurts her. Well, just wait till she gets pregnant. It'll be even rougher. Yep. Anyways.
Whatsoever, right? And I think equal strokes. The issue is that when it comes
Holy shit. Sorry, this is huge. Uncle Fatty says, my son was 10 pounds, 13 ounces, all natural, no drugs. Doc said, where were you hiding this thing? Dude, are you 7 feet tall? Is your wife 7 feet tall? Because if not, that is a brutal weight. That is crazy.
to voting, there are going to be topics that uniquely affect men and uniquely affect women. In this case, war does uniquely affect men right now, which might be unfair. But in the case of something like abortion.
Good. Andre says, but I've been talking to this nice girl for the last couple of weeks and it seems to be going well. I finally found someone that seems very interested in me and also wants kids. Bro, take it slow. Like I know you're probably looking for your wife. You're probably looking for your partner. You might even be looking for a little bit of a hookup or whatever. But just try to take your ego out of it. Try to take your sense of like sexual value out of whether or not you seduce this young lady, and just try to be like a human being. You know, just try to be there. Just try to go to a coffee shop or a music store, or I know the malls are dead now, but like a movie or something like that, and just try to be like a normal human being, and don't constantly press on sex, and don't constantly press on being in a relationship. Just be a human being in front of another human being and try to figure out who they are and be open about who you are for them. And I think that'll substantively increase your chances of finding someone who's worth spending your life with. So Death Lily says, the real death to modern dating was the cringe third wave feminism BS in the early 2000s. That was women saying men are evil for over a decade. Yeah, but then you can lean into being evil, and then some women like that. You know what I'm saying? Anyways.
And birthright control and all these sort of things, these disproportionately affect women, right? And so when we're talking about like who gets the right to vote, is it because of like certain topics uniquely affect one gender over another? That's not how we've ever tied the right to vote. It could be landowners, it could be multiple things. In America, though, we seem to mostly decide age and citizenship.
But the problem I have is that Democrats have been substantially more likely to vote for war, to promote war, particularly Ukraine. Republicans.
Oh, shut up, you fucking shill piece of shit. People, I believe in liberalism. I believe we should be supporting Ukraine, and we haven't deployed any troops to Ukraine, you fucking paid Russian propagandist. Dude, somebody do an audit. Like, listen, I've been on Tim's show a couple of times. We have interesting conversations. It's nothing fucking personal. But, dude, audit his fucking finances now that he's hitting, like, Democrats support Ukraine, and that could create World War III. You know what could also create World War III? Russia invading Europe. That could also create World War III, Tim. So how about we nip this shit in the bud and we let the Russians know that just randomly invading your neighbors is not going to be tolerated? How about that shit?
Republicans have been pressuring Trump not to be involved. His base split over the Iran issue. Millennial women are about 70% voting Democrat. So you have this phenomenon in the millennial to Gen Z younger generation where women are disproportionately voting for a war they have no responsibility in, or I should say a limited responsibility in. And it's crazy to me that half the population can vote and the other half to die, and that's equality.
So
I feel like he's just like shoehorning this shit in. I think it's a very stupid talking point.
So I'm a millennial woman, and I am married to a veteran, and both of us are very anti-war. He is anti-war as somebody who went over there. I think that to pin the power of the military-industrial complex, which is a very powerful force, on women being able to vote is wild. But I also understand
that's a mischaracterization of what I said.
I think I was talking more about what Myron said than what you said. I understand also that this is like Myron's whole thing, but so you have to say like women can't vote, and then you get attention, and you also kind of act like you invented misogyny, which you didn't. Like, it's
true.
It's been around for a very long time. These are not hot takes. These are like very old, archaic.
But he is in the top 10, right?
He's well because he goes really hard and he gets a lot of attention for it. And then there are these.
Interesting. Uncle Fatty, just an update on the baby dynamics. Her uncles were big men. She's 5'8", and that's the girl. That's crazy. 140. Son is 6'6" at 25 years old at 210's brick shithouse manga teddy bear. Uncle Fatty, I'm gonna say congratulations, bro. Like seriously, that's kind of the dream. That's kind of the dream from a dude standpoint. At least I'm tearing up a little bit on your behalf. My boys are excellent. They're healthy. They're happy. As a matter of fact, you talking about your boy, it's making me looking forward to playing with my boys when stream's over. Man, a 6'6", 210 brick shit house of a kid. That's fucking awesome, dude. I'm happy for you. I don't know if you're saying though, her uncle were big men, son. Yeah, dude, I'm like proud for you. That's awesome. Congratulations, bro. I'm like crying. I'm crying for you. I'm crying out of happiness that you have a healthy, happy, strong adult boy. That's cool as shit.
Men, sadly, who listen to you, who I think are lonely. And I love men. I'm not like a man-hating woman. I love men. And I think that a lot of men have been left behind in a lot of ways. And I understand that. But I don't think that blaming all of your problems, if you do blame all your problems on women, then that could be the reason why you don't have one.
Oh, there's another group of people that Myron blames problems on it. It's not women.
Well, I want to let Myron respond, but I guess I want to pose this question. What is the bigger threat, feminism or misogyny? What's worse for society?
So when I say feminism, I feel like things like I have the right to vote. I have a job. I'm a participating member of society, which is different than hating men. So it kind of depends how you
well, do you hate women, Myron? I'm not just more curious.
Sometimes. Actually, most of it. No, I'm just kidding. Look, the reality is that when it comes to feminism, etc., women are stupid. Let's be honest about this. And the reason why, right? It's not just, and she said it herself, misogyny isn't something new. She's right. In ancient China, to the Middle East, to Eastern Europe, everybody knew that women are. So we need to make them second-class citizens. So that's why they don't have the right to vote and do a lot of stuff. And then now
what an eloquent argument! I never could have come up with something that intelligent.
She's like
as
woman
a
right now.
stupid
Holy
woman.
crap! I let her speak, and now she won't let me speak. So it's interesting to me how she said, "Oh yeah, this isn't something new." Yeah, you're right. Everyone since ancient times knew that women are. We need to make them second-class citizens. And here's the craziest part: they lived in other ends of the world, and they still realize the Asian dudes, ling bing ding, all the way to the fucking Mohammeds in the Middle East, to the Eastern Europeans of Slav. They all knew, damn, women are stupid. We need to go ahead and put them in the kitchen. Now they're out the kitchen. What's going on?
Which civilization of all the ones that you listed do you like the most? Do you like modern America, or do you like Saudi Arabia, or do you like, ancient Japan?
God, I love Erudite. Not in any way that's inappropriate, but this is like the perfect question. This is a perfect question.
Which one do you like the most?
Well, look, I like any society that has women under control, and right now we don't, which is why shit is fucked up.
So why don't you move to Saudi Arabia? They don't have the right to vote. They can barely drive.
Bro, get them.
Like what?
It's a great place.
Do you want Sharia law? No,
that's
Myron.
true. They can drive now. They can drive.
They can drive, and that's bad.
Wait, are you? But be honest.
So you think that's?
So why aren't you moving, dude? This is a perfectly angled question. This is perfect.
Saudi Arabia is a better country than America.
Owned.
When it comes to handling women, yes. Yes, when it comes to handling
just overall,
women,
don't change the question.
And
don't run away
crime
from
is
it.
less in Saudi
Do you
Arabia,
think?
though.
well, they have less crime.
You were talking about these global things about how when women are oppressed, that's been the societal trend. And so I asked you, modern America decided, along with a whole bunch of Western democracies, and I think you like Western civilization,
I do.
that's a bad idea. And so the question is, why is America so great if Saudi Arabia's got this one thing so well to what shouldn't that be the great country?
You could be
True. I would have done an appeal to history. I would have gone through all of these things and effectively said, like, hey, listen, looking at all these societies, we had a whole bunch of other problems when it comes to like technology, men, women, all this crap. And effectively, like, these conservative societies actually exist. Like this was a perfect question, in my opinion, from Erudite, where she's saying, like, There are more misogynist societies that exist today, and yet you choose to live in one of the most sexually degenerate cities in the most sexually degenerate society on the planet. Now, yeah, I say degenerate and I'm being judgmental, but you don't have to be judgmental if you don't want to. If you're like a liberal or progressive and you think that like, well, actually like free sex and being young and being promiscuous is awesome, then Miami would be the perfect city to be in. And that's where Myron lives. Myron lives in the city of Miami. He lives in the heart of sexual degeneracy. He could move to rural Idaho, find a bunch of day-night Mormon women who want to have a single husband. I don't know if they'd be into a black guy, but he might be able to find some progressive Mormon women. He could have his little harem, and he could live in the middle of nowhere. But that's obviously not what he wants to do. He wants to be at the heart of sexual degeneracy so he can capitalize and use his money to have sex with attractive women on Instagram. It's like the perfect riposte, the perfect counterpoint, if you will.
Be better in different ways, right? Like
so Muslim theocracies got it.
No, I didn't say. No, I didn't say that.
Oh.
What I'm saying is, here's the problem, right? When you have women having too much power,
dang, she's wrecking.
Creates a lot of issues because women are communitarian by nature, right? They don't know what the fuck they want to do. They can't even decide what they want to eat, let alone pick their own partners. That's why the divorce rates are through the fucking roof.
Wait, time out.
That's
You
why
guys
marriage
admit
is
it's
down in
hard
the
for women to
dumpster.
choose what to eat, though, Kat. Is that true? Can we at least agree on
well,
that?
yes, but it also could be all this nicotine gum I'm always chewing.
Okay,
like never that hungry.
that is typically my girlfriend. It is hard for women to choose where to eat. I think you're 100% right about that.
Sure, but we also are like negating the fact that like some of the biggest breakthroughs in ecology science come from the humanitarian approach that women have. You know, DNA was discovered by women. So like the issue is that women are decently valuable. When we talk about
Oh my God, it has a good counterpoint, which is that isn't that some kind of optics only or superficial win? Note the double quotes to say, why don't you move to Saudi Arabia then? It could easily be that Myron wants to spread the ideals too. I agree with you. I just think that he's a poor fulfillment of his own ideals. The ideal fulfillment of his own ideals would be to find 3 or 4 women who are interested in being in a harem with them, moving to some compound, pumping out 20 kids, and then using all his money, wealth, and influence in order to enrich his sons and have like rich, powerful sons who will in turn propagate using this model. But that's not what he's doing. He dated an Instagram girl, claimed that he had like a one-sided monogamous relationship, and then she ended up breaking up with him and hooking up with some other dude. You know, and she was posting her promiscuous pictures to Instagram as well. So it sounds like he's not even fulfilling his life. Uncle Fatty says, Idaho is full, bro. Unless you're a far-right Christo-fascist, our real estate brokers are looking for some redoubters. Sovereign nation. Interesting. I didn't know they'd be that racist in Idaho. I wanted to move to Boise. Boise looks beautiful. Sacred Snow says, don't worry, Myron. When you move to the Middle East, your wife won't be able to leave you for an immigrant construction worker. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude.
about women being stupid. Men are stupid all the time too. Men
True.
are the like morons that are
And by the way, that's not like a misandrous thing. That's like sometimes I joke that I think that you should treat women like R-slurred kids. And obviously that's very misogynist. I apologize. However, I do think it's better to approach relationships with women expecting you guys to view the world differently and think, as a matter of fact, I can make this non-misogynist. I think that when it comes to relationships with women, some things that seem to be common sense for men are not common sense for women. And I guarantee you that a lot of things that seem common sense for women are not common sense for men. And so as a result, I think that you should approach relationships. This is where I'm getting non-misogynist or misandrist. You should approach relationships with a level of like humility where you can understand that you don't understand the world the way your partner does, and your partner doesn't understand the world that you do. And so as a result, you can teach each other what you view as simple common sense things about the world. And I think if you're genuinely humble in that regard, you can actually have a pretty fruitful relationship and conversation. So yeah, I took something horribly misogynist and I made it better. Well, QC John says, I must be off of the internet because when I see Instagram models people drool over make question who punched that girl in the mouth. Oh, what, when they have the bubble lips? For sure. Paul says, first mistake was taking YouTube influencers as something more than grift. Yeah, but like, I'm genuinely sharing my opinions with you. I'm genuinely trying to share my limited amount of world knowledge with you. I'm genuinely trying to influence the way that you perceive the world. And my grift is I just want you guys to super chat every now and then. That way I can pay my bills and eventually, hopefully, we make a 6-figure income. Speaking of which, show time. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat. There's lots of funny, interesting, cool people in there. Super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you. Thank you for flying Counterpoints Airlines.
Are ending up in fucking jail all the time because they can't like stop
Wait,
punching shit.
you made a good point. I
Hey,
think.
wait. Is Frederick Meischer a woman? DNA was first identified by Swiss chemist Friedrich Meischer.
Yeah, they were trying to take
Who
credit
stole
for
it
our stuff.
from?
They also
Look at
said
that.
they were trying to say
Oh,
Wi-Fi was made by women. No, it wasn't. It was made by men as well. Women don't invent anything. They don't contribute to anything besides, like, to be honest, the only real value women have is reproductive
I
value.
contribute more to
We're
the
gonna be honest.
economy than you do, Myron, just objectively.
Wait. I want to say I'm on Cat and not so Erudite side though. That don't you think women are equally valuable to society though? You don't think so?
Dude, if you remove sex and reproduction, they provide almost nothing.
Yeah, but those are
We're gonna be
we
honest.
wouldn't have life without those things.
Yeah,
so
sure.
so don't
Well, sure. But I want to
kinda
be clear
even the
about this.
playing field?
We don't need them. Like, here's the thing: women need us. We don't need them. We need them to propagate.
This is bullshit. We're a complementary species. This is so dumb. This is unironically one of Myron's dumbest talking points.
They have our
society for the
babies,
next
dude.
generation. That's what my point. I said outside of reproduction.
Oh.
So, like, if we want to have kids, yes, we need them, but they need us for everything. So the reality is, men bring far more value to society than women do. The only real value they provide is reproductive value. Because let's be honest here, you guys don't give a fuck about what they got to say. You guys are here for us. Nobody cares about what women got to say. They're the suckiest
Bullshit.
podcasters. Female YouTubers suck. Nobody gives a fuck about their opinion. We're just there for the tits.
Isn't
Let's
like
be
the
honest.
one of some of the largest podcasts? Candace Owens, Call Her Daddy. Like some of the
Yeah.
largest podcasts are
And
female run.
to be fair,
Candace Owens is the
True.
exception.
It doesn't matter if you don't like them. The point is that they're highly successful. So maybe you guys don't like to listen to women, but that doesn't mean that broader society doesn't. For example, take women out of the workforce. You've nuked your economy overnight. It's done. They contribute, even if we're being mild and conservative, 30%.
Well, that'd be
probably
good
around
if-
50%.
True.
That'd be good for the airline pilot industry, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that save us a lot?
I don't know. It seems like there's a lot more going on with the airline pilot
Yeah, but-
industry than
but-
just women.
So weirdly enough, I would be okay with reforming the economy and taking slightly reduced growth, or even taking an element of stagnation in order to emphasize family units. And what I mean by that is I feel like we've liberalized the economy so much that effectively we expect men, this is something that I bitch about all the time. We expect working class men to work 40 to 60 hours a week, and we expect their wives to work 20 to 40 hours a week. If it was possible through, increasing, improving the conditions of working class men and working class women to the point that the working class women didn't need to work, or they could reduce their hours to like 20 hours a week, and the working class men could go from 60 hours down to 40, I think that would be an economic hit that I'm willing to take, because I would rather have families raised by their own parents. Like, I understand school teachers do their best. I understand social services try to do their best. I understand after school activity places that are cheap or subsidized. I understand they do their best, but I just don't think there's a replacement for a father and a mother who genuinely love their children, who want to spend time with them, who want to who have the time and energy to take them to the park, to take them to the library, to take them to the splash pad, to take them to the pool. I just don't think there's any replacing that. And so if our economy is such that, like, I'm not trying to kick women out of the workforce. I'm just trying to make sure that when women are in the workforce, they have the financial flexibility to also be mothers, and that men don't have to be absentee fathers because they're working so much to make sure that there's a roof over everybody's head. I think it's bad for everybody.
Women are usually taking social jobs like teachers and nurses and stuff like
Yeah,
this.
we need those jobs.
We do.
Oh, damn. I just got called out. Wowman542 says, news to me. I thought the grift was to get you enough capital to become the international sci-fi arms dealer you strive to be. Well, I mean, you caught me there.
We need petroleum engineers more.
I would disagree.
don't know
We need
about
to
that.
raise our
I think- I
children.
mean,
I
we need
would like
to
literate
Abolish public
children.
schools.
Ooh, that's a hot take.
Public schools are shit.
But we should still be teaching our kids. We want our kids to be literate.
I agree. And I think
We need
women are
nurses.
great.
And the solution to public schools sucking is to make better public schools, not to homeschool.
Teachers,
right? Like
counselors,
every
basic
one of
knowledge
you
stuff.
has been to a hospital, and you're probably super grateful that there's an entire help industry oriented at making sure that your ass doesn't die. Especially a lot of your fat asses don't die.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Oh,
I can feel the tension. I like
I was just gonna say.
Guys, wait. Real quick, though, I do want to say thank you guys for being here. Give yourselves a round of applause, seriously. And this is our third time doing it here. And I have to say that last week was a little tense with Michael Malice, but you can feel the tension up here. I kind of like this debate, and we want to encourage you guys to all come up, whatever you guys, whether you have a question or a debate topic, it's no holds barred. Just say whatever you want to say. And we're going to do that here in a second. But Tim, I mean, I'm liking this, the energy up here. It's a little different this week.
There's an interesting split between the civics of it and the dating element of it. So you were saying that.
And the morality.
I'm sure. What's the morality argument?
I think that like feminism is morally good.
What does that mean?
I think.
What does morally good mean?
In like a Christian Aristotelian kind of way,
that's
like
my question.
Western, all of our like Western systems absolutely value.
let
things
me
like
ask this question.
agency.
Real quick, just define feminism.
Sure, feminism is here. I always write it down. So I can always.
Andre Sondelescu says, there's one thing about the Romanian social services, and that is we get 2 years of 75% paid child rearing vacation that can be split between the parents. That is dope. That is dope.
Excited. Feminism, the empowerment of women's agency and the promotion of femininity.
What is feminism?
Ooh. So how do you feel about strategically deploying automation to keep up the same productivity we have now while also giving nuclear families your ideal amount of work time hours? Perfect. Perfect, dude. I want to, you guys have to understand. So we bounce between 100, 160 on like a chill day. We jump between 150 and 200 live viewers on a like a busy drama day or whatever. And realistically, I could just cover, like I could change the title to Destiny Rose drama, question mark, and we could get another 50 live viewers. But I don't want this to just be a Destiny channel, right? That's why we talk about some other things as well. And I hope you guys appreciate the variation in content. Yeah, 100%, dude. If I could get liberals to admit that being in the working class sucks, and we can't just, liberalize every aspect of the economy. I know not every liberal is a laissez-faire economic person, but it seems like a substantive amount of them are. And that social welfare programs are not the thing that are going to solve all our problems. If I could get liberals to understand that they might need some conservative prescriptions in order to achieve their ideal society, that would be the line that I would want to drive. That's the exact line I would want to drive. And I think like a kind of a techno futurist investment in automation that helps reduce the labor such that American working class and middle class families can get by. That's the exact kind of policy that I would pursue aggressively.
Femininity would be like the
Being
emergent
pretty.
things that we see: nurturance, typically like empathy and kindness, all the things that we typically see in a Western society that would go, yeah, that's feminine by and large. Understanding, these sorts of things.
Things that identify as feminine, as femininity.
Typically, yeah,
Basically.
but like what's
I agree with that.
masculine?
Just
Wait,
hot
what's
take.
masculinity?
I guess
The things that we
hot
kind
take,
of
I don't think
identify with
women have
men.
empathy.
Dude, this is why Kyla kills. I understand so many people dismiss the fuck out of her, but Tim Pool, I'm not saying that he's specifically going in for a dunk, but he's like, oh, are you just defining femininity as vaguely feminine shit? And then she's like, yeah, how do you define masculinity, dumbass? That might not hit because she's not like a dude, but realistically, that's an obviously decent point. How do you define masculinity, right? We have all these vague notions of masculine behavior that can manifest themselves in feminine people, but they more oftentimes than not manifest themselves in males, right?
Drinking big
I don't
beers.
think-
Well, it's like things like bravery
Chopping
and
lumber.
strength, right? It's things like being like protective, right? These are the things that we like see in all of our stories as masculine or feminine.
Were you guys gonna get your chance? Everybody, shut the fuck up.
Is femininity then related to like nurturing?
Yeah.
Having
Ooh, sorry for interrupting so much. Bud123 says, you got back from the gym. Today was back, biceps, and shoulder. Fuck yeah. Good job, bud.
babies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's good.
Hot
Send Patty's out. Thanks for hanging out. It's been fun, but I must take my leave. I have to go yell at carriers and warehouses. Have fun, brother.
take. I think women actually lack empathy. Contrary to them saying that they have empathy, I think women have sympathy. They can feel sorry and compassion for sure. when it comes to empathy, especially to the masculine experience, they don't have it at all. I would argue most women don't know what men want. They don't know what men are interested in. They don't know what it takes to keep a man around, which is why most girls can't even stay in a relationship long-term or get married. And let's be honest here, the reason why they're not empathetic is because there's no need to be empathetic, because men approach them. Since men approach them and they do the courting and they have to do everything up front, especially at the beginning, a lot of women aren't empathetic to the masculine experience because they don't have to be. Versus men, we have to be empathetic to women. Otherwise, we don't get laid.
Yeah, you're
There's a
very
better performance
empathetic to
on us.
women.
No, well, here's the thing. I understand you guys, which is why I don't respect you. So that's why, because the reality is, if you understand women, there's no way you can respect them as an equal because they're inferior in almost every way.
Well, in what
what
ways?
does that mean?
I
Yeah,
just
in
don't
what ways?
understand why you would.
Damn. I was just praising Romania, and Andre was like, our healthcare sucks. Unemployment is horrible. There's plenty of corruption, and your average worker is taxed 45% of their income, though. The ghost of communism still lingers. Bruh, I'm sorry. Like, I'm happy you got paid family leave, though. Like, I'm happy you got that paid family leave. Sorry about the rest of that shit, though. My bad.
Yeah,
Say
like,
that.
sure, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing. You can either respect them as an equal, right? Or you don't respect. Like, my thing is, I understand women. So since, therefore, I understand women, I cannot respect you guys as equals because you guys have a completely different worldview. You guys are inferior in almost everything that matters.
Like in what? Like what?
Yeah,
Name the
you
things.
keep
You
that
guys
saying
are
that
weaker,
over, I'm
dumber,
stupid, blah,
smaller,
blah, blah. I'm
like,
bored.
weaker,
like-
dumber.
Yeah, so that's where we already know these things aren't true. So weaker, yes, women have disproportionately, they're typically on average smaller than men. They're typically on average have reduced upper body strength compared to men. And they have biological differences that helps them, birth children, right? Now, that being said, what's interesting about the IQ distribution with men and the IQ distribution with women is that women typically congregate around the center. So there's less women geniuses, but there's more women of average intelligence. Whereas with men, we have more male geniuses, but we also have more male dumbasses. And so that's the thing. It's like, I wouldn't be assigning any kind of moral worth to an IQ distribution, right? If anything, you would say having a shitload of average intelligence females is actually very helpful because they're functional within the society. Whereas having a bunch of male geniuses running around fucking up and creating all these like weird new technologies that disrupt society, and then having a bunch of dumbass men like committing violent crime because they can't integrate into society is probably a double-edged sword. True Zealot says she has her moments like that, but she does have moments where she says having an open relationship is in line with Christianity. Yeah, that's obviously bananas, and in my opinion, ahistorical and ascriptural. So I don't know what the exact quote would be, but yeah, I've seen her like defend OnlyFans and sex work as biblical, which, like, yeah, there were sex workers in the Bible, but they were called away from degeneracy and sex by Christ, by the kingdom of Israel. They weren't encouraged to continue to be prostitutes, right? Sabri said, did this dude just get dumped? Yes, he unironically got dumped by his Instagram girlfriend. Yes, actually.
Yeah, literally, like,
Less fit, less strong.
Well,
but
yeah,
by these
you guys are
standards,
inferior.
your co-host is inferior to you in every way because he's weaker. He doesn't
he's still
exercise
superior
as
to
much.
you.
He's
So
not as strong.
that's my point.
That's not what. Well, the issue is. Well, the
He's still
issue is.
superior to you, though.
Well, the issue is on the thing. Well, actually, not really. I think I'm actually fitter than Fresh. He's stronger than me, but I think I'm literally fitter than him. And also, when it comes to debates, I tend to do better than him in debates. All the things that you tend to value are the things that he's inferior. The issue is, hold on, just so it's clear.
Can you open
I
a pickle
don't
jar?
think. I don't think that Fresh is inferior because I don't think that only these things matter to the value of a person. When we talk about things like the Western civilization tradition, if you guys actually care about the American project and what this means, we have to get real.
True. Everybody jazz hands for Kyla. Woo! Jazz hands. Snap your fingers. Do whatever things that lefties do whenever they praise each other. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. I think somebody in chat brought this up. But like, I actually like America. I like the Constitution of the United States. I like that we rebelled against monarchy. I like freedom of speech and freedom of conscience. I like the right to keep and bear arms and use it in self-defense up to and including against my own government. I like limited government in that we have a bunch of constitutional amendments that limit the powers of the government. I like the fact that we have peaceful transfers of power between multiple political factions. I like the fact that we have mixed economy capitalism. I love all of this shit. And all of this stuff is rooted in philosophical ideas that stretch back millennia through Europe, but also through Egypt and the Eastern Roman Empire and Greece and all that kind of stuff. If you don't like freedom, you're actually like kind of fundamentally anti-Western. Like freedom and enlightenment and the pursuit of truth and knowledge and logos and all that kind of stuff. These are all like fundamentally, Egyptian, Greek, Roman, European ideas that are rooted in some of the greatest empires the world has ever known. So if you don't like these things, fuck you.
But the things that are the precepts of what we believe in. This is things like Christian theology and Aristotelian thinking. And in these precepts, everyone assumes that there is going to be a variety of ways in which people are beneficial, but we don't typically give inferior or superior because we recognize, for example, that while Fresh is not as strong as a debater as you,
Jack Darko has the greater male variability hypothesis been fully proven? I feel like it's contentious in the literature. I have no idea, bro. I just say shit on the internet.
he's so good at networking. He's really personable. He's really good at like connecting people, and you value
Which is a feminine trait, by the way, lol.
that. Whereas women are strong at other things. We don't have to be equal.
Like
We
making
just need to be
sandwiches.
valuable.
But isn't there you said
Good one.
Christian?
You know how
you
no
said
one
Christian
laughed?
theology?
Because that's like the oldest joke that's ever been told. Women make sandwiches. You're stupid. Blah, blah, blah. It's like, I'm bored already.
All right. Again, I'm still trying to figure out why she's talking. This is not a kitchen. I don't know what's going
There
on
it
right
is.
now.
And
Like,
there it is again.
It's crazy. to
I
me.
think it's great when you talk though, because a lot of times people say that there's no need for feminism anymore. And then people hear you talk and you're saying that, you know, women should all be owned by men and all these other things that you say.
Sabri Geller says, when you're looking at Christianity and the Abrahamic religions, I would say being married to multiple women and prostitution are in the Bible, and I don't see it looked down upon. I don't agree at all. So I'll agree that polygamy is a part of the Old Testament, and effectively a lot of powerful men in Jewish society 2,000, 3,000 years ago, they had multiple wives. But if a wife had sex with somebody outside of marriage, she was absolutely fucking killed, dude. She was fucking smacked to death with stones. Adultery was punished with death. So no, don't agree with this at all. And then when it comes to like sex work or whatever, one of the most like revolutionary things about Jesus and one of the most revolutionary things about Israel was that part of their line was descended from, I think it's like the prostitute who protected Israeli spies in the land of Canaan. And she was like accepted by the Israels and spared during the siege of the city. But she was viewed as like somebody who was an untouchable in society who did something so powerful that allowed the state of Israel to exist and allowed Jesus, the Messiah, to exist. So it was kind of like a redemption thing, but there's never like an embracing of the prostitutes, right? The embracing of the prostitutes comes from Jesus saying like, hey, you don't have to do this shit anymore. Stop being a whore. You know, I don't think there's any praise of sex work in the Bible. If you have a specific parable or verse that praises sex work in the Bible, I'll happily take a look at it. To my knowledge, it doesn't exist. And then polygamy, patriarchal polygamy is different than being a fuckboy Miami douchebag. You know what I'm saying?
And people might think differently because you're going to be a lot different new audience is going to see you thanks to me being on this panel. You're welcome, by the way.
Who are
Is
you
that what
again?
you-
I don't
is that
even
what-
know who is this female. I don't even know.
She-
Same joke 10 times. Shut up, dude.
she's the co-host of the highest rated
Yeah.
Okay. Well, no one watches mainstream media anymore anyway, so that's fine.
Would you actually think women should be owned, Myron? As she said, you believe.
I mean, it's kind of funny. She's over here, all this blah, blah, but she's married, which is a male-led institution, which is interesting to me. So it's like she's buying into it, even though she's trying to sit here and be like, I'm.
Who gives a fuck, dude? Her understanding of marriage is not the same as yours, you piece of shit. I know he's just saying this to make me mad for engagement bait, but this dude actually sucks. If my sons behave this way, I will beat them. Just being real. Like, I don't care if I'm 60 and my sons are like in their 30s. If they become podcast douchebag bros who are like, women are whores, lol, I'm gonna find them and I will go to jail beating my own children. This is unacceptable behavior. I actually view this as a parenting failure from Myron's parents. His parents, if I said this shit, my mom already doesn't like it that I use profanity. And when I was a child and I used profanity, she washed out my mouth with soap. If I said this kind of stuff, you could bet money that my mom would watch. She would drive from wherever she was, come into this house, open up my door, grab me by the ear, and drag me out of the building. She wouldn't give two shits if I was doing this for money. So the fact that Myron's parents don't beat the shit out of him, / show up to his random events to grab him by the ear, drag him to a sink, and wash out his mouth with soap, I view that as a parenting failure. Gross. And Andre says, you legit got to move to Germany to get married and then sue the Romanian state to get them to recognize your marriage. We got state-funded sex changes, though, weirdly enough. Yeah. Romania is a banana city. I mixed up the Roma, the vagabond gypsies who travel the world, with Romanians. And some people got really pissed on Twitter that I mixed up the Roma with the Romanians. And what was so funny about it was, like, I genuinely thought that Roma were Romanians who thought Romania sucked so bad that they were like, we would rather be gypsies than live in Romania. Nobody liked that joke either.
Kind of like, I'm a feminist, but at the same time I'm married, blah, blah, blah. It's like, pick one, man. You serve under a man. So it's like, I don't even know why she's talking. So
I serve under a man?
Yeah, you're married to a guy, which marriage in itself is a...
Sorry, one second. Bud123 asks, when working out, does muscle definition come first before muscle mass? Yes. I noticed muscle definition going to the gym and working out consistently for 1.5 months. I've gained about 5 pounds. Yes. So definition is going to come before mass. Weirdly enough, when you work out substantively, sorry, real quick. This is Bud123 is asking about workout shit. So what's going to happen is I'm actually kind of like fat right now. Okay. I'm not that fat. I just got like 10 or extra 20 pounds. So what's weird is if I stop working out, I actually might maintain the mass in my arms and chest. But when I start working out again, what'll happen is the muscle will actually tighten and reduce the amount of mass that's in my arms and chest, or at least the visible mass. But I'll have substantively more definition. So yes, there will be a time of shrinking. But what happens once you get all tight and you continue to rip the muscle on top is the muscle effectively like scars and rebuilds itself. And so the muscle will build on top of the muscle that you previously ripped apart, and then you'll get bigger. But the one thing that you're going to have to do in order for that to be true, if you keep eating minimally while working out all the time, you're just going to get shredded. Whereas if you're actually trying to get bigger, you need to be eating a shitload, like 5,000 calories a day.
Male-led institution.
See, not my marriage.
Oh,
yeah, we're
God.
equal.
So you wear the pants in your...
We're equal partners in my marriage. I know that's crazy. But
the reality is a lie. It's not true. One is always...
We're a complementary species, dipshit. God, I wish Myron's parents would show up and beat the crap out of him.
Who's the leader? Who's the leader in your relationship? Who's the decision maker? You or him?
Depends on the thing.
This doesn't make one
who's the
person more or
main
less
leader in the
morally
relationship?
valuable.
You or him?
It depends on the thing. We are equal partners. We've been through a shit ton together.
Crap.
A lot of stuff together, especially recently. And I love him very much. He loves me very much. And I would never have a child with somebody who didn't see me as a person. I see a lot of posts on the internet about like the fertility problem and why aren't women having kids? And you look at the comments, you see why maybe women don't want to have kids with, it ain't the women that are the problem a lot of the times. There's a lot of problems with talking about women, why don't women want to have kids, and not enough talk about why men aren't becoming, in some cases, the kind of partners that women would want to have a child with. I did not meet someone I'd want to have a child with until I met my husband when I was 30
Still
years
trying to
old.
figure out who the leader is here.
But
nothing gets done by a committee. Nothing gets done by a committee.
I want to bring it back to. I want to bring it back to feminism because I
want to answer
think
the question.
I think feminism is a key component in relationship breakdown. There was a story several years ago where in New York, women in their 30s could not find men who made as much or more than they did. And it was like a shock to the system. All these writers, these are female writers for various opinion outlets saying, why can't we find good men? And
Christian Blair says, will Connor's back hold out beating his 25-year-old sons when he's 60? Absolutely not. But for 30 seconds, they will know hell on earth.
it's because they weren't attracted to guys who made less, and they didn't want to be with younger guys. So the guys who are the same age as them, who made $50,000 a year, were like, I can date a 24-year-old woman, somebody who wants to have a family and is younger. So guys are aiming for younger women, but women are being told to get jobs and have careers. But you mentioned guys aren't stepping up.
See, dude, you're like the 10th person. Yo, did Connor respond to the fact that he works with a pedophile yet? Yo, did Steven have sex with a prepubescent child? Is that what happened? I'd be very curious if he was actually a pedophile. Do you have evidence that Steven has had sex with a prepubescent child? Feel free to share it in chat. You can't send links, but go ahead and tell me to search. What should I search to establish the fact that one of my work associates is a pedophile? Please tell me.
I think this creates an inverse problem where for young men, they're either struggling to date because younger women can date older guys through dating apps, or women, why buy the cow when you get the milk for free? If you know what I mean.
Like you can have sex without like.
These guys who are young are like,
Lethal Land says, oof, old info, Connor. I mean, I still think you probably need to eat a shitload in order to gain mass. I also think that oftentimes people cut before they bulk. So you can tell me what I got wrong, but I'm telling you exponentially, plenty of people who do not lift at all think that they get slimmer before they get bigger. It's a pretty common experience.
I don't need a job. I don't need status because if I go to the club and spend $15 on booze, I get laid.
Yeah,
Micro tears is an old theory. Gotcha. Okay. I could be wrong about that. I
mean, I agree. I just think that like this is like the trade-off of agency, right? Like agency.
Sorry. People keep talking about weightlifting shit, and I'm sorry. This is actually more important than whether or not women are useless. So I feel like I'm getting bigger, but I'm also not gaining weight. It's weird. That's okay, Jonahzilla. Body composition. Okay. One of the interesting things that I kind of realized throughout working out is that because I started walking recently as well, right? And I've been lifting for a long time, but I actually weigh more than I used to. But in my opinion, I look better. And I think the explanation for that is body composition. Because 2 years ago, 3 years ago, maybe even 5 years ago, I weighed 20 pounds less, but I wasn't lifting any weights. And so as a result, I was some degree of skinny fat, or I had like less definition, or I was just skinny, truth be told, at some points in my life. But at the same time, realistically, I gained weight. I started lifting weights. I feel like I look better now. I think the reason why I look better now, even if I got a little bit of a belly, is because of body composition. I have more muscle mass now than I did 5 years ago. So yeah, body composition, like I wouldn't stare at the scale, because if you have the same amount of fat and the same amount of muscle that you used to have, you're the same weight, but you have more muscle and less fat, that's still a good thing for your health. So DTW Duval says Destiny is an actual pedophile. Okay, so you're saying he fucks kids. So please tell me where you have evidence for that. There's like three people who are saying Steven is a pedophile. Please tell us your evidence. Andre Sandulescu says, yeah, that's really offensive to most Romanians. Gypsies are kind of base, though. They're making the best of life considering their fucked up history. They also make good party music. I'm a little anti-gypsy racist, but I'm not going to defend my racism.
It is one of the most important things that we can have, the ability to choose, right? Because if you don't have agency, you can't choose to do noble and good things. You can't choose to do bad things. And so I would agree that like when I look at the modern dating culture, first of all, the 24-year-old girls are not like, oh, I'm so ready to settle down and have kids.
Right.
They're like, these are the people you're calling whores half the time, right? And so
Bro, get them.
They used to be.
yeah,
People used to get married and have kids at 22.
Sure, but we also died at 55 around the same time.
No, we didn't.
Yeah.
That is not correct.
Yeah.
We did have a lower life
We
that
had
is not
a
correct.
much shorter life
The
expectancy.
shorter life expectancy was due to the infant mortality rate. People actually who survived infancy would live for a very long time.
Tim is actually correct about this, and I'm sorry for backing him up in an argument. But as an example, I'm pretty sure Benjamin Franklin lived into his 80s, and it's true that like random diseases in the ancient world would take you out, right? So if you get a cold, like you could get taken out by pneumonia, right? If you're in your 50s or 60s. But it's generally true that if you survived infancy, it was common to reach your 50s or 80s. The average life expectancy stat of being 40 during the medieval period is primarily because of course, you had like the pandemic diseases like the Black Plague, and you also had a whole bunch of wars and shit. But it's also because crazy infant mortality. But if you survive those first 5 years, generally speaking, you're doing pretty good.
But while people are
men were dying in mines.
They're not at 55.
No, men were dying in mines, and women were also dying in childbirth.
And while life expectancy has increased by a few years recently,
a lot.
that isn't changing.
Night Gale says, I feel shame. Stop talking about the gym. I get it. I haven't gone to the gym in a week. I'll go tomorrow. No more, please. Bruh. What's one of our mottos, okay? One of our mottos, all right? Is you will improve, you will be happy, and we will bully you out of love. So we are bullying you out of love.
That society used to be very different. Women but pre-feminism were focused on families, and the big social deal was who are you going steady with and who are you having a family with. I'm not saying society should be that way, but when that's gone and women start prioritizing what job am I going to have, you're not going to have families at 22 like we used to anymore. And now we're in a fertility crisis, and we've got no young people.
Ryan Kugler says, has Connor commented on the story of the day, chat? Thanks in advance. Yeah, Steven's a pedophile, but your guy's evidence of him being a pedophile is that he allegedly sent videos to a 17-year-old girl who sent 17-year-old videos back. But I don't know what your fucking evidence is. We already knew Rose was a young girl. We've already commented on the fact that creating and distributing homemade pornography is fucking stupid. I think we've also commented on the fact that sending it to very young girls is fucking stupid. And I don't think that definitionally makes you a pedophile. It makes you stupid. I don't think it makes you a pedophile. So I hope you got your clip, Ryan Kugler. I hope that helps you.
Alpha is only 40 million people. It is half the size of the millennials.
Sure. So to this, I would basically say I agree that there has been a lot of cons that have.
Gazippy says he sent and received. Okay, well, I need to see the evidence, but good for you, I guess.
Have come with giving women agency. I think giving women agency is actually like a deontological good.
Ryan Cougar says Connor on food shops entering the orbit. She needs to stop looking at lolicon. That's my thoughts.
Letting people choose means that they have the choice to choose the noble things. This is really, really important in Western society specifically. This is the foundation of what we believe in the American project. And so, yes, women.
Gen X, I'm actually specifically aware of food shops because probably 2 years ago, maybe 2 years ago, Queeman, which is funny because Queeman is, I'm suspecting that a substantive amount of these people are a part of KF or Queeman or Chud or Spicy Chat. So weirdly enough, they probably swim in the same waters as Queeman, right? And so Queeman popularized food shops by covering her content repeatedly because food shops would defend the fact that she looked at lolicon pornography. And that became normalized in Chud Logic's server and Chud Logic's community. And I actually went on to stream with Chud Logic and I said, hey, I think your community is filled with a bunch of crypto pedophiles. And you should call this shit out because effectively via Queeman, via the normalization of food shops and also your relationship with Mr. Girl, I think there's a bunch of fucking ephebophile and pedophile apologists swimming around in your community. And Chud and I actually fought about that a little bit because he's like, it's not my responsibility. Fuck these people. Why are you haranguing me about stupid shit my chat's doing? He was kind of defensive about it, right? Now, I got accused of being a hypocrite because Vosh, almost within like a month or 2 months, Vosh was caught having lolicon on his folder, and he was working with PV, and I was also working with PV. And I was brought on by Chud Logic and Queeman and other people, and they're like, oh, You had all this heat for food shops. You had all this heat for the ephebophiles and pedophiles in this community. And yet, when Vosh is revealed to be an ephebophilic horse porn enjoyer, you got no heat for him. And I just said, we're working together on a project. We're trying to bring something into the real world. And so as a result, I think everybody knows my opinion on this shit. But I'm not going to make like a takedown video or a hit piece or whatever on Vosh. You guys can go fuck yourselves. And I took some level of flack for it, but I think ultimately everybody understood my position, and they were a bunch of moral frogs. They were a bunch of moral frogs similar to what we're experiencing today. What's funny about this is we had ephebophiles who were talking about Lolita earlier today, and effectively like we fought them and we banned 3 or 4 of them, right? And that's how we spent our time earlier. But now the people who are in our chat right now, they're trying to say, oh, Destiny did this bad thing. Aren't you going to disavow now? Aren't you going to do this now? Aren't you going to do this now? Aren't you going to do this now? And no offense, guys, but like when there's a dozen of you throughout the day, it doesn't feel like an organic concern from somebody in my community who's saying, hey, actually, Steven did this fucked up thing. Isn't that crazy? You should disavow him. It feels like what happened was you guys got some piece of information on KF. I'll take a look at it later when the drama coverage covers it. And you're running to everyone who's ever associated with Steven ever, and you're trying to socially isolate him by destroying all of his relationships. That's what it feels like. And I'm just going to say, Steve, I've acknowledged that Steven has done fucked up shit, or is alleged to have done fucked up shit. I've acknowledged that a lot of people view him as a bad guy. And I've said there's a chance that he could be a fucking serial killer. Well, guess what? At this point, I'm not just somebody who, I don't know. I'm not just somebody who collaborates with Steven on occasion. I'm somebody who I think Steven and I have hung out enough in real life in order to call each other friends. So if he's a serial killer, I'll visit him in prison. And you can say, hey, isn't it bad that you're friends with a serial killer? And I'll go, yeah, it's, killing people is bad. Making homemade pornography and distributing it recklessly is bad. But I'll go visit him in prison, I'll put $20 in his commissary so he can buy honey buns, just so prison is tolerable, is what it is. So sorry if you want more, but that's what I got for you. And by the way, same thing goes for Chud Logic. Chud and I, we're not as friendly as we used to be. But if Chud, let's say Chud, he had a sexting drama where a woman lied to him about her age, and he was called a pedophile for a few months. I'm friendly enough with Chud that if Chud went to prison for being a serial killer, I would visit him a couple of times, and I would put $20 in his commissary so he could get honey buns. Anyways.
Back then didn't have as many choices. They couldn't own private property. They basically had to be married to a man to have any access or rights or power.
They couldn't have a credit card till the 80s.
Exactly, right? So women
Better
had
times. Less
women had less agency. Women had less agency. But I would argue that that was a moral failing of society. And just because the outcomes right now might be worse, that doesn't necessarily mean that this is not something that we fundamentally value. We value in America giving people choice.
I hear that. I remember, last week we had this big debate on police, and I think the shortcomings for Michael Malice, which I respect the guy, he's a good friend, but he kept saying police were bad. And it sounded like all he was saying was, yes, there are big problems with police and there's no alternative, or...
Sorry, we're getting one guy again. But I'm very tired, so I don't have the rage I can normally summon for it. Harvey Morey says, I think this is why you're the sweeper emo, broom, broom, broom. But here's the thing, Harvey Morey, engaging with the comment earnestly. Sweeping means you're sweeping the problem under the rug, right? It means that you don't acknowledge that there's a problem. The problem's there. The problem is acknowledged. You're criticizing the problem. What you're saying, though, realistically, is you can't associate with this human being anymore because they engage in bad behavior. And I'm telling you to go fuck yourself. Right? That's where we're at. You're saying, oh, like, for instance, Gabe Utzik says, just admit you twist your morals for whatever benefits yourself. No, I don't. I've been married to the same woman for 13 years. I've never emotionally or physically cheated on my spouse ever. I've never created homemade pornography and spreaded it to other people. I've never done any of these things, and I think these things are bad behavior. And I've criticized these bad behaviors openly. So please, I've also never looked at horses engaged with teenagers. I've also never flirted with 17-year-olds on Discord. Chud might be catching a stray with that one, but you know, I have to presume that some of you guys are within that community as well. So anyways, my point to you is, show me the immoral behavior that I've engaged in, Gabe. Because what you're doing is you're saying that continuing to associate with a person who may have engaged in bad behavior, that's all you're doing. You just want me to disassociate. That's all you want me to do.
The system will always be bad in some way, but there is a worse. So I look at this now and I'm like, okay, you know, I agree to a certain degree on the deontological aspect of people should have free choice. You want to have a job, you can do it. You want to have finances, all that's fine. Is the end result then?
Cool Doggo says, it's weird to have this meta conversation instead of just owning that you don't care that he fucks kids. Has Steven fucked children?
The Gen Alpha is 40 million and collapsing, and there won't be any humans in the future, or cities are going to start shrinking, infrastructure is going to start crumbling, and we're going to go, you know, it was a moral good to make sure that we had this semblance of equality under the law, and then society was destroyed by it.
Well, equity of agency does mean bad outcomes sometimes. The issue is that I'm not opposed to people strongly.
Which proves that when
I think-
women have agency, things go bad.
No,
Because
actually, when most people
like-
have agency, people make terrible choices, right? When we give young men free agency, what's the window where young men do the most crime? It's typically the areas.
Oh, Buck Harborini says, hey, Connor just got here. Did you see that Queeman raided Pisco? No, but I'm not surprised, right? He likes Pisco the most out of the Live and Learn crew.
Ages where they get the most amount of agency. People, when they are given choice, often choose poorly, but that's not the reason we don't give them choice. Because if we don't give them choice, they are enslaved to correct action because of necessity. And that's not the world that we want to live in. We want people to choose the noble thing because they are choosing to do so.
Now, here's the thing.
wait,
I see your perspective with agency. I see that, but we need to be honest with women. The problem is that we're not honest with women, right? We don't tell them, look, if you want to pursue a career, you want to make money, your chances of finding a guy down the road are going to be significantly harder. We don't tell them if you decide to be promiscuous now, it's going to cost you.
Oh, guys, no offense, but I don't mind. Sorry for yawning in your ears. I don't mind contending with my schizophrenics. So, I don't know if you guys already, I don't know if the wrench has already got all the Kiwi farmers, but, you know, good luck, Kiwi farmers. And or spicy chatters and or whoever. But I caught up with chat. Speaking of which, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you. And if Grassroots Hegemon or Gen X, if they end up being serial killers, I'll visit them in prison as well. Oh, Cacode says, don't yawn too much, Connor. I'm at work and I need you to keep talking in my ear. I'm sorry. I'm psychically suffering on your behalf. However, I got attacked by a bunch of people who are saying like, disavow destiny, disavow destiny, disavow destiny. And so I should be more excited and angry, but truth be told, I think I burnt out all my energy yelling at lolicons earlier today. I think I lost my steam. So Sabri says, I'm tired of people telling me online about what their therapist told them they should do. I don't even like it when my friends tell me what to do. How about you? Keep something personal, you weird people. I mean, to a degree, sure. But I mean, we do have a public relationship, so. Jonazil says, pretty sure we took all their skins by now. Laugh my ass off. We need to come up with, we need to check how many people we ban, and we need like a tally, like a wrench tally for all the scalps our community takes. For now, anyways. All right. I don't need the stream, just the vibes. All right, fair enough, fair enough. All right, let's give these folks a few more ideas worth considering and criticizing.
Later on, we tell women they should be able to do whatever they want and not deal with consequences of their actions. In other words, go ahead and be on OnlyFans and you'll still find a guy that's 6'3", making $100,000 a month that's going to take you seriously. It's not going to happen.
Sure,
So we're not honest with women about what happens, and the reason why is because women don't really deal with the consequences of their bad decisions a lot of times until it's too late. At least with men, if I'm a loser, I have to deal with the consequences of being a loser. Women don't. We don't tell them the truth because financially, there's no incentive to tell women the truth because women are consumers. So we want to tell them what sounds good, so they continue to consume.
Bro, real quick, it's like how Unilever owns Ben and Jerry's, and they own Dove's Real Beauty campaign. It's like telling all these women, "Hey, you're beautiful if you're fat. By the way, here's our ice cream. Eat more of it."
Yeah, we don't tell women the truth, which is one of my biggest problems. Like, if we want to give them agency, that's fine, but at least let's let them know this is what your agency comes with, and if you decide to go down this road, this is what's going to happen. We don't tell women the truth, which is one of the biggest issues.
I'm totally with you, actually. So one of my biggest
Based Erudite, based Kyla once again.
frustrations with feminism, as somebody who's defending feminism, which is funny because feminists really don't like me a lot of the time, is that I think that we have done a lot of infantilizing of women. I think that infantilizing of women.
So sorry, hold on. We're dealing with a couple of things at once. Kyla is saying that with agency comes responsibility. And I agree. And that's one of my biggest frustrations with women is that if you want to be a girl boss and you want to have be able to send your nudes on the internet and be able to text people and you want to do this and you want to do that and you want to vote and you want to join the military and you want to do, you want to fly a helicopter and all that kind of bullshit. Well, guess what? All of that has correlated responsibilities that men are pretty used to suffering with. And one of the things about like stereotypical masculine behavior is that when we make mistakes, we're not expected to have people come and cuddle us and kiss us on the forehead. Like our moms do that if we have a good mom. Our moms do that for the first 10 years of our life. But after that, we're pretty much on our own. And so we're expected to suffer with the consequences of our actions. And so I feel like that's one of the things with women, particularly with like the death of chivalry and a more egalitarian society coming into being, is that women simultaneously want the agency to make drastic actions, but they seem to want the world to stop whenever they're suffering and to cuddle them and to kiss them on the forehead and tell them that it's going to be okay. And if your partner does that, then God bless them. But if you're an OnlyFans person and your only relationships are with digital perverts who are paying you hundreds of thousands of dollars per month, and you get depressed or anxious, and then you're looking around and there's nobody to come kiss you on the forehead and tell you that it's all going to be okay, then guess what? Just like a man, you have to suffer with the consequences of your actions. And so that is something that I think Kyla and Myron are alluding to that I 100% agree with. Richie Harrison says, I don't think you need to disavow him if you don't want to, but it seems stressful being this guy's friend. And this kind of feels like a little bit of a dig, but I'm going to make this point to you. I was, when I was 15, my parents told me to get a job. So I worked at a car wash in 100-degree Floridian heat, and the chemicals bounced the sun up against my face, and I sweat my ass off for 60 days out of the year during the summer. Then I worked as a grocer. I worked as a cashier. So I had to go get shopping carts in the summer, and that was hot as shit. Then I joined the military, and there were people who were doing suicide bombings and terrorist attacks and guerrilla attacks and mortars and IEDs and EFPs. And there was a very small, I was a person other than grunt, so I wasn't an infantryman. There was a very small but real chance that I could be seriously injured or killed in my service. I got my 5-year degree. I survived 5 years. It's a 4-year degree, but it took me 5 years to do. And then I became a law enforcement officer, and I've seen dead bodies, and I pulled my gun on really bad guys, and I've met actual rapists, actual murderers, actual drug dealers who have killed people. I've seen people stabbed, shot, maimed, disemboweled, all that bullshit. And so Stephen being a sexual degenerate is upsetting to me in the degree that I don't want somebody that I'm friendly with to be a sexual degenerate. That is upsetting to me. However, on a stress level of being Stephen's friend, Stephen being a sexual degenerate and half a dozen freaks on the internet being like, isn't he bad? Isn't he bad? Isn't he bad? Shouldn't you disavow? I'm not going to lie. On the stress meter, this is like a 0.5 out of 10. And I've experienced 10 out of 10s. And also as far as like crimes against humanity, this is probably a 2 out of 10. And I've seen 10 out of 10s. So again, if you want me to freak out, like I'll get mad and passionate, I'll scream at you, all that kind of stuff. I'll spurg out, just not today, but I'll spurg out against you in general. But I'm not going to freak out the way that you want me to freak out. So at least not right now. I'm kind of tired. Maybe tomorrow. So come back tomorrow and I'll scream at you.
Women was a form of sexism that came with low agency. And the issue is that women are being like, we want agency, but also baby us. And I think that that's a bad thing. The issue is that I have no issue with you saying, women, you should have a family. It's the thing that you will come to love the most. You should be more.
Yeah. We're multiplying mod salary by 20 times. 20 times 0 is still 0. But I do love my wrenches.
Careful in who you're selecting. I don't have any issue with this. I have an issue with you taking away my rights because that takes
True. Kyla's killing it.
away my agency.
Well, a lot of times we have to take your agency away so you make the right decisions. That's the problem.
Well,
and that's
the
how it
issue,
used to work for
that's
a very
not
long
meaningful.
time.
That's
because
not
when you
meaningful.
leave women, well, here's the thing. When you leave women to their own devices, they make really bad decisions.
When
right?
you leave men
Look
to
at
their
the
own
divorce
devices,
rates,
they
look at
make
the
bad
marriage rates.
decisions.
Look at the way society is now, where the nuclear family is crumbling. When you give women their own decisions, they make really bad decisions. This is why the father was so important, because we would keep our daughters off the short poles and our sons out of jail. At least with men, however, when we do dumb shit, we deal with consequences. With
How
women,
many men are addicted to porn?
They don't deal with consequences.
How many men are addicted to porn?
Here's the thing, though. They're addicted to
True.
porn because you're right. But again, they deal with consequences for being fucking losers. Women don't. That's my point.
Women do
What does that
because they
mean?
turn.
Okay.
You already wait. Hold on. Of course they do. You already said that if they go on and they have all this career and stuff, they're going to be less likely to find a man. That is the consequence of their
But
choice.
they don't
that
find
you're
out till
talking
it's
about.
too late. Is my point.
The issue is that most
we
men
don't
who are
tell them
addicted to
this.
porn don't discover how much it's fucking up their sex lives until
Their
they actually
dicks
get a
can't come
girlfriend
up,
and
yeah.
they can't inside their girlfriend. That's the issue with porn addiction.
Sure.
So
Wait,
typically,
hold on. Myron, you want to ban porn?
Do I? Man, it
He won't.
has a lot of. Dude, I'm very close to. Yeah,
he wants a nanny state, guys.
I think it needs to be regulated in a way. I think we need to regulate it.
Do you want to ban porn?
I think it's
No.
a problem.
No.
You don't. But what about all those problems you just named?
Again, I don't want to ban drugs, even though drugs cause addiction a lot of time. I
So,
want
okay.
people to
Cringe. Come on, Kyla. Come on.
make choices, and I want there to be off ramps for bad choices as much as possible. But at the end of the day, I want people to make a noble choice. If I sit my kid down, hold on. If I sit my kid down and I say carrots or broccoli, and they choose carrots, I'm not going to be like, wow, my kid's picking healthy food. No, they were forced to the correct action by necessity. I don't want that.
What if you
society.
had ice cream today? What if you
Well,
said broccoli, carrots, ice cream? What are they going to
now
pick?
they have agency.
And what are they going to pick?
They're probably going to pick ice cream for a long
Fuck
time.
yeah, ice cream every time.
Yeah.
So
until
here's,
they get tummy
here's
aches
my
and then they
question.
stop.
This is not to agree or disagree, but it's a film.
Yeah, so Gen X kind of points out a whataboutism, but I think it's a fairly valid one. Okay, so when it comes to the right wing, so Destiny allegedly engaged in all this misbehavior. At least for all the misbehavior that I've been accused or that I've heard of so far, it's all the misbehavior that we kind of already knew about, and that I'll check out the drama on Twitter when the stream is over. But anyways, the point is that right now, and it is a whataboutism, I'm admitting that it's a fallacious argument. Stephen has engaged in bad behavior, but there are other people from other political and social tribes that have engaged in bad behavior as well. And so we need to categorize and scale our outrage in reference to these other characters. And I understand that this doesn't unmake or uncreate Stephen's bad behavior. However, we do have a son who dated porn stars, went to a Diddy party, engaged in sex at Artemis. Artemis, in turn, was accused of sex trafficking, was accused of working with a biker gang, was accused of human trafficking. And so as a result, I don't really view Hasan Piker as realistically being that much morally upstanding more than Stephen. Then, when it comes to the right wing right now, we actually do have effectively a pedophile in office who is sweeping for pedophiles. So Donald Trump, in my opinion, likely engaged with sexual acts with 14 to 17-year-olds in the 80s, 90s, and thousands. And he's currently covering up a pedophile ring. And then we have people like Andrew Tate, who is effectively an admitted sex trafficker and a fucking rapist, and he's platformed. Now, if you want to make the argument like, okay, all of these things are bad, and Andrew Tate is a piece of shit and effectively should be disavowed by the right, I agree with you. If you agree with me that Donald Trump is likely a pedophile and shouldn't be the president of the United States, we agree. If you think that Hasan Piker is a massive terrorist piece of shit, then sure. Yeah, absolutely. And if you want to say that Stephen has engaged in like unethical, fucked up, shitty behavior and he's reaping his consequences, then sure. But my point is, the reason why you're not seeing me freak out is because oftentimes Stephen's harshest critics are coming from these other communities, and they will point out the twig in Stephen's eye, which could be a log. They'll point out the log in Stephen's eye while having a log within their own. And so that's why this line of argumentation doesn't appeal to me. Sorry, real quick. Pale in comparison to the actions of the people running this country. So I think that people can correctly criticize that appeal as fallacious for being a whatabout argument, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't contextualize what people are criticizing Stephen for. Thomas says, frankly, they could be bots with how cookie cutter the harassment is. I do think like we got consistently the same posts from half a dozen people. Grassroots says, why do people need Destiny to be like a serial pedo when it's fine to just say he's gross? Yeah, I think you can just call the bad behavior bad. That's easy enough. Conservatism says, I hate whataboutism. Race to the bottom still ends in a mushroom cloud. Agreed. It's way too much to just say it's okay if he knowingly accepted self-made CP because of Trump and Epstein. No. No. Conservative liberalism. And by the way, I don't know if we know that. I don't, if there's evidence that if there's evidence of her being like, hey, I'm 17. And Stephen's like, cool, I don't care. That could be the line. But if she lied about her age, or if they never discussed it, that's obviously going to be fucked up, but it's going to be different, right? Yeah, exactly. Code. If you think Stephen's just out here like, ooh, you're 17, perfect for me, tee, then you just buy anything. Yeah. That's what I want to see the art, or I want to see the evidence. Nothing wrong with dating porn stars. Yeah, and half of you fucks are sex degenerates anyways. Flinny Bino says, sort yourselves out and stop sweeping. Thanks for banning me for this comment too. By the way, cowards, real debate sphere stuff. Well, once again, so sweeping is not looking at the problem. We're acknowledging the problem. As a matter of fact, Flinny Bino, you having an alt is already a red flag right there. However, we had half a dozen of you guys come in and say that Stephen's a pedophile. He has sex with children, prepubescent children. Do you have any evidence that he has sex with prepubescent children? Because it sounds like what you're trying to do is you're trying to take an assortment of bad behavior. You're trying to chain it to the worst behavior possible. And then you're trying to sink not only Stephen, but anybody who associates with him into the ocean. That's what it seems like. So you made a claim, substantiate your claim. Oh, anyways, continuing.
Philosophical moral question.
Yeah.
You keep saying, yes, these bad things are going to happen, but we should be able to choose.
Yes.
If that system leads to the end of humanity, is it the right choice?
That system has led to America as it is today, and I think America.
No, that's not correct.
It
well,
absolutely
technically it is.
Hold on.
Conservatism says, right. I'm just saying that if that were the case, I don't know the details. I just don't like the idea that you're ready to visit him in prison, which means he would be convicted of a sick crime. Conservatism, I'll visit you in prison if you're a serial killer. How about that?
Crime and
well, what is Western civilization? Western civilization is Greek philosophy, it's Roman bureaucracy and law, and it is Christian theology. That's the foundations of Western society. And all of these systems value individualism. It values your ability.
True, Kyla. Go off, Queen. Silver Jacket Man for 10 says, don't listen to any of these womanly little things. Stand by your friend. I don't love Destiny's content, but having your buddies back is admirable. You do you. Real service when you do. Sure. That's the other thing. I don't backstab my friends over over bad reasons. Knowingly DMing a 17-year-old, that could be a good reason. Unknowingly DMing a 17-year-old is fucking stupid. And the bad behavior should obviously stop. And he is suffering the consequences of his behavior. But what I expect, this is what I expect, by the way. I'm not saying I'm correct. I'm just saying that I actually typically have a decent instinct for content, in case you guys aren't aware. So what happened was a few years ago, back when President Sunday was going over Kyla's private information, there was a known active, aggressive doxer in Queeman's community. But this was 2 or 3 years ago. Okay, so I don't know if this guy is still around. I don't know if people like him are still around, but the reputation of Queeman, J-Stock, Spicy Chat being friends with KF actually comes from this one person. Because this one person effectively said, like, oh, I have your docs, I'm going to fuck you over, et cetera, et cetera. And they were like a pretty popular Kiwi farmer. I actually probably have their name, but I would need to ask somebody in order to get it. So anyways, that person got banned for revealing doxing information in one of the Discords, but then he came back on an alt that everybody knew was his alt. And I don't know if he got banned, since then. Again, 2 years ago, don't know, don't care. Discord people being fucking freaks. I don't know, I don't care. Not my problem, right? But that's where the reputation comes from. And what I think happened was Steven and his orbit have been so significantly digitally harassed, doxed, swatted, etc., where Kyla's been doxed, Kyla's been swatted. By proxy, that means Nick has been doxed, Nick has been swatted, Kyla's husband. Hutch has been doxed, Hutch has been harassed. Lib and Learn, vast swaths of Lib and Learn have been doxed, and they've been harassed. I don't think they've been swatted. Tectone, I thought it was interesting timing that Tectone did hang out with Steven on stream, and then he was doxed and swatted within a couple of weeks. Now, that could just be like a correlative thing, not a causative thing. I have no idea, right? And so the point is that I think Steven got sick of it because he know that J-Stock and Queeman are his and Ryle Kittenhouse are his number one A logs. So since they're his number one A logs, and they also seem to be hanging out with Kiwi farmers, he was like, fuck it, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And so I think Steven launched gay ops, counter doxing ops against these three digital creators who effectively play footsie with Kiwi farms, at least in Steven's opinion. I don't have evidence for this, but I think it's believed because this prominent Kiwi farmer was in there, provably in their chat several years ago, that the harassment was coming here. Now, it seems like whatever's happening today is a counter op to the counter op, where they're revivifying the Rose drama, which we've known about since November. But they're bringing up a specific detail, and they're trying to re-harass anybody, like probably re-harass Steven, but also re-harass anybody in the orbit. And so that's where we're getting our half a dozen to a dozen people who are coming in and being like, oh, you're such a piece of shit. Blah, 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 blah. So again, fuck these people to some degree. I always evaluate evidence and truth based off of what it is. My instinct is to say that this is like a shitty harassment campaign. But I don't know. Maybe there's some really incriminating evidence that's come to light just today. So we'll see. We'll find out. AKA Badasoy says, I'm way more sus of Mr. Girl than I am of Steven. Lol. I mean, Kakode says, Desi himself has acknowledged his past behaviors and has repeatedly said that he wants to enter a new era of his life when he hasn't been doing for years. Everything is 3 to 4 years ago. Well, that's where I wonder if the gay ops and the counter gay ops campaign is counterproductive, but we'll talk about it later. Leah Jean says, Connor, is there anything that would make you stop being someone's friend? Yeah, probably actually being a pedophile. Probably actually having sex with kids. Also unrepentantly being an ephebophile. So actually, weirdly enough, everybody's coming in and they're saying like Steven's a pedophile or whatever. If Steven was like knowingly trying to fuck teenagers, like if he was reckless and didn't know, that's stupid, cringe, bad behavior, needs to be criticized. He needs to stop it. If he was like, no, I definitely want to risk my freedom so I can, do stuff with teenage girls, then yeah, that's obviously enough. That's obviously enough. Yep.
Need to make choices, including bad choices.
So let me ask you: is it like it's nice to have your door open on a nice, cool summer night?
Sure.
It feels good. And then at 3 a.m, one day a guy breaks into your house. Yes, you can mention that there are good systems that lead to comfortability and success, but eventually those can create security problems for your society, which creates the ebb and flow of security states.
Exactly, but
the
this
problems
is why...
are going to get so bad that more Myrons are going to start emerging because they're going to say, crime is way too high. Women keep voting for Democrats overwhelmingly, and whether that.
Dr. Philia says, bro is clueless on any involved details. 50% of the description was just wrong. No, it's not. Feel free to tell me. Leah Jean says the new details are that she was a minor. Did Steven know she was a minor?
whether the reason is that women vote for Democrats, that's what they identify.
Jeffrey Hinkle says, is there a reason you'll cover all this but won't talk to JStock about it? I've talked to JStock half a dozen times. JStock has my DMs. So, and right now I got a DM from Conservatism and Jennifer Winkler, and I got 3 Discord notifications, and I got a message request from somebody who is not JStock. So I've already talked to JStock. I've said everything that I'm saying to you, I've already said to JStock.
And then it's going to lead to some kind of social disorder and then an authoritarian shift.
Sure. So there's this.
Kamala would
I
be
wish
president right now if we had to rely on female votes. She would literally
probably
be president right now.
Yeah. So
That's bad.
It'd be a Democrat supermajority across the country.
So there's this concept. I wish I could remember what it's called, but it's this idea how essentially sometimes the advocacy, the social advocacy itself, prevents the bad thing from happening.
Grassroots says, I can see it now. Connor's son gets his first kiss and he kicks him out of the house for being a pedophile. Yeah.
So let me give an example. You guys are familiar with Jordan Peterson, Bill C-16. He was super worried about, are you guys familiar with this? So I don't have to like summarize it. You guys are familiar with this? Great. Okay.
Yeah, he lost that, didn't he?
He did. But one of his arguments for why he was doing it is he was saying this might lead to some sort of authoritarian control on free speech. And a whole bunch of people, like, especially on my side, were like, you're so stupid. The issue is that it is very likely that his advocacy against C-16 is part of what informed Congress's interpretation of that bill to make it less authoritarian. I don't have an issue with you guys saying women should be more cautious. Women aren't being very smart. I don't have an issue with that. That's free speech. And that is some of the things that will probably offset the degradation of society that you're maybe worried about if I agree with your like worldview. What I care about is taking away rights. That's it. That's my hard line. Don't take away the
once
rights.
again, let me ask you the question. If the system
based and too reasonable for the internet
you have described leads to the end of humanity, was it a good system?
I would have to
no, obviously.
believe you that the American project will lead to the end of society. I just don't think it will.
The question is, let's try this again.
Sure.
If a system
in a hypothetical sense, sure.
of open and free choice would ultimately lead to the end of the of civilization, human death and extinction, is it a good system?
Nope. But I don't think that that's the system that we have.
So at what?
Jeffrey Hinkle says, I was just curious because he said he told you in DMs to ask Destiny for proof about the doxing claims. Yeah, and then Steven actually didn't provide me the proof for the doxing claims. It was somebody else. But I don't know if I have it. Let me see if I have it. I might have it. Give me 1 second. I'm actually going to look it up. I remember it starts with a C. You guys might know what I'm talking about. But there was effectively a dude who was palling around in the Spicy Chat Discord, and I think the Queeman Discord. I don't know when the Queeman Discord was created, but there was effectively a dude with a C, and he was supposed to be like a big shot Kiwi farmer who loved the fucking dox people, and he was palling around. He got banned because he actually did dox someone. He doxed somebody in the community, and he was crowing about it. And then he did get banned, but then he came back on it was the same PFP, different name. And then he was palling around for a while, and I don't know if he got banned again. So again, like, I'm not even appealing to some like nefarious thing, right? Like, I'm not even saying that it's like, oh, you know, Queeman and JStock are so fucking evil. They're knowingly covering up for whatever. I'm just saying that that's where the suspicion that KF substantively cross-pollinates with JStock, Spicy Chat, and Queeman. That's where that accusation came from. So I don't know how things can change within a few years. So I don't know how true it is. I'm just telling you the evidence that was presented to me that was supposed to support that narrative. And so if there's a bunch of gay ops, I don't do gay ops, right? So I'm not interested. I'll give my opinion. But so for instance, hold on. Let's make this point though. Christian Blair says, given Rose was an OnlyFans model and had a Twitter account specific to hosting, selling her nudes, she is not a minor. Okay, here's the thing. I think that if you see a girl who is selling her nudes on the internet, you could probably presume that she's engaging as an adult. And if she looks like an adult, she's probably an adult. However, I don't think you should be consuming that fucking content in the first place. I don't think you should be engaging with a human being like that. So that's where, for me, we're getting into degrees of Steven is quote unquote a pedophile because he, the definition of a pedophile is somebody who has sex with kids. But then, of course, once you ask the details of it, it's, oh, he engaged with somebody who was either 18, 19, or 17, depending on who you ask, selling sex stuff on the internet. That's already bad. That's already bad enough. But it's not the same as the original accusation. Mark says, does it change for you at all, Cotter, that in the leaks, one of the first messages he said is, you look underage and he didn't get an ID from her? I mean, that's obviously fucking stupid. I would have to see that evidence. Like, I don't know. You're just like a chatter, so I don't even know if that's true. So, yeah. Anyways.
Point in the current trends, would it get bad enough for you to believe we are on track for civilizational collapse? Could it be like fertility at 0.3 or 0.6?
No, no. That's tough because the fertility issue is way less about feminism and way more about our terrible food and our agriculture.
I disagree.
Like you guys just talked about E and testosterone. Like that's really bad for fertility.
Well, they do say that actually, I was saying that earlier about the microplastics. Men are to blame for the fertility.
Yeah, Jeffrey Hinkle. I'll draw you. I understand we're on different sides of this thing, but I'll genuinely draw you a diagram momentarily. 1 second.
They are.
By
all means, we can mention that guys have gotten weaker and whinier, whatever you want to say. But the reality
So lift weights, bitch.
is, I won't make any excuses for it. I didn't have a family in my 20s. I just had a kid for the first time.
Congratulations.
Where was my generation, men and women, to be like, it is a social imperative to have a family now, sort it out. For all the young guys, men were told sexual liberation, you don't need to have a family, who cares, birth control and abortions in every major city. And now Gen Alpha, I don't think people realize how insane it is that the upcoming generation that are 15 years old at their oldest, there's only 40 million already. And actually, I'm a big fan of this part. Universities are shutting down 18 years on from the financial collapse in 07, 08. People my age didn't have any kids. There are no 18-year-olds to go to university or to start jobs. And so companies are struggling to hire. Universities are shutting down. And this is just the beginning of fertility collapse. Now.
So why wouldn't we use immigration as a stopgap, Tim? This is one of the things that I think I brought up in person with him that was so frustrating, is if Gen Alpha is 40 million people because we continually use birth control and we've effectively we've gone over a demographic cliff. Why wouldn't you use immigration as an economic stopgap? Of course, that's not like a long-term solution, but shouldn't that be a short-term solution instead of, I don't know, net zero fucking immigration? So yeah, that is fucking crazy.
If we had a society that told men, and I'm saying even with choice, they said to men, guys, you should strive to be the best, the strongest, the boss. Women, choose what you want, but social pressure is be a mom, have a family, help.
That's what I want. I want there to be cultural pressure to be pronatal. It doesn't have to be like extreme. Like if you're a lesbian or a homosexual or you're just, you had some childhood trauma, so you really don't want kids or some shit, then yeah, sure. We live in a free society. You do you. But if you're a cool person and you found another cool person and you want to have kids together and you're like waffling on it, I want society to say, yes, have kids. Having kids is awesome.
Society continue. If that was the route we went and we still had social pressures on having kids, we wouldn't be in this fertility crisis.
I actually just agree with you. The issue is that I think the way for the government
base Kyla again.
To manage it isn't to like take away women's right to vote. It would be things like child tax credits. Like didn't the BBB
But they didn't work. That's the argument.
actually include a really big child tax credit? One of the reasons why people don't have kids in a lot of like high income areas is because of wealth disparity. I mean, it's like $45,000 to give birth.
The principal reason is always cultural.
I agree.
Fatsimo says you can't replicate your civilization with other people's children. Yeah, you can. I'm Irish. I am part of an Anglo-Saxon project. I support a Anglo-Saxon Enlightenment era liberal governance project, and I am a Celt. Nightwell Gang says, so the new evidence Kiwi Farms has found is ticket for Rose saying she was 17 when Destiny started messaging her. Good. This is all things so bloody weird. Okay. Is it Rose saying he knew I was 17? Here's screenshots. Is that what happened?
I agree, right?
So,
And so
we live in a society that needs to be saying, what do you mean you don't have kids? That's crazy. Instead, we live in a society where it's like, don't have kids. It's bad for the environment.
Sure, and we kind of hate kids, right? Like there's a lot of families that move. It's just the argument would be like, I mean,
Wait, you want America to be more than one race? Yeah, dude, we're already 24% Hispanic. We're already 13% Black. We're already like less than 5% Asian. We're already 65% white. And white is already made up of Northern Europeans and Mediterraneans and Slavs and Greeks and Italians and Anglos and Irish. Yeah. Yeah, America is legitimately a multi-ethnic project.
to bring up the Jews, Israel.
Bring them up.
Israel,
My favorite.
Based anti-Semitism, but I'm not going to let him do it. I'm going to draw a drawing. No, I meant you want them to be more of one race. Well, I mean, I like Hispanics. I think Hispanics are cool. I would prefer, like, listen, I'm gonna be a little bit racist. I would prefer Hispanic immigration and Hispanic integration over mass Middle Eastern and North African immigration and integration. I still think Middle Eastern and North African immigration and integration is possible. I think it's just more difficult than Hispanic. Hispanics are Catholic, they're Christian, they're a combination of Native Americans and Spanish. They're technically already European in a lot of ways. They have all the same problems that we have with like African slavery and all that kind of shit. And so for me, like, yeah, I think Hispanic immigration is probably preferable and easier to integrate. So, yeah. Eric Dom says the Romans were pretty good at reproducing their civilization in their conquered provinces. As far as I know, so were the Chinese. True. Yeah. But inside, like, for instance, there's this quote from Full Metal Jacket I quote all the time. Inside every Vietnamese person is an American waiting to come out. Now, he didn't say Vietnamese person. He said the G slur, the G-O-O-K slur. But I stand by that sentiment. Inside, a lot of people are Americans. So anyways, let me go ahead and draw this. There was somebody who kind of asked it, and they were being a little bit of a smart ass, but they weren't being like too bad. I think it was Jeffrey Hinkle. Doxing JStock now and not spicy. Right. So let me show you the accusation. Okay. So Spicy Chat is largely Chud's Discord, right? It's a channel in Chud's Discord. And by the way, I support Chud's mission of having a place that is Chud Logic, that is terms of service only, so you can discuss whatever you want to discuss as long as it's within terms of service. That's my understanding of Spicy, right? And somebody from Spicy can correct me if I'm wrong. Then Connor, about the anti-fan shit, one thing you need to pay attention to is that would want to moral frog you. They have this moral supremacist when the people they had support follow are not that different. Sure, but we should still contend arguments on their face, even if the arguments are bad faith. And I'm not saying bad faith to moral frog. I'm saying bad faith as in they're not doing it because they actually care that Stephen was a gooner several years ago. They're doing it because they're trying to get all the people around Stephen to call Stephen a piece of shit and to distance themselves from him. That's obviously the objective, or it seems like the objective. So unless there's new information, I'm not changing my perspective unless there's new information, right? So Spicy Chat, Discord terms of service are the only rules. Okay? That's Spicy Chat as far as I understand it. Right? I want to be able to see Spicy Chat, right? There we go. Okay. Are the only rules. Then we have Queeman, who, let's admit it, Chud does want to have Queeman be his own entity. And that's true. I think Queeman, what does he get? He gets between like 300 and 700 viewers, depending on what he's talking about. I think Queeman, if I'm proud of 100 to 200 live viewers, depending on topic, I think Queeman should be proud of 300 to 700. So I would say Queeman started as a Chud Logic orbiter, but he's effectively his own drama YouTuber now, in my opinion. Then we have, and then we got like K Chord, right? So K Chord, K Chord. Here we go. Let's do a square. And I don't know Queeman's rule set, but I'm assuming it's similar to Spicy Chat. So I'm just going to put similar, right? Similar to Spicy Chat. Similar to Spicy Chat in that you can pretty much endlessly, as a matter of fact, I'll rewrite it, endlessly talk shit about anybody. I don't know what their terms of service are, but that's the kind of culture, in my opinion, is that you can endlessly talk shit about anybody in Queeman, and that's not a terms of service violation. Being like manically focused on a single person is not a terms of service violation, and it's also not like a community violation. They're not going to kick you out for that. And then JStock, in my opinion, is like the #1 Destiny A-log, right? JStock, and I'm going to put Ryle. I know that they're supposedly not affiliated, but JStock got banned off of YouTube very early on. And so Ryle, in my opinion, they don't have to agree with me, but Ryle is effectively like, he is Destiny's like #1 YouTube A-log. He takes all of the JStock hate streams and he publishes them to YouTube. So, #1, Destiny A-log, right? And so what happened was that I think that everybody will agree that there is a substantive amount of cross-pollination between these three chats. And the reason why is because Chud Logic just likes to cover whatever, right? Like he's an equal opportunity drama frog. Although weirdly enough, he has distanced himself from Twitch and YouTube politics. And so as a result, I actually think he has less Destiny A-logs than Queeman or Destiny. But I think they still have like a similar like vibe, right? And so the accusation is that in Spicy Chat, I forget who this guy's name is, Courtnoy, Court Rose, Court something, right? Is that there was a guy named Court something who was famous on Kiwi Farms. He was in Spicy Chat. He doxed somebody. He was banned. Then after he was banned, he came in on an alt PFP and he was allowed to be in the Discord for a prolonged period. And I have no idea how long he was in there. Again, I don't know the details. But effectively, the accusation is that all three of these communities like, they enjoy Kiwi Farms, right? Now, that's not a crime. It's not a crime to enjoy Kiwi Farms. I think it makes you a little bit of a schizophrenic, but it's not a crime, right? And to hear the way that I've heard Chud Logic and Queeman talk about Kiwi Farms, they effectively say that it's a drama archive. That's what they think it is. It's internet schizophrenics talking shit about various characters, but it's a drama archive that hosts doxes and porn, by the way, because they had Pixies porn there for a while. And so the whole point is that, like, technically none of this is illegal, right? Talking shit about people, getting public information, all that kind of stuff. None of that's illegal. But the argument, change it to red. The argument is that, sorry, let me, Okay, it's fine. I want to do a new one now. Thank you. Okay. So the argument is that there is an uncomfortable level of familiarity between Spicy Chat, Cord, and JStock's community that goes to Kiwi Farms and basically gets that information, popularizes it within the Twitch and YouTube political community, and then does the things that we saw today, where effectively we had half a dozen to a dozen people who came in and they're like, oh, you know, Destiny's a pedophile, right? You know, Destiny's a pedophile, right? You know, Destiny's a pedophile, right? The evidence is on Kiwi Farms. The evidence is on Kiwi Farms. The evidence is on Kiwi Farms. And so what Steven is saying is, okay, you're my number one A-log. You're the largest Twitch and YouTube person who has Destiny A-logs in your community. You're the second largest Destiny A-log / drama person. All of your communities are going into Kiwi Farms and you're taking a look at, revenge porn and doxes and all that kind of stuff. And then when Steven and his orbit get doxed, you act like, well, Chud Logic can probably truthfully say, well, I have nothing to do with that, and I don't encourage that bad behavior. Queeman can probably truthfully say, I have nothing to do with that, and I don't engage in that behavior. JStock and Wild Kitten House can say, well, I have nothing to do with that, and I don't encourage that kind of behavior. But effectively what happens is a substantive amount of the content that JStock produces is Destiny is the most evil piece of shit on the fucking planet and deserves to die and burn in hell. Queeman also seems to have, I'm going to put it tactfully, a quite negative opinion of Steven. And then Queeman calls Steven a pussy for complaining about getting doxxed and harassed. And so, I mean, if I had to summarize what's going on right now, this is why Chud Logic hasn't been doxxed. But Steven has, I believe, launched a counter dox operation against Row Kitten House, JStock, and his orbiters. And I think they've also launched a counter dox operation against Queeman. I don't know. I don't involve myself in these gay operations. But the reason why is because they're effectively facilitating the Kiwi Farms community to be co-hosted and cross-pollinated into the Twitch and YouTube political scene. That's the accusation. I'm not saying it's correct. I don't know the evidence. I don't participate in. I know that Courtaboy. I know that thing was documented. That there was a Chud Logic person, or not Chud Logic person. I'm sorry. I genuinely apologize. I'm not trying to make a negative association. There was a Kiwi farmer in Spicy Chat who was banned and then came back under an alt. I know that incident was documented. But I don't know anything else with that. What did Destiny do with Keffels again? Wrote a manifesto and pointed and admitted that there was a hyper documented Keffels Kiwi Farms thread. Right? That's fair. That feels like an accurate description of reality. No, I mean, I'm happy to take any criticisms of my graph. No Nope says, if you aren't changing your opinion on Destiny, why are you entertaining these Jew stalker cucks? Because I try to follow the truth wherever it leads me, right? Jeffrey Hinkle says, I don't care about the gooning, but the doxing seems weird to me. Okay, I mean, I agree with you there, but okay, wasn't trying to be bad faith. Okay. Listen, I don't do gay ops. I don't want to do gay ops. I don't dox. I don't want to be involved in doxing. However, I think Steve's position is that he's been doxxed, harassed, and swatted repeatedly. It's not stopping, and his number one A-logs are still milking the shit out of the content while knowingly cultivating communities that would be interested in doxing, stalking, harassing, and socially isolating Steven. Yeah. Christian Blair says JStock and Queen OPSEC is exceptional, but their community is 100% engaged with Kiwi Farms to continue to dox and swat Destiny. Well, another accusation that I heard, again, I don't know the veracity of it, but another accusation I heard is that effectively Bug Squander and Stylo are normally on Kiwi Farms. It's just a thing. It's part of the culture. It's not illegal. right? It's not illegal to be on Kiwi farms. It's not illegal to A-log people. It's not illegal to look at their docs and or look at leaked pornography. However, you know, the question is whether or not you're cultivating a community that's so toxic that you end up doxing and harassing people or getting people swatted. JStock Discord is talking about the stream right now. Sure, I'm sure. Jeffrey says, I wasn't talking about Destiny though, dude. I was explaining what I thought was weird to me, that everybody just says it's happening but doesn't link anything. Yeah, I agree. Before I would want to engage in any kind of like doxing counter gay ops, number one, I don't want to do that at all. But if I was going to go after Ryle or go after JStock or go after Chud or go after Queeman, I would want some kind of evidence that they were personally involved, not that they cultivated toxic communities, right? Because if we went after everybody who cultivated a quote unquote toxic community, then there would be no online communities, right? Number 4, I think, was alluding to hypocrisy, effectively saying that like Steven did a giant manifesto on Keffels and mentioned the fact that Kiwi Farms had a shitload of information, right? Mick says this is a genetic fallacy. Who cares where the info comes from if it's accurate? I don't think I've made any. I don't think I've made any dismissals of the information. I don't think I've said that. I don't, Mick. I think you prepared an argument that doesn't contradict anything I've said. Sen Patty says swatting is fucking evil. Doxing is for straggots. God, I hate snarkers. Worst kind of people. Sure. Jeffrey Hinkle says, genuinely, I don't understand the logic that these guys are really fucking mean and talk about me too much. I can dox you. Well, sure, but he thinks that they're playing cutesy with and footsie with these communities. So, you know, again, if I was going to go after somebody that hard, I would want hard evidence. Mick, you keep saying the genetic fallacy you don't even understand. I'm not even dismissing that the information on Kiwi Farms is a problem. You fucking idiot. You fucking dipshit. Just saying genetic fallacy over and over again doesn't do anything, you fucking tool. Have I denied that any of the documented wrongdoing is incorrect just because it emanated from Kiwi Farms? That never happened. You just made up a problem. It's funny. Dude, you guys kind of suck too. Anyone in Conard's Discord, come see me. I have something to show you. Christian Blair says at worst he told his audience to go to Kiwi Farms if they want to engage in drama around Anna and Keffels. Sure. Big and Gaming says Al Capone famously never illegally sold booze because the government never arrested him for it. Got it. No. So I'm not even implying like conspiracy. I'm trying to be descriptive. The thing about Mick that pisses me off. Mick, genetic fallacy. What does the genetic fallacy have anything to do with anything that I've said? Like this is what pisses me off about these people, right? The dozen people who come in and they're like, hey, Steven's a pedophile, Steven's a pedophile, Steven's a pedophile. Is like, you won't even listen to the counter arguments being proffered. You're just saying genetic fallacy, but a genetic fallacy doesn't change anything about what I said. The genetic fallacy means that because information comes from a bad source, you dismiss the information. I don't think I've dismissed any information. If anything, I've asked for additional information. And when it comes to this association, I can understand why Chud Logic, let me find the eraser. I could understand why Chud Logic is mad about this association. Give me a second. Because he, in my opinion, has gone out of his way not to cover Twitch and YouTube politics. So like, there's actually times I wish Chud Logic would cover Twitch and YouTube politics more because, frankly, I like his coverage. But Chud seems to be allergic to Twitch and YouTube politics. I don't know why, but I could understand how he would be pissed at the association because he's gone out of his way to avoid this, or at least avoid it insofar as affecting DGG. I think that's part of the reason why Chud hasn't been doxxed is because he's gone out of his way not to involve himself with Twitch and YouTube politics. However, I don't think J-Stock or Ryle Kittenhouse will deny that they're Destiny's #1 A-log. And then I don't think Queeman would deny that he endlessly talks shit about anybody. Right? I think that I've heard Queeman defend the concept that Kiwi Farms is ultimately just a drama archive. So what's the problem? I think I've heard him articulate that. Destron says, the issue is that Queeman and J-Stock disavow Kiwi Farm snarks, etc. But it isn't until recently that they had to actually ban people. Destiny has made them hold to disavow, which is hilarious. Yeah, but I think I've seen Queeman not disavow. I think he said like he doesn't engage in doxing, but you know he's not, you know, he's not going to enforce that his community doesn't engage with Kiwi Farms, right? That's not something that he's going to enforce. At worst, he told his audience to go to Kiwi Farms. I think I read that one. I dismiss the evidence. It's weak-ass bullshit. Okay. Destron says, Christian, Destiny pretty much said, don't do the bullshit in my community. Go to Kiwi Farms, which is valid to say, but also sending people to Kiwi Farms is bad. Sure. My point is just saying there is no proof, but somehow everyone who has never, ever totally disavowed Destiny has been doxxed. Yeah, dude, and I'm not going to be surprised if I'm probably going to call my local police department now and say, hey, if you get a call at my address, I've recently talked to or talked about some internet schizophrenic. So if you get a call at this address, you know, don't come in guns blazing. You know, I'm probably just going to do that as a precautionary measure. Because what, Tectone got doxxed last week? Within the last week? And he talked to Steven 2 weeks ago? Every stop doxing each other. Okay, won't even touch the food shop stuff. Laugh my ass off. Jeffrey Hinkle, you're, no offense, bro, but like you're kind of fucking stupid, right? Like I talk about everything. You guys are just not used to me. You guys are just not used to me. So we'll talk about food shops. So food shops. Food shops. I already went over the food shops drama earlier. So food shops. I think she really just has a stream. I don't know how big her community is. But I'll go ahead and say, shit. How soon do I need to leave? It's 2:51. Okay. I'm late, so I got to go soon. But anyways, runs. I don't know why it's so small. My apologies. Runs a anti-J-Stock / Queeman schizo stream. And I hope she doesn't, I'll spell it like Tom. I'll honor Tom. Schizo stream. I hope she doesn't feel offended by that characterization, but I feel like that's relatively accurate. And so what Food Shops has done, and Food Shops, you know, I hope she does well as a drama streamer. But what she's done is she has said like, oh yeah, I consume Lolicon. I don't give a fuck. Fuck all y'all. Yeah, I know. My wife does not approve of the discourse we're engaged in right now. But Food Shops has started to try to milk Queeman and J-Stock. Actually, hold on. Let me fix the drawing. Food Shops has started trying to milk J-Stock and Queeman. But truth be told, this might be justified from her perspective. And effectively, the reason why it might be justified from Food Shop's perspective. So, okay, Lolicon, gross. Okay. Hate Lolicon, disgusting, repulsive. Stop doing it. We already did content about that earlier. But from Food Shop's perspective, I think she's genuinely a DGG fan. So she's beefing with J-Stock because J-Stock is, you know, their #1 A-log. And then Food Shops is beefing with Queeman, limited, but still beefing with Queeman because Queeman used to A-log the fuck out of Food Shops. So her positioning herself as being willing to go into the schizophrenic Kiwi Farms adjacent drama commentary community actually has carved her out a decent She's like 100 viewer streamer, bro. She's carved out like a decent schizo, anti-JStock, anti-Queeman audience. So, yeah. Anyways, Jeffrey Hinkle, are you talking about the Anne of War stuff? Connor is fair. I am fair. I am fair. Jeffrey Hinkle says, I've watched you since Twittergate. I said I'm not going to touch it, not you. Oh, you're not going to touch food shops. Got you. Okay. All right. My apologies for misunderstanding. Christian Blair says, Lolicon not good, but food shops has the same opinion as Queeman. So, I mean, right. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Pedos are not as bad as Nazis, and it's not even close. Okay, cool. Metaphorically in a book, but I've thought that since she said she wanted to wrap herself around a 13-year-old. Yeah, that's fucking gross. Don't do that shit. Don't do that shit. It's fucking gross. We had an entire, if you want to rewind the VOD's now like 5 hours and change. In the VOD, we watched, who is it? Come on, man. Anyways, the normie guy who does all the news. I forget his name. Philip DeFranco. We watched Philip DeFranco cover the Hasan drama. We started watching Destiny call out Hasan for sweeping for additional terrorism. But effectively, that entire segment has nothing to do with terrorism, because what I would do is I would let Destiny talk about how Hasan is a terrorist sweeping piece of shit and how he can eat a barrel of dicks. But every 3 minutes, I stopped and I fought the 3 to 5 lolicons that were in my community that were trying to defend the movie Lolita. So that, you know, so effectively, we had like an early lolicon war earlier today. So lolicon's bad. Don't consume lolicon. It's bad for your soul. I'll just save this as the, I don't know, drama commentary KF map. But I feel like my map is like a fair articulation of what people perceive. I don't feel like it's unfair at all. Jeffrey Hinkle says, I literally learned about her from Connor. Yeah. That's not lolly, Connor. Yeah, sure. Saying that you want to wrap yourself around a 13-year-old is fucking pedo shit. Absolutely. I hope she's moved away from that kind of stuff in the past several years. Jeffrey Hinkle says, now Destiny raids her watching Nathan. That's pretty brutal. Can we at least throw food shops under the bus? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Gen X says, that one is interesting. Nazis are really dangerous on a collective level for sure. Pedos are dangerous on a personal individual level. I wouldn't really try to say which is worse without an example. Gotcha. Gen X, wrong chat. She hasn't moved away. This has absolutely been a roller coaster stream. We've had all the emotions today. Thank God Sam Adams came out with Oktoberfest. I need a few. Absolutely. Today was kind of rough. She still does the same stuff. Okay, then, you know, I think that that's fucking evil and stupid, and she shouldn't fucking do any of that shit. Anonymous Chatter says, oh, never mind. It spilled into his chat. They were talking about that in Discord. Interesting. Okay. So, anyways, I'm going to thank the people who have donated today. Fasten Bulbous, Numinax, Starhawks, Gen X, Anonymous Chatter, Grassroots Hegemon, Mellow D, Anonymous Chatter again, and the Silver Jacket Man. Thank you for your contributions so far, your memberships and your contributions. I'm sorry that today was such a anti-lolicon shit show with the first segment, and I'm sorry that the second segment, while I feel like I actually did end up talking about the topic, I feel like we did get distracted by whatever's breaking on Twitter and Kiwi Farms, which seems so far like a rehashing of old shit, but we'll find out. Is lolly okay if it's not porn? No. Stop looking at fucking teenagers, you fucking freaks. Just stop that shit. Yeah, pedos are bad. What do you want me to say? Exactly. Is lolly okay if it's not porn? No. Gen X says, I'm definitely going to criticize Destiny bringing food shops into the orbit. Sounds like a super bad idea. I mean, yeah. I mean, she's a strong JStock Queeman critic, so I understand the tactical move of sending a Discord schizo drama streamer after other schizo drama Discord streamers. However, yeah, like definitely not something I would do. Yeah. Anyways, all right. I'm tired. We're at 5 hours and 23 minutes. I do hate that we got distracted by the stuff that we got distracted by. But I do parasocially love my chat. I love my wrenches. They did a beautiful job today. Seriously, thank you. Thank you, Gen X. Thank you, Christian Valeris. Thank you, Jonah Zilla. Thank you, Grassroots Hegemon. Thank you, Dr. Zayas. Thank you. I'm trying to think of who else. I don't think I saw Dr. Zayas today, but I always remember his name. Thank you, QC John. And yeah. Anyways, I parasocially love you guys. I'm sorry that we had such a weird day, and I wish you all the best. Bye for now.